Morning, everyone. Kindly have a seat. Okay, so good morning. This meeting of the Standing Finance Committee is now resumed. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport. Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, $2,471,050,000. I will now invite the Minister of Works and Transport to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Morning, Minister.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Chair. The Ministry of Works and Transport scope is vast, and we are charged with the responsibility of providing public infrastructure and transportation service that promotes a socio-economic achievement of the nation. Under this fiscal year 2022, recurrent estimates and expenditure for the Ministry of Works and Transport received an original allocation of $2.195 billion. During the fiscal year, this allocation was revised to the sum of $2.319 billion. Under the Public Sector Investment Program, the Ministry of Works received an overall allocation of $648,215,000, with $484,026,000 under the IDF fund and $135,189,000 under the Consolidated Fund. During the fiscal year, the PSIP allocation was revised to the sum of $742 million. In 2022, the Ministry achieved a 95% utilization rate under the PSIP allocation, with the remaining 5% due mainly to the timing of receipts, the receipt of bills. I want to pause to recognize the work of the officers of the Ministry of Works and Transport and the Ministry of Finance, who made this a reality. During the first quarter, as well as at the midterm review, the Ministry undertook a review of its existing and new projects under its PSIP, together with the respective scope of works. Emanating from this, some projects were rescoped and implementation pursued based on allocation and undertaking of proper technical review. I am aware that the major areas of challenges continue to be road and drainage works, and the past month has demonstrated the continued impact on weather patterns, locally, regionally, and internationally. The Ministry has taken the position of pursuing an aggressive maintenance and upgrade program while working with international partners to accelerate scope infrastructure interventions, which now has to cater for 1 in 50-year or even 1 in 100-year event, as against 1 in 12-year events, as may have been the case previously. As I outlined in my budget presentation, the Ministry is working hard at getting it right now, only from a cost perspective, but also ensuring quality and value for money is ensured. In some instances, in particular under the drainage PSIP portfolio, rescoping and giving the relative early start of the rainy season would have seen the start of certain projects in the rainy season. To ensure proper implementation, where this has occurred, physical capital works have been carded for the start of the 2023 dry season. To ensure the proper utilization of funds, as well as bringing relief to communities around the country, at times the Ministry of Works sought to reallocate funding to its recurrent drainage and highways program to undertake projects of a capital and maintenance nature. In fiscal year 2022, the Ministry, under its recurrent drainage program, executed in excess of 400 desilting projects, inclusive of an additional 187 projects, given the additional allocation received. Further, under its highway recurrent program, the Ministry of Works undertook 66 projects, with an additional 49 projects given the additional allocation. In fiscal year 2023, the Ministry of Works and Transport will continue its priority projects. Under the new major infrastructure initiatives, efforts will progress on the program of upgrade roads upgrade of pumps and gates inventory, the continued implementation of its coastal program of works, construction of the vehicular and pedestrian bridge in Diego Martin, the Port of Spain East-West Corridor Transportation Project, which is the Macoya Interchange, the Churchill Roosevelt extension to Sani Grande, extension of Salmon Holchoy Highway extension to Point Fortin, and the Grand Chemi Fishing Port. The Ministry will maintain financial flexibility and track the advancement of all projects to reprioritize them as necessary, to maximize value for money and prepare for emergencies as they develop. Madam Chair, at this time I stand ready to provide answers both orally and written to questions put forth regarding the activities of fiscal year 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $2,471,050,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $2,471,050,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, is comprised of monies for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Oropouche East.
Madam Chair and staff of the Parliament, and good morning to members and the Minister and his officers and staff present in the chamber today. I just want to begin by inviting the Minister to give us some detail either now or in writing, if there could be a commitment and undertaking. At 01 Personal Expenditure, remuneration to members of Cabinet-appointed committees, there is an estimate of $1.036 million for 2023. I just wanted the Minister to indicate the list of Cabinet-appointed committees that would constitute this sub-item in fiscal 2023.
Maxi Taxi Advisory Committee. We also have the Standing Committee on the Air Services Agreement and the Trinidad and Tobago Road Safety Council. Sorry, the National Road Safety Council. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Bartaris on one.
No, ma'am. On the other, I will ask on 002 highways.
Item 002 highways. Member for Bartaris on one. That's where you are.
Thank you very much, ma'am. At 01, salaries and COLA. Minister, I want to ask here on the 01 and 02, the salaries and cost of living item as compared to the wages and COLA. The wages and COLA will be for those officers who would be such as the engineers and the road workers.
The engineers? No. Weighted workers.
02.
Yeah.
And Minister, in light of what we're seeing now in terms of the conditions of most of the roads in all of the constituencies, I could probably speak with authority on this, is that don't you believe that there should have been a higher allocation from the $91 million if extensive roadworks are going to be conducted in this fiscal year, having regard to the government's excuse really by saying that no work was conducted due to the pandemic for the last 2 years?
This is daily rated workers.
Yes.
And the Ministry of Works for road works, and so those are contracted out to contractors. This is more maintenance work, in-house maintenance.
And Minister, I think
so that is why we have for the extensive work, when you go into the program, you'll see under the pure unit, and so the pure programs, and so money would have been allocated for more road work. But this is more maintenance work. Now, again, we're working with a budgeted figure. So like anybody else, the ministry would love to get, an abundance of money. But the Minister of Finance will definitely be challenged to ensure that the budget is maintained. So the answer, we can spend as much money as we get, but this is the allocation, and we intend to work within this allocation.
Minister, I think you would agree with me that the reason why many of the roads are in this condition is due to a lack of maintenance. And if you're saying that this line item is in fact in charge of maintenance of the roadways, and now we're seeing for the fiscal 2023 that there's actually a reduction in the allocation from $92 million to $91 million, Minister, again, I'm asking whether or not, and the last time I really didn't get the answer, whether this would be enough monies to really continue the maintenance work that we would like to see, so that we don't have so many potholes and these other infrastructural damages on our nation's roadway.
It's not a reduction. If you go back to 2021, you'd see 90 million. There was some arrears outstanding, and we paid the arrears in the last fiscal. So you're back now to the 2021 figure because there's no arrears to be paid. And again, the maintenance that we speak about is actually repaving and things like that. This team don't do that. That is actually contracted out. So they don't do repaving of roads and things like that.
So, Minister, what is the scope of duties of these persons then?
Well, you have several things. They will do like vegetation control. They do have like district works and so. So in some cases, there would be a team in the different districts to do some level of pothole patching and so. But again, they are not the ones who really do the road maintenance. Road maintenance and repaving and so is done through contractors, not necessarily these staff. These do more vegetation control and small like culverts, pavements, repairs and things like that.
Madam Chair, through you to the Minister. The Highways Division is responsible for maintenance of the Eastern Main Road, the Churchill Roosevelt Highway, the Southern Main Road, and the maintaining the road verges. The pavements, for instance, the grass at the side of the road to cut and clear, replacing manhole covers. As the MP for St. Augustine, I know for a fact that the Southern Main Road and the Eastern Main Road, there are a lot of challenges, to the extent where the corporation has to intervene for emergency purposes. But where the regular maintenance is concerned, the ministry has, it appears to have a depletion in the manpower. A lot of times when we make requests, we are told they do not have the labor. And there is a problem with either the reduced manpower or the growth in demand. Is it that the ministry is taking an approach to use less in-house labor and do more with contractors for the purpose of maintaining the highways? Because given that under this particular vote here under the for wages and COLA, is it that you are doing more with contractors rather than in-house?
The ministry right now is pursuing a program of filling the vacancies, but we do work closely with CPEP for vegetation control. We actually, URP falls within the Ministry of Work, so we actually utilize URP as well. And as I said, we are trying to fill the vacancies available. And we actually have a good relationship with CPEP, URP, and with the ministry staff. Once we were able to fill most of the vacancies, we see that as being satisfactory. In terms of maintenance with smaller contractors, we're actually bringing them on to help us with the localized repair on the road.
Well, I just want to put on the record that it is not satisfactory, the maintenance along the Eastern Main Road and the Southern Main Road in particular. It is really poor. Whatever, I also want to ask how many vacancies you have. You may not be able to give it right away, but if you can tell us. Because there are so many people who want jobs and then they're hearing they don't have enough workers, you know?
Well, as I said, the ministry is pursuing that course now for the daily rated workers to fill the vacancies. We have already done it, I think, in 2 areas, and we continue to visit that.
And I have a recurring list of broken manholes and other things on the main road. I'm going to send again to the ministry.
Send it, man. Welcome that, man. We welcome it.
Item 003, Traffic Management. Item 004, Central Planning Unit. Item 005, Drainage. Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam. With respect to the line item on drainage, I just want to ask the Minister, can he give us an idea, this was on 01 and 02, the number of vacancies that would exist in the drainage division?
Okay. I'll forward that to you.
You'll forward, okay, sure.
Item 006, Mechanical Services. Item 007, Maintenance. Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Just Minister, for information to the meeting, this line item of maintenance relates to maintenance of the vehicles owned by the ministry, or?
Maintenance division.
Which is not vehicles.
Yeah, that is like building maintenance and so.
Building maintenance, not
Building
vehicles.
maintenance. They maintain the Ministry of Works buildings and so, and they also work for other ministries like Ministry of Education, and so we assist all the ministries in terms of repairs and so.
Sure. So this would also, as you said, this will also assist in the maintenance of schools.
Once we have the requests and we have the available resources, yes, we do assist in schools and so.
Sure, thanks.
Item 008, Construction. Member for Oropuch East.
Much. Just two short questions, Minister. One, could you indicate us the staffing levels and the level of vacancies you will have in this construction division? And just indicate exactly what is this construction division doing, its work programs.
Right. So this department, if you note, the ministry will inspect buildings and so. So you have the office of the CTO falls. Structural inspections, and so in the event of an earthquake, the Ministry of Works will be the qualified body to go in, inspect and things like that. Yeah, and then you have the chief architect office also under that construction division.
It's your vacancies.
Sure, I'll forward that to you.
Sure.
Member for Oropuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, can you confirm whether this, under this heading, the inspection of bridges is also included? That's a separate heading?
The landslip and bridge division, they take care of that.
Thank you.
Item 012, Unemployment Relief Program. Member for Sanwa Barataria.
01, ma'am. Salaries and cost of living, Minister, in the sum of $5.6 million. Minister, can you give us, maybe you could provide it in writing if you don't have it now, breakdown of the remuneration package of the project manager and all other managers under the URP program?
The program manager and this is the unit itself. This is the public service unit. Under this unit, you have 125 staff members, approximately 20 employees. This is for that unit, the public service unit. So this will not include things like the program director and the structure that you're looking at.
So they would be paid from?
They're paid from the URP allocation.
Sure. Under the fund?
Yes.
Would that be paid out of the fund?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Item 014, Transport.
No, Madam Chair, I was still on 012.
Okay, so just now, let both of us get an understanding of what you do for me to recognize you, because it's not always clear. So whether it's you're putting up your hand, whether you're turning on your mic, I don't know. There needs to be something, because neither of us saw it. Right? But you have to do something. Okay? Yes. What number are you on?
012, the Unemployment Relief Program under construction. Can the Minister provide a list of the construction projects?
What?
Item,
Sorry.
please.
Under 008 construction, 012, the Unemployment Relief Program.
Not theirs yet? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're linking 012 with 008? That's
Yes, correct.
Separate. That's to
Under
separate it then.
008 construction,
Yeah.
Also, you're going
after
back-
that,
also-
going
so-
lower down on the page, there's
Right.
012.
That's where we are. That's
Yes.
unemployment relief program.
That's unemployment. There's no
Yes.
construction there.
Yes.
All
Basic
right.
construction.
So, okay, my question, I know that the salaries and so on here is for the office, the administration. So I want to get an idea from the minister in St. Augustine constituency what program or projects are currently ongoing, whether it is construction or maintenance or what.
Madam Chair, this is not into this item. That's under a different, that's under the program
Well,
fund.
I thought that would have followed from the question, the
Yeah.
answer that was given to Barrett Harrison.
So that construction, you'll have to ask that at a later date when we come
Okay,
under
so can
the-
we go on? 014, transport.
I will write to you, Minister.
015, maritime services. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Shogunas West.
Minister, line item 22, short-term employment. Is it that we can see a decrease in the amount of persons employed here? I see that there is a decrease of 1 million.
we try our best to maintain that. What we got is 6.5 in 2021. In 2022, we had a revise of 8. What we got now is 7 million. So we will try our best not to have any. We try to. What you see happening now is that because we are looking to fill vacancies, we move people from short term into a more permanent structure. So then that will become vacant, but there's actually a movement up from the short term to a more permanent job.
Item 002, highways. Well, the first one to catch my eyes was Orupuch East.
Surprising. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
I didn't want to be a surprise, but please proceed.
Let me get to the question. Here goes. 2.8. I'm at 2.8, Minister. If I'm looking correctly at it, there's a $19 million increase on the estimate from the revised estimate 2022 to 2023. I just wanted you to tell us, if you can, what new contracted services and works will account for this increase of $19 million, and to put it in the context, whether or not it is relevant here to ask. Does this include the upgrading, replacement of those critical security rails along the Solomon Ochoy Highway?
That security rails, that's under a different program.
Okay.
All right. This year would have accounted for the transfer from transfers from the consolidated fund, which you'll pick up later on. Because of the amount of landslips, culvert crossings, a lot of work that took place, because of the weather pattern, and so we had to ramp up the amount of work under the highways, other contracted services.
So you're saying this is to pay outstanding bills?
No. This was for a lot of additional work on
additional work,
which I could
done
always
on landslips and so on?
Yes, I could
you
always
be kind
send you a
enough to
list
commit
in,
to giving us a list of the landslips or landslides, as the case may be, that were dealt with under this particular heading?
And this would be for bringing connectivity and so back, because the land, as you're aware, we have a major landslip program as well.
Yes.
So this would be for
emergency
works and things like that.
So then it would be easy to give us a listing of the emergency works.
Sure. I wouldn't want to delay you to call it out now, but I'll send it to you.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
Member for Orupuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm that the Minister will be providing for us both the 2022 works done and the proposed 2023 works. Under the same line item, 28, as you were
I
talking
can't
about?
promise you the 2023 at this point in time because we are, under this vote under the Highways Division, we have to prioritize all the time. So at send you what was done in the last fiscal and to the best of my ability, what we have programmed going forward.
Number 4, Putras.
Thank you. Minister, line item 16, contract employment. I note that you had a 5.3 million actual spend in 2021, and your initial budget was 5.5 for 2022, but you increased it to 7 million in 23. Sorry, as you revised 22, and you're now increasing it by 300,000 again. Can you, Minister, indicate what would have happened in 2022 to prompt an increase of $1.5 million under contract employment?
That's where we strengthen the staff. Staff at the Highways Division and the maintenance capacity in St. George West. It was used to strengthen the cadre, the staff there.
Thank you, Minister. Just for my clarification, can you advise how these staff members were selected?
There's a process at the ministry for staff. Is either if it is that we need to advertise, you advertise. If not, at all districts there's a record where you go and you register your name and
that's for daily rated.
that which is for the daily rated workers. In this case, if it is that we have to bring on people on contracts, we advertise those positions externally and internally.
Thank you, Minister. I want to refer you to line item 09, rent, lease vehicles and equipment. In 2021, your actual spend was 175,500. In 2022, your revised was 1.6 million, and you're proposing to spend 1.5 million again in 23. That's a substantial jump from 175,000 in 21. Can the Minister advise what would have caused this drastic increase in the need to rent and lease vehicles and equipment?
Ramping up of the work, in most cases, this increase would have been, and I'm sure you'd see it driving to and fro Port of Spain, where we actually, the Highways Division, have embarked on a major cleaning exercise on the verges of the highway, the drains and so and culverts. We did a massive exercise on that, and this would have been for the rental of vehicles, equipment for that program. And we intend to continue that in this fiscal year because, as we are aware, the sort of inclement weather we're getting, we are seeing a very quick runoff, and that is because a lot of money went into actual cleaning.
Thank you. Line item 28, other contracted services, Minister. I noted that you undertook to give my colleague for Orpuch East a list of the works that were done with respect to the spend of $40 million in the fiscal 2022. Minister, can you also be so kind when you're giving that list to also identify the contractors and how much each contractor was paid for those projects?
I'll discuss that with the Permanent Secretary, and to whatever extent is possible, we will.
Minister, in any way, is that information privileged or confidential?
Again, I'll have to just, once it is not, I am sure we could make it available.
Thank you.
Member for Cuba South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A very pleasant good morning to the Minister and his technical staff. Minister, with respect to 28 contracted services, and you have indicated that there is a list of works to be done for 2023. Would that take into consideration there seems to be now flooding on the Solomon Huchoy Highway in the vicinity of the courts building there every time there's flooding, Claxton Bay, and I see now that it is emerging somewhere in the vicinity of Chase Village. In addition to that, this works will, in terms of this $59 million, take into consideration district works too?
The entire amount here is for district work. And as you're aware, that incident there, I think you had indicated that a major problem there was a developer higher up who backfilled some land. So there is a little challenge in that area where the ministry is looking at all the culverts and so to make sure that they can take the volume of water. But this work is for all the districts in Trinidad.
All the districts.
All the districts.
I will plead upon you because the Solomon Huchoy Highway is a major.
Yeah, and the challenge on the Solomon Huchoy Highway, some of the upstream developments now are posing a challenge to some of the culverts, and we are looking at all of them to ensure, and that is why we spend the extra 1.5 million to clean all these underground culverts and so, and the side drains and so to move the water out. But we are looking at that area. I think a request came from you, and the team went down and identified the challenges.
And in addition to that, because they said districts, at the exchange junction in Kuvadia that links with the Camden Road, I feel embarrassed as a member of parliament because on an average daily basis, at least 5 cars go down into a pothole there. On the average, 5 cars on a daily basis.
Which part you said that was?
Exchange Junction by the traffic lights.
Right.
I have been liaising, I've been pleading with the district team and all the requests to fill that, what I would term it is the biggest pothole in Trinidad and Tobago. And in spite of all my telephone requests, it is falling on deaf ears, and I have to be hearing, and I could deal with the language that constituents call and people who come from all over Trinidad and Tobago, but I'll plead with you, if that pothole, which I deem to be the largest pothole in Trinidad and Tobago, if it could be fixed within the next 24 hours.
No. So, and just to respond to that, the actual hole that you're speaking about is actually on the Camden Road.
I am very familiar with the constituency. I know where the Camden Road starts. I know where the traffic light is. I know where the lay-by is coming in of the Southern Main Road.
We will undertake to send a team today to visit it, and we will work with it. But the information I have on the whole is that we are working with I think the Camden Road falls under the Couva Regional Corporation to have that rectified. But I give you the assurance that if that is that is your concern, I will ask the Permanent Secretary to send a team today to visit it and have it sorted.
Well, teams have visited, teams have visited.
Well, now that you draw it to my attention, I give you the assurance it will be dealt with expeditiously. Don't worry about that.
Thank you very much. Save me the embarrassment.
I will. I know you're a favorite in that area. Don't worry. I wouldn't have them laugh at you.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I just want to return to line item 28. And for my clarity, I know when my colleagues asked a question on this, the proposed increase of 19 million, accepting that there may be certain exigencies or priorities that may arise in the next year, there must be a list of projects, whether landslips or otherwise, that would be contemplated for this 19 million, and that is the list we will receive from you, Minister.
I will make that available. However, the list could be varied depending on the extent of any emergency works.
Yes.
All right. But we do. That is how we come up with the budget. We provide a detailed list of projects to be done, and allocation is made, and then we utilize that allocation to the best of our ability. But I will make that available to you, bearing in mind it could vary based on emergencies that come up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, thank you for that. And also, I know in response to Member for Barataria Sawan, when he asked the list of contractors and payments made, I'm a little bit concerned with your response that, certain matters may be privileged.
No. I didn't say that. I said I would check with the Permanent Secretary, and once it is okay to do that, we will make it available. Well, I don't know if it's privilege or not, but once we talk about giving public information, I'm guided by the Permanent Secretary. And again, once there's no objection to that, it will be made available.
Well, Minister, Madam Chair, if I may redirect. Minister, this is my concern. In what circumstances would it not be okay to disclose payments made to contractors?
I have no idea, but it is just for the Permanent Secretary who is the accounting officer, once the permanent secretary said there's nothing wrong, it will be made available. As a matter of fact, I would really want to make it available to you, because at the Ministry of Works and Transport, you would recognize that we are very careful as to our tendering process and we can defend any allegations or any project that we put forward, we can defend that. So I would really want to make that available to you, and I have the permanent secretary was saying,
We do this every year.
she said that we normally do this every year. So there's nothing new asking for it, and we make it available to you. My permanent secretary said we make it available every year, and this year will be no exception.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question asked and answered.
Fair.
Madam Chair, Minister, line item 12, material and supplies. $2 million estimated this year, 100,000 increase. I want to correlate that with contract employment of 7.3 million and your daily rated of 91 million. You have a lot of bodies within that division. And I'm asking, listening to my colleagues, both Cuba South and St. Augustine, the important work that highway divisions they do, if that line item material and supplies are sufficient to do the kind of work that is required throughout the country in respect to the highways and maintenance, etc., Minister, because we have the bodies, but we're not getting the work done on a timely basis.
So what the ministry would normally do, we would utilize the money that is allocated, and if money is required, further money, we'll transfer money into this vote. So it's a normal process that once you need money, if you exhaust the allocation that you have, you actually transfer money into the vote.
I understand that, Minister, but the question I would also like to pose is that do you find that within that highways division that you have a lot of bodies not doing any work because of insufficient materials on on projects?
I don't have information on that. What the information I do have is that from time to time they will transfer money into the vote. As a matter of fact, you have to appreciate that we can spend as much money as allocated to us, but we have to work within the budgets that we have and then look within the ministry to allocate funding or move funding from one project to the other. But as I said, the ministry will submit to you a list of all the projects that was done in the last financial year, and you'll be able to judge for yourself the amount of work they did.
Thank you.
Dustin?
Thank you. Madam Chairman, it is very clear from my own experience and from the matters raised by my colleagues who represent constituencies that the liaison with the ministry and the elected representative is very poor. In many cases, the ministry officials may visit without the MP even knowing, and sometimes they go to the wrong spot. It really lengthens the time that we can bring relief to the issue. I want to ask the minister to work with the elected representatives, whether it is a member of government or a member of the opposition.
St. Augustine, I know you have a 5-minute intervention. I've allowed your preamble. If you could, therefore, direct us to a line item. Okay, please.
Of course. So, with regards to the highways, where the minister indicated that they are doing a lot of the culverts, the crossings on the highways and major roadways under the highways division. While I observe that we do see a lot of equipment clearing the culverts along the major roadways, the water has nowhere to go when it...
So what you're on, remember I said last week, and this is very early in the day, and therefore it's a good time to say it to guide all of us. Not every tangential thing that is said in a response or is something for us to delve in deeper in this process.
Sorry.
Okay, this process has a very defined ambit. Okay, so not because the minister in expanding and to some member for some question on their line item, gives us other information that is the basis of the remit of this committee for us to interrogate. So I said I allowed you a preamble because you have 5 minutes. Let's get to the item you want us to focus on.
All right. Forgive me for not calling the line item at the beginning. It is 002 highways, 28 other contracted services. The increase in $19 million, where the minister has indicated that he's doing a lot of maintenance work along the main the highways and main roads and so on, where the culverts are concerned. My concern is when after they clear the part by the highway, there's nowhere for the water to go. So there are a lot of, for instance, abandoned carony lands. And on the weekend, we saw the highway in the vicinity of Trinity being flooded. And while the ministry will have done work along the highway, the drains, the water courses south of the Churchill Roosevelt Highway in the back of Blue Waters and so on, those channels are not clear. So my question is whether those water courses will be included in this maintenance work on the highways to take the water out to the main channel.
What we're dealing here with is highways. Highways are responsible for highways and main roads. What you're talking about is a drainage program, and that will come under drainage. The highways, and they are not responsible under this vote for cleaning water courses. Water courses is done by the drainage division. And I can assure you, as we go in, you'll see the amount of work that the drainage division did throughout Trinidad and the different regions. Highways can't deal with drainage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I note that under line item 43, the initial allocation for 2022 was 3.5 million, but the minister is estimating to have spent 4.5 million in security services for 2022 and is budgeting the same figure for 2023. Can the minister advise what would have caused this increase in the allocation request for security services?
And some outstanding bills. So this will be used to clear all the outstanding bills.
Minister, one last question under this sub-item. I note for sub-item, not under this sub-item, under sub-item 15, repairs and maintenance for equipment. You spent an actual spend of 46,000 in 2021, and you have an estimate for 100,000 during the current fiscal. You had last year you had an estimate of 100,000 as well, but you only spent 75. My question is whether this is sufficient to ensure that all equipment that falls under the Highways Division is properly maintained and functional.
Madam Chair, what we normally do, we spend the allocation that we have, and then we will either transfer funding to the vote or we go back in the media review for additional funding.
All right, but if I may, your allocation for 22 was $100,000, and you only spent 75, which meant that you did not spend your full allocation.
Right.
Therefore, it must mean, logically, that sufficient work was done to ensure that the equipment at your disposal was fully functional, which is why you did not use up your full allocation.
So, again, we would have, this indicated that the projected spend would have been 75,000, right? This year, we are allocated 100,000. The division will once the money is required, will try its best to spend that money. And if additional funding is required, then we will either transfer money into it or go back in the media review. All right, the equipment repairs and so on the highway division is really done by the mechanical service division, and we recognize that there is a little supply challenge now in getting parts and so for vehicles, and that delays, sometimes it delays the actual repairs.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Madam Chairman, just to inform the House that the Minister of Finance has indicated that where there are any shortages, particularly in this ministry, the Ministry of Finance will make the requisite inputs to ensure that the shortage is rectified. So I hope that gives some solace to the members.
Thank you. Member for Chagonas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 28, I just returned to register two venues I know your team is here with you, and I usually get a response from you when I reach out. One of those urgent areas which would need some clearance is the at Warren Road, that culvert that goes below the highway, and Ramlal Trace Extension. They are very urgent, Minister, so I appeal to you on the record.
Thank you very much. Line item 13, the maintenance of vehicles. Minister, can you just give us an indication of how many vehicles that the Highways Division, currently have, and how many are functional as to those that are non-functional?
Okay, I'll submit that to you at a later date.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to stay with the same line item to also make an appeal to the Minister. Line item, other contracted services, for some additional work to be done at the end of the highway, where we have that roundabout that has seemed to be the site of substantial number of accidents, including fatalities. So I want to appeal to the Minister to try to do some more work at that roundabout to ensure that we have a greater visibility and definitely prevention of further loss of life.
Madam Chair, that will not come under this line item. That is under the traffic management, and you'll recognize that a lot of work went in there, and very soon you'll see some more work taking place there, because the ministry would have taken possession of some new equipment that will put in rumble strips and so painted on the roadway, not only there but in any area that is prone to be a dark spot or a high-risk area.
Item 003, traffic management. Item, Member for Chaguanas East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 003, traffic management. Minister, item 16, contract employment, and 22, short-term employment. I note your allocations as well as the revised estimates, which signifies commitments under these two line items. Minister, given that contract employment and short-term employment are catered for in allocations, as well as I'm sure they are daily rated employees here, can you state why does traffic management continuously rely on regional corporation teams to execute their job in terms of installation of humps, etc., when you have that catered for here?
I don't know where that came from, but we don't depend on regional corporations. As a matter of fact, my information is that the traffic management branch, once they approve humps, because they are the only ones allowed to approve humps, they will put the relevant teams together to do it. What happens sometimes is that you see regional corporations installing humps without the permission of the traffic management. Now, it's sometimes what we do, we work hand in hand with corporations, where we from time to time will assist the corporations, and if there's any need in a corporation that these humps are approved and the corporation have the available resources, we will work with them. You would recognize that under the PURE project, about 40% of the money goes back into regional corporation roads and so. So we have an approach where the Ministry of Works will work along with all the corporations. What we did last year, we had a program where the Ministry of Works would have offered hot mix to all the corporations, and to utilize their teams to help to patch their areas by us giving them material. So there's no problem in if the Ministry of Works and the regional corporation work together to get certain projects done. However, once a hump is approved by the traffic management branch, they will make the necessary resources available to come in and do it.
Member for Chaguanas.
Madam Chair, just a follow-up question. Minister, if you are not aware, I'm informing you now. Regional corporation teams await mix from traffic management. Yes, they work hand in hand, provision of vehicles, etc., to transport the materials to have the humps, etc., installed. The teams from regional corporations are installing humps for traffic management. Sometimes they await these materials up to 2 p.m. in the day. So if you are not aware, I'm informing you now. Your PS is here, so you all can look into this because it is catered here for under these line item for traffic management to do the installation. Nothing as it relates to corporations installing humps on their own. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Which roads you're referring to?
What do you mean, which roads? Local roads?
The impression you give me is that you have evidence of that, but I'd like to know which road it is that you saw that happening.
So, Minister, recently you would be aware that I wrote you regarding a listing, and it has happened previously over the years.
Most of the roads on the listing were roads within under the remit of the regional corporation. So that is why there's a working relationship where the ministry will accommodate the regional corporations and the regional corporations will accommodate the ministry. It's just a relationship that we have. So there's nothing wrong in the Ministry of Works and the regional corporations working together to assist the regional corporations if they request humps in their roads. So it's a working. I don't see it as a problem if the Ministry of Works and the regional corporation work hand in hand. The only way we could address the problem of potholes and some of the challenges on the road is if the Ministry of Works and the regional corporation work hand in hand. That is why the Ministry of Works took the initiative to give the corporations free hot mix, because what we recognize, we had a line phone number for patching potholes. 75% of the requests that we got were from local government roads, and the corporations were complaining that they didn't have funding. So what we did is that we told them that you have the labor, we will give you the material. And that way we could have the problem arrested. Unfortunately, a lot of corporations did not participate. So again, Madam Chair, I just want to reiterate.
You missed my entire point as it relates to the line item.
I have no problem with us working together.
All right, so can we go on to, I think the point has been made on both sides. And can we go on to another item? Member for Shogunas West.
Madam Chair, with your permission, I just want to follow on the Minister's statement of the working together with the corporation and the ministry.
I'll give you a little guidance. If maybe you could bring that a line item rather than this sort of general planning discussion.
Yes.
Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the line item I would like to look at, and I know we have moved on to 003. May I bring it under line item, and I will bring it under line item 28, please. Minister, in terms of the other contracted services, your recent statement about the different entities working together, Minister, I just want to place on the record that there has been a request by myself since September 2020 for Ministry of Works, the regional corporation, in this case Tunapuna Piaka Regional Corporation, and the Ministry of Public Utilities and local government ministry too, to work together regarding Bokal Road. So that it is a request that I have also made to get all the relevant ministries involved. And so I would ask if the Ministry of Works can follow up. I have been liaising with the various ministries, the entities, and the ministry itself, if we could have a collaborative effort for Bokal Road, please. It is critical, it is urgent, and people are losing their lives and their vehicles in that road. So I place that on the record, please.
This other contracted services, this has nothing to do with roads and so. This has to do with the traffic lights and so. Bokal Road don't have traffic lights. This is to deal with the traffic lights and so.
Minister, does it have to deal with also the placing of signs on roads in terms of the weight on the road?
Right. So
yes, this falls squarely in Bokal Road because that is one of the problems as well. So if it is signage, it falls under that.
This is not signage. This is not signage. This is for traffic lights and so, not signage. Material and services and material and supplies will come under signage. So this is for the traffic lights and the signalized intersections, and so the pedestrian crossing where you have the lights, and so this is what this vote is for. But I take your point on the Biokal Road. As you are aware, the Biokal Road have moved from a more or less an agricultural access road to now a commercial road, where you have a road under the regional corporation where you have a lot of industrial trucks and so passing, and that is the problem. The Ministry of Works did rehabilitate the road a couple of years ago. However, the usage of the road is different to what the road was designed for. So it will take some work to get that road to a standard.
Are we still on the general discussion?
Yes.
Or,
Yes, please, Madam Speaker.
I understand the excitement and the anxiety for us to engage this particular minister, certainly on behalf of our constituents. But again, I would want to guide members back to the main objective. And I'm sure, Member for Chaguanas West, from your other hat that you wear, you understand what the substantive issue is.
Yes.
Okay, so please.
But, Madam Chair, I take your guidance. I just wish to say that we have the minister here, and so we are taking advantage.
Thoroughly sympathetic.
Yes, thank you,
right?
Madam Chair.
But again, we have to be within our remit. And again, I assure members, because of the other avenues available to you, I'm sure you can pursue it within this space under the other avenues. Okay? And you know, your questions on notice, your motions on the adjournment, just to remind members, because I know we just had a little break. But, okay, so I understand. Item 004, Central Planning Unit. Item 005, Drainage. And I'm going to surprise the member for Oropuchis. I did not see his hand first. Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, can I point you to line item 09, rent, lease vehicles and equipment. Can you provide us in writing with a list of the vehicles and the equipment, which I suspect is heavy equipment for the drainage division? Give us a list of that equipment, and two, the vendors that are supplying those pieces of equipment on the lease.
Apply you with that, just to point out that this is under the bonded, CTB bonded contractors listing. So we will give you a detailed breakdown of all the equipment that would have been utilized using the CTB bonded contractors list.
Just a follow-up, Madam Chair. Minister, taking a look at the fact that over the annual rent value is between $30 and $40 million a year, has the ministry made any consideration in terms of purchasing especially heavy equipment, not necessarily the vehicles, but the heavy equipment part as part of your asset base to deal with the issues of drainage and so on?
That consideration is not one that the ministry is going to consider at this point in time, because, again, we use the competitive tendering process through the CTB, the Central Tenders Board, and they take, for instance, on this project here, on this line item here, we had in excess of 400 projects. If the ministry has to buy equipment to do 400 projects, and then to hire the staff to do that and everything, it will be quite a phenomenal sum of money. So it is not something that will be considered at the ministry at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Barataria Sanwa.
You want to go? Oh, sorry. I wasn't recognized. Yes.
You don't want to ask a question?
No.
Okay,
no,
so please proceed.
I have to represent my constituents. Ma'am, at 09, rent, lease, vehicles and equipment, the allocation of $39 million for fiscal 2023. Minister, I would have written the ministry some time ago asking for the roadway, the drains along the El Socorro main road to be cleaned because there's a lot of buildup. I met with some officials from the ministry, and they did inform me that there's difficulty with the equipment in terms of the gully sucker. That there's not enough of those equipment available to the ministry. When it rains, the entire roadway floods very easily because the drain capacity has been reduced because of the buildup of the mud and the garbage. Can you indicate whether or not this ministry is going to acquire more of those equipment, those heavy equipment, to really clean out of those drains?
That will be a project. As I said, we have intensified the cleaning of these underground drains, culverts, and so, and we are making arrangements to have these vehicles leased for this purpose. So you will see some. I understand that Elsico road that you're talking about is on the program for the Silton. Because of the nature of the area, there's always a build-up under these drains.
Can I just add one more area also, Minister?
Sure, why don't you just send it to me in writing, and I'll make sure I have it on the program.
See, I want to put it on record because, Minister, we write and we don't get responses really sometimes. So if I have it on the record, you will remember also for next year's meeting, providing you're still the Minister.
Many avenues open to you to get it on the record.
Use Parliament question
Which,
time.
from my observations, I know you know them, you've used them.
Thank you.
So let's rely on those other avenues and not use this as a platform for every 41 constituency asking the minister for their all urgent requests.
Sure. Ma'am, I have a follow-up. May I?
Please.
Yeah. Minister, can you say how many of those gully sucker equipment are available to the ministry?
Well, we actually liaise with WASA. WASA are the ones who provide this to the ministry, and we liaise with WASA to utilize their.
So the ministry has none?
No, the ministry don't own any gully sucker. What we do, we rent them from either private individuals or we utilize WASA stock.
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, line item 28. I see, Minister, there is a 4.7 million increase. What does this entail under other contracted services?
This is where, again, you do the contracts for the Silton and so, where you would actually, rather than rent one CTB listing for the rental of equipment, you actually tender out contracts. So some jobs may need several pieces of equipment, and it's done basically like a job. Under the CTB tender listing, we actually rent the equipment by the hour at a rate tendered to the CTB for. Under the other contracted services is where we do other contracts and so under drainage.
Okay.
Yeah. And you recognize that a lot of money went into these votes during the year because the ministry did, and these I estimate the figures could be much more than this when you get the actual spend later on, because a lot of work went into the silting and maintenance work to ensure that with the early rainy season this year that we had a quick runoff in the areas, and I think we have seen the effects of that.
Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much. Rent lease vehicle equipment again. Just to follow up on Samuel Barrett area, historically this has been the situation where the Ministry of Works would borrow, rent, or so these gully suckers from WASA to clean areas. Now that's a very important function, because a lot of this road flooding really results not just from river and so on, but these box drains and so on that build enormous silt and mud and so on. Has the ministry under this heading explored any possibility to just acquire 1 or 2 or 3 of that piece of equipment to use for the ministry's purpose?
Yes.
And the other point I want to make, well, your answer is yes, so that's fine. Minister, there's an elephant in the room, and it's not Lord Ganesh. At 09, $34 million at actual 2021 lease vehicles and so on. Earlier we saw $44 million other contracted service, fiscal 2021. In the budget, the minister made an amazing, fascinating statement. He said that the deterioration of the roads had to do with the pandemic. Now, it's not that the roads needed vaccinated as well, but what he was suggesting is that there was because of the pandemic, roads were not maintained, they were not rehabilitated, and so on. Could you tell us exactly when did works stop during that period? Because according to our records, it was just a period of March 2020 to May 2020, then another stop and open again by July 2021. Because it's a situation where we paid $34 million for rental of vehicles during the same period. We did contracted services for $44 million, but we didn't work. We didn't get the work done because of the pandemic. You can explain that for us and tell us, according to the ministry record, when did work stop and restart during that period, fiscal 2021, fiscal 2022?
Could I?
Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, can you ask the member to explain where does this fit under this particular head, that question?
I'm suggesting $4 million was spent in 2021 fiscal. But it was also, it was spent during the time of the pandemic.
That's for rent, Lisa?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm asking that in contracted services as well, $44 million was spent, right? Yet the Minister of Finance indicated that rehabilitation deteriorated, works deteriorated, road deteriorated because of pandemic. When did you stop work and when did you start work?
Contracted services, just remind me what line item.
That was previously highways.
No, we're under 005.
Yeah, well, we're on drainage now and I'm 009. And look, I'm on 28 as well, other contracted services.
Yes.
You'll see $13 million.
Yes.
Yeah, 13.6 for the same period. All I'm asking is, Minister, could you tell us when work start, when it stopped first, when it's restart? That's all.
Well, I just again, member, I'm not here to judge the importance. I'm sure it's important, but again, relevance for this exercise.
We'll get to it later, I guess.
Thank you very much. Member for Couva South.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, I have listened to the Minister and I will send him an urgent, or send him a reminder as it relates to the flooding that continues to plague the southern main road in Couva from Isaac Junction to Savannah Junction.
Governors West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 9, I'm still with that line item, following on my colleagues. Minister, would you be able to tell us when there is a leasing of or renting, as the case may be, of equipment, particularly gully soccer, by the Ministry of Works? Who has the overall control of the equipment for that day or period of time?
Again, if the equipment is requested from WASA, or then it will be requested and for a specific job. It is not that you get it for a certain job for a period of time. The ministry, technical officers in the ministry are the ones who will determine that.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Minister, I asked the question in the context of a recent experience with the gully soccer in Frederick Settlement. And if I may just point out, it is something that, and I'm still on this line item, renting, leasing equipment, that on this particular occasion, it was earlier this year in Frederick Settlement when the Ministry of Works came in with the gully soccer. I did meet both Ministry of Works, Corporation, and WASA representatives, and they started the gully sucking work on the drains, and within an hour the diesel ran out. And even though I volunteered to pay for further diesel, they just said, no, that is the end of work for the day. So this is why I ask who has overall control, because you have a wastage of a whole day when the diesel ran out that morning and they just packed up and left for the day.
Madam Chair, through you, I think the member would recognize that that was an emergency job that we asked WASA to step in and assist us. It was not where we rented the gully soccer or anything. It was an emergency. There was some flooding in the area, and again, all hands on deck. The regional corporation came out, WASA came out, and the Ministry of Works, and it was we asked WASA to come in and to bring some level of relief. It was not that we rented it for the day or anything like that.
Member for Couva.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 28, other contracted services. And Minister, firstly, let me say a very sincere thank you to the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry who would have responded to the several letters that I have written to you over the years gone by, requesting help and support. And right here in the same Standing Finance Committee last year, I would have made reference to the responses that I would have gotten from the PS acknowledging receipt of my letter. And it's before the ministers, for the minister's attention, passing to the Chief Technical Officer and so forth. However, Minister, there are a lot of outstanding works that need to be done under this line item, which I have already highlighted to you. One of the major pieces of work that I would like to bring to your attention this morning is with respect to the retaining wall in the La Cuesa River. That was a project that was investigated. We had site visits along that La Cuesa River. The cleaning of the La Cuesa River from Sinastri Street all the way to the Orangefield Main Road. There's a lot of debris along there, causing significant flooding.
So again, Member for Kuvanaut, I've allowed you to list one and so on. Again, I try to persuade members, this is not what this exercise is about.
What I would like to ask the Honourable Minister then, in that case, Madam Speaker, through you, is if it is that consideration can be given in going forward with respect to that retaining wall along the banks of that La Cuesa River, because persons' houses are going to be eroded if it's not addressed in the upcoming fiscal term. Honourable Minister, can you advise us if it is that it's on the program to have that area cleaned and to have that retaining wall constructed?
Program and to see what level of priority we can give it. Again, once the work schedule is done, we sometimes have to reprioritize based on emergencies and so. But the Permanent Secretary has given the assurance that she will take note of what you said and see where it is on the program.
Thank you most kindly, Honourable Minister. Minister, in addition to that line item 9, following up from what my colleague from Barataria Sawa had indicated, also we face a similar problem along the southern main road in the Edinburgh area, where as soon as it is flooded out.
I want to caution you. I've stopped Barataria San Juan with that sort of thing. I've stopped Shogunas West. I know you've been here listening attentively. Let's use the other avenues available to us. If under every line item, all 41 sit here and talk about their individual projects, we're not going to get through what the demands of this.
Sure, Madam Speaker,
right?
thank you. However, when we sit here in this SFC, and over the previous sittings, I would have raised questions with the Honourable Minister concerning certain line items, and the Minister has given the undertaking. What I would simply like to ask for the Minister an update on those previous undertakings that he would have given. If it has not been completed, which it hasn't, if it is that consideration can be made as we go forward in this fiscal term, especially with that gully sucker along that southern main road in Edinburgh. That is something that the officials at Ministry of Work Central Division has significantly cooperated with us. They have performed several site visits with Councillor Dubraj Prasad and residents of that area, and we really would like consideration to be given in going forward.
Okay, thank you very much. Yes, Member for.
Very much. Madam Speaker, as is the norm, when ministers give undertakings during Standing Finance Committee or in other circumstances, they all submit the written information, and all of the undertakings that the minister gave on the last occasion have been submitted within the time specified for its submission. So I'm surprised that Cooper North doesn't have that information, because it was submitted.
All right.
Thank you, Honourable Member for Diego Martin, Northeast.
Member for Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two interventions. One is just a concern that I've noticed running through the estimates so far for this ministry, and specifically under this head, drainage. I refer to sub-item 13, and I want to tie it to sub-item 09. I notice continuously under this ministry there's been a reduction in the spend for maintenance and an increase in the spend for rent or lease for vehicles and equipment. So I'm just noticing that because I'll pick it up at a later point in time as well. But I want to go back to sub-item 28, Minister, and ask if you could provide a listing of the services which would warrant this expenditure both in 2022 revised and in projected for 2023.
Remember, this maintenance of vehicles is not the vehicles that we have also the mechanical division, and they handle the more industrial commercial vehicles. This maintenance of vehicles are smaller vehicles, the small probably cars and so that the unit actually use. But in terms of the commercial industrial vehicles that we use on drainage, like backhoes and things like that, is covered under the mechanical section. So you would see maintenance of vehicles for units, and then you'll see the ministry commercial vehicles under mechanical. So that was it. And just to, Madam Chair, if you just permit me, the member before, that river was cleaned in July, 6th of July to the 4th of August 22 at a cost of $54,000 by a company called Outsource Enterprises Limited. To the member for Couva North, for the question, the river that he had posed, it was actually done in this financial year, and additional work will continue as we go along.
Item 006. Member for Couva South. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, and again, not going down into any of the specifics and so on, but when you utilize the underlying item 28, other contracted services, in the context of ongoing flooding and so on, I would plead with you to deal with your technical team, especially your director of drainage and so on, to focus on the cleaning of not only main roads, but outfall drains that leads to the respective, whether it is the Gulf of Paria and so on, because the failure to clean these outfall drains, which was done by Carney in 1975 Limited, it continues to impact upon flooding in South and Central Trinidad.
And Madam Chair, to give the member that assurance, we started this year program with 287 projects. We did an additional 190 projects, and that will be shown on the increase in the funds for the line items. We take cleaning drains, the outfall drains, very seriously, and that is why you'd see this year a lot of focus was moved to actual cleaning of water courses and so. And it's, as we go later on into the program, you'd see where money was transferred from some capital projects under drainage into this program, because we had an early rainy season this year, and we anticipated that the rainy season would have been very difficult for us, and that is why we have this quick runoff whenever we have these downpours. So we are considering that, and a lot of extra work went in this year in both the 28 and the 09 under drainage and under highways.
So on that said line item, whilst I'm not the member of parliament for these areas, but the Carney River Embankment project.
So that is an ongoing project, and I mean, we talk about it when we come to that line item. Yes. That is not under this program.
I confirm that the minister agreed to provide in writing the list of the contracted services and their service providers for 2022 and 23. All right, thank you.
Yeah. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention back to line item 28, other contracted services. Honourable Minister, on the 11th of January 2021, I would have written to you, which I did receive an acknowledgement.
Member for Couva North, I indicated more than once. I've indicated to you again, let's not use this for that purpose. Okay? Do you have something else you want to raise?
Madam Chair, I would like to ask the Honourable Minister, with respect to the cleaning of the outfall drains that you have indicated, that you would, in terms of the program coming forward, if it is that the Johnny Lai outfall drain, the John Passad outfall drain, the MacBean outfall, the Wyerby outfall, and the Blackman Trace outfall, along with the Waterloo outfall drains, if those are on your program of works for the upcoming fiscal term. Those drains definitely need to be cleaned, and we're looking forward to your support in having it done. Can you identify if it is that it's on the program of works and going forward for this fiscal term?
The Minister said noted, and I think in response to an earlier question, concerning what is on the list of contracted services. It says the permanent secretary will undertake to say what is intended, but also the overriding consideration is that even if they have a program of work, emergencies may arise that might cause shifting of priorities. I think I've heard that at least 5 times under this item.
I accept what you're saying, Madam Chair. However, this is extremely important to the constituents of Covenant, and I really need to impress upon the Minister. Minister, this is something that we need in addition to that, the cleaning of the river mouths of the major river, other than doing the piecemeal cleaning along the rivers, the cleaning of the river mouths of the Diana River, the Honda River, and the Laquesa River.
Member for Couva
it needs
North,
to be done.
We've heard you. I hope you have heard us. Item 006, mechanical services. Item, we moving on or we are on the 06? Okay, member for Old Pooch West.
All right, so thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, the minister earlier, just before, indicated that the repair and maintenance of vehicles would have fallen under this line for the heavy equipment that was being used under mechanical services. But I note that there's been a reduction in the actual spend. Well, you had estimated 500,000, but you only spent 375,000. And this is under mechanical services, maintenance of vehicles. Just to note that for future reference, Minister, because we are going to do a couple of the others.
Which one are you on the line? Item 15 or 13?
15.
Yes. So that's repair and maintenance of equipment?
Yes.
Yes, okay, sure.
Under the previous head, the minister indicated that the repairs and maintenance of the heavier pieces of equipment actually fall under here. But on this line item, we see, even for equipment itself, it's not a substantial amount of money for the kind of equipment that we have under the Ministry of Works. And I'm aware, Minister, of several pieces of heavy equipment that are in completely unusable conditions right now, which may result in you having to engage in additional renting and leasing of vehicles outside of the ministry.
$1.7 million. This year we have an allocation of 1 million, and like the last fiscal, once we need the funds, we will move money around, and we have also had the commitment from the Minister of Finance that if additional funding is needed for any of the line items, it will be provided in the mid-year review. But the idea is to spend what we have, and then either we transfer funds or we go back to the Minister of Finance for funds.
Item 007, maintenance. Member from Maruga, Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister. Minister, just for my understanding, and I'll raise the question on the 13, maintenance of vehicle, or 15, repairs and maintenance of equipment. As regards to the county offices, what equipments are assigned to them? Because currently, when it comes to Victoria in the Princestown area, that office, I don't want to say never has vehicles, but we always have to be in a process with regards to bartering with the corporation to get a vehicle to move material, even barcodes. So I'm asking with regards to the different offices, what vehicles or what fleet the ministry assigned to the different county offices.
Maintenance division. What the member is speaking about is the different, like the highways divisions and so, the district offices. These vehicles you have here is vehicles for the unit office, the office unit. So this has nothing to do with the equipment that you're speaking about. That is under the district offices.
Okay, Minister, I'll raise the question again.
Member for Old Pooch West. Item 008, construction. Item 009, environmental health and safety unit. Item 010, traffic warden unit. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 16, contract employment. Can the Minister advise how many warm bodies are contracted under this line item?
So we have 221 positions. We have 221 vacant positions at this time. And in this financial year, we intend to actually start the recruitment of additional 100. Because as you're aware, we have to put them through training. And so, and what we recognize with the traffic wardens is actually a stepping stone for people to move on to either to the National Police service. So we do have a fairly quick turnover, because once they come into the system and they get the experience, then they move on to a different level of security.
Thank you very much, Minister. 221 vacant positions is really a significant figure, and that really explains why it is we don't have the visibility of the traffic wardens in the Karapichaima and Couva area. One of the major areas that we have significant traffic pile-up is at the Exchange, by that traffic light in Exchange there, and also at the Triangle in Chase Village. Those are two areas that significantly bottleneck, and it's hours of productive man-hours that citizens lose on the day. And the Prime Minister, he spoke to this in his presentation with respect to the time in which people leave home. They can spend less time in traffic, and when you're in traffic, you burn more fuel, etc. The Prime Minister spoke about this, and taking into what the Prime Minister has said, it is clear that citizens can't leave home at a different time when they have to reach to work for a certain time.
I think you're going a little wider than what we're doing here. We heard your point about the number of vacancies. We heard the point about the additional that are going to be recruited out of that total number of vacancies. And we heard your point with respect to the lack of visibility. Okay? Let's please try to keep ourselves.
So moving into the question and basically requesting of you, Honourable Minister, that consideration definitely be given to the Triangle in Chase Village, along with the Exchange traffic light, and in the Couva area, along the Couva Main Road.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, you just indicated that there were 221 vacancies at present, but you moved this is under line item 16. So we have 21,500,000 revised estimate for 2022. You're proposing to fill 221 vacancies in 2023, but your increased estimate is $100,000. The maths is not matching, if you understand what I'm saying. If you are filling 221 vacancies, you should have seen an increase in the spend from 2022 to 2023, but you're not seeing that.
Madam Chair, I mean, we don't just advertise and then take on. There's a process to fill these traffic ones. We have to go through the OLEP for training and so. However, once the funding again is required, two things will happen. Either funds will be transferred once we get them on, because it takes a while to bring them on. We have right now 650 traffic wardens. But as I said before, you have a frequent turnover of traffic wardens, because they use that as a stepping stone to go on to a higher level of security officers. Once the officers are on board, money will either be transferred into the vote, or we go back to the Ministry of Finance for additional funding in the mid-year review. So we have 650 now, and we're hoping to get on an additional 100 this year. And the funding will be made available, again, through transfers to the line item or going back to the Ministry of Finance if required.
All right, Minister, I understand that. However, this is called the estimates of expenditure for the year.
Right.
You have indicated that there's an intention to commit certain types of expenditure. You're going to fill 221 vacancies. Therefore, your estimate should have reflected the intention to fill those vacancies, but it does not at this point.
Madam Chair, if we look at the 2021, it's 20 million. This year we go up to 21.6 million. Again, it takes a while to bring them on. So once we do the advertising for them, then we have to work with OLEP to start the training and so before they actually come out and start to draw a salary. We can't give an exact date for that as yet.
I understand that, Minister, but I'm using your words. You intend to hire 221 new persons in 2023, but your figure for salaries, your figure for payment here, for contract employment, does not reflect increased hiring in 2023. I understand that you have the option to go to the Minister of Finance for additional funding, but you should have reflected here the intention to hire. That's not reflected, Minister.
Okay. So again, the 21.6 million, the permanent secretary has indicated that has taken that into consideration because of the time of the year they may come on, based on the time it takes to bring to advertise and to actually have the traffic wardens on board actually receiving a salary.
So then, are you saying that in 2022, you had 221 vacancies also existing? Is it that we have a rotation of persons going out and coming in?
Yes.
So that in 2022 you did not have your full complement. You still had 200 something odd vacancies.
Well, it could have been less than that, because I mean they don't leave at the beginning of the year. It could have been, and they don't advertise when they leave in. So it could have been some people left the last month, and they draw the salary for 11 months in the year. So I don't have a date as to when the 221 vacancies would have arisen.
Member for Buruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. Minister, and this goes to, with regards to my colleagues' comment with regards to the visibility of the traffic wardens. I am facing a situation in Victoria where they don't have a vehicle, so they don't venture more than 30 feet from the office that they are stationed. I would have written to their... I'm raising that with regards to item 13, maintenance of vehicle. The question is, each unit assigned a vehicle? Because this one in particular doesn't have a vehicle. So they are not able to...
Madam Chairman, there was a challenge at that location, however, that was solved. So the permanent secretary has indicated that there are sufficient vehicles in the unit to have them. So from time to time, if the unit goes down, we may have to reallocate the traffic wardens in the area, but the idea is to ensure that all the units have the sufficient vehicles.
Minister, not to question the response you just gave, but I use this, that area, and I'm telling you, the traffic wardens, they're stationed there every morning. I have to pass there to go to my office. And also, I would have written to get them to go to the community center when there are functions, and also to the health center. Also, we have an ongoing project from Ministry of Works. The roadway had collapsed, and I tried to get them on site, and because they have no vehicle, they cannot respond.
Okay, so I take note of what you're saying, and I'll ask them to look into the matter to have that problem, if there's a problem, to have it solved.
There is one, and I appreciate your consideration.
Okay, Captain. Item 011, Program Monitoring and Evaluation Unit. Item 012, Unemployment Relief Program. Member from Buruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with regards to the unemployment relief program, and with regards to the assignment of repairs and maintenance of equipment, and also materials and supplied. Minister, is this with regards to them executing projects, or this is just with regards to the allocation for the program? The unit, okay. Well, with
the office, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Madam Chair, item 21, repairs and maintenance of buildings, 2023 estimate of 1 million. Minister, can you shed some light on which buildings are to benefit from this particular allocation?
Well, we have an allocation of 1 million here, and you'd recognize that the URP program have moved away from renting buildings. And what they're actually doing now, they're renovating Ministry of Works buildings that we have, and they're actually moving the offices into Ministry of Works building to avoid having to pay any rent. So last year, I think they would have moved out from about 6 buildings where URP are actually renovating the buildings to occupy. So this will go into some, once we identify the buildings that we want to move whichever office to, and this money will be used to renovate those buildings. URP right now, I think it's just one building that they continue to rent. Yeah, one or two buildings that they continue to rent. The idea is to move them out into government-owned buildings and use that money to hire bodies instead of actually paying rent. And there is some repair in Couva and Chaguanas to take place from this money. I think that's the point you wanted to find out, right?
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention back to this line item 08 rent lease.
02?
Of 08.
Right.
Yeah. Minister, you indicated that URP is moving away from renting buildings, but what I'm seeing here in the 2021 actual spend is 2.7 million, but the revised estimate of 2022 is 5 million. That's a significant increase. It appears as though you have rented more buildings in this fiscal term than in the previous fiscal term for URP. Can you explain?
Yeah, we had some outstanding rents owing, and as we move out from buildings, we actually pay them off. So this is really outstanding rents. As I said before, I think the indication is that URP is just renting about 2 buildings now, one of which will be vacated.
Thank you very much, Minister. And are you still owing on those rental, or have you cleared off the bills?
That I will have to check on, because for quite a while the URP have been owing on several buildings, and that is why the shift to moving into buildings owned by the Ministry of Works, because we do have accommodation throughout Trinidad.
But what we are seeing here is for this fiscal term, you also have another $5 million allocated for this line item.
Right.
Which, and if it is that you are moving away, is it that?
This will indicate that we do have some outstanding rent, and once the money in this vote is not required, then it will be transferred to other line items where you indicated that the money was not sufficient. You don't think the money would have been sufficient. This is where the money that is not utilized will be transferred to supplement those votes.
Thank you, Minister. Would you be kind enough to provide us in writing the details of the rental that the 2022 fiscal allocation was utilized towards paying?
Sure.
Thank you.
Item 014, Transport Division. Item 015, Maritime Services. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 22, short-term employment. Minister, can you advise the number of persons that were recruited under this line item for the last fiscal term?
Go ahead. What? Could I just have a repeat of that?
The number of persons that was recruited under this line item.
Transport Division. Which one is that?
You'd have to get that.
I'll have to get that on.
No problem, Minister. Yeah. And also for line item 16, contract employment. For the 2022 estimate, it was 1.5 million. However, we see only half of that was utilized under contract employment. Can you tell us how many vacancies exist in Maritime Services Division?
Yeah, sure. Yes. Okay, I'll have to submit that to you.
And also, if you can let us know when those vacant positions are going to be filled.
Sure.
Taking that into...
the division intend to employ in 2023, so we intend to fill those vacancies.
Thank you. Thank you for indicating that you intend to fill those vacancies. However, when we look at the revised estimate now, for 2022, it's at 750. But if we are going to fill the vacancies, how it is that the 2023 fiscal allocation is less than the revised estimate for 2022, because it's only showing 650 here.
Yeah, well, again, if there's a fall short of the funding, we will transfer money into the vote. 1, 2, we go back to the mid-year review, and 3, we work with the Ministry of Finance to ensure that the money that is required will be made available. We have gotten that commitment from the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 016, Procurement Unit. Member for Barataria, San Juan.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, at line item 01, Traveling and Subsistence. And for the last fiscal year, I see that you had a whopping $5,000 spent on this line item for the procurement unit. And this will give an indication of the staff that is at that unit. Minister, your ministry is involved in some of the largest projects and the multi-million-dollar projects, and I think it's undesirable to have such a small allocation being made for such a unit. Is this unit properly staffed? And if so, can you tell us how many persons belong to this unit?
Which item are you on now?
01, ma'am.
Traveling and subsistence?
Yes.
So you want to know how many people traveling and subsistence
Yes,
will
please.
cover? Yes.
The unit is well staffed at this point in time. However, the staffing is from the existing staff of the ministry. So they would receive their traveling and subsistence under a different vote.
But
Okay.
I think the question I allowed is how many persons will be covered by this traveling and subsistence.
At this point in time, we have not hired any additional persons. So this is just a budgeted figure. We have an advertisement out now. I think the advertisements have started for the unit. Once that the existing staff come in, then the terms and conditions for them will be reviewed. But the staff who's manning the unit now will be staff from the Ministry of Works and Transport who are being paid for under other line items.
So, Minister, just to confirm, you said there are 4 persons in that unit?
No.
How many persons?
There are about 21 persons in that
21 persons from that unit who were pulled from persons within the ministry.
Yes.
But when we did a couple line items earlier, we recognized there were a lot of vacancies within the ministry.
Yeah.
So then you pull staff from that particular general administration into this procurement unit, thereby reducing the manpower there now and then having an incomplete or insufficiently staffed procurement unit. Minister, can you indicate how many persons you are willing to hire in this next fiscal year going forward for this unit?
So that under 01. I think that's what we were discussing, 01.
16? Contract employment.
Minister.
Right. So, Madam Chair, the Ministry of Works has a lot of different units, and all the units would have procurement departments. So what you did is that you take the staff from the different procurement departments, and then you create the procurement unit at this point in time. The vision is to go out for the staff. We intend to look at about 12 staff to complement the unit. But the staff that is there now came from different procurement units within the ministry. So it did not say that we took staff from outside any procurement. Every division had their procurement department. And we took that and amalgamated into the procurement unit. And those are the staff who are actually in charge of the procurement unit at this point in time. And we do intend to go out for an advertisement for 12 contract employees for that unit.
For Orpuch West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to follow up on my colleague's question, sub 16 related to 01, also related to 22. Given the spend proposed for 2023, Madam Chair, I'm wondering whether the Minister is satisfied that sufficient is being done to ensure that the procurement unit is fully staffed and equipped for the implementation of the procurement legislation.
After that is yes. I'm very confident that the unit will be properly well staffed.
Thank you.
Vanoff. Member for Orpuch East.
Just to clarify a matter, procurement unit, traveling subsistence. You had said earlier you had 4 persons working, and then you said 21, is it?
No, I didn't say we have 4 persons.
For the unit, 21?
21 we have, yes.
And they came from different areas in the ministry.
Right.
But if they came from different areas in the ministry, they continue to be paid by the ministry.
Yes.
So what is short-term employment, for example, $100,000 budgeted for 2022? Who would you pay that to?
Sometimes we may require specialists for the unit.
And Minister, could you explain a simple matter? your estimate for 2022 fiscal is 1 million more or less, and you end up revising that down to less than $250,000. What would explain that? The downward revision.
Because we didn't spend under the contract.
Because we didn't spend under the other contracted services and on contract employees.
There was a failure to recruit.
Well, again, this is a specialized area, and we have to go through a proper process.
So we went out, and then after when we did the due diligence, we couldn't continue.
Yeah.
Do you have a time frame for fully staffing this unit?
Again, the unit is staffed at this time with employees from the Ministry of Works, and I understand the advertisement for this fiscal year will come out. It came out already?
No, it's not out.
Should be out shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Member for Barataria, San
Thank you. Ma'am, I'm on line item 17, training. Minister, I saw a $20,000 allocation was made for 2022, and you didn't spend any of it for training, and you would imagine that training is very important, especially for this unit, in light of the new developments with respect to the Procurement Act that was recently passed and the regulations that went through this House. Why wasn't any money spent at all on training of the persons who now populate this procurement unit?
Because training was catered for under the general admin vote. So we actually did training under the general admin vote.
But Minister, now there's an allocation of $15,000 for this fiscal year for training. Why are you continuing to put allocations under this particular line item if it's coming out of general administration?
It was done last year because of the quantum.
It was done last year. This year, seeing that that staff already went through the training, the quantum of money, the $15,000, will be utilized this year to give refresher training for them.
So, Minister, can you give us the date on which this training took place?
Well, I'll have to get that. And
training
is an ongoing thing at the ministry.
And who were the persons who would have trained this unit, this procurement unit?
It was training under the Office of the Procurement Unit.
And you should recognize that there was training carried out under the Office of the Procurement Regulator as well.
Sure.
Right? So, and our staff would have participated in that.
And I would imagine you would not have had to pay for that, right?
Well, no, that wouldn't have been paid for.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, highways. Item 003, traffic management. Item 004, central planning unit. Item 005, drainage. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 01 to the Honourable Minister of Vehicles. Minister, this line item was estimated at $625,000, but only $375,000 was utilized for this. Can you explain why, taking into consideration that there have been issues with respect to the vehicles, repairing vehicles at the drainage division, and all the funds not being utilized for this fiscal term? Was it a problem with the releases?
This is what these vehicles are.
We're planning to do a dump truck next year.
Okay, so next year, there were some procurement issues, as you recognize that getting vehicles, specialized vehicles, could have been a challenge during the COVID period, and so they increased the 625. We are looking at a dump truck for that unit. It was supposed to be procured last year, but there were some challenges in getting it. So we would have switched it to this fiscal year.
Item 006, mechanical services. Item 007, maintenance. Item 008, construction. Item 009, environmental health and safety unit. Item 010, traffic warden unit. Item 011, program monitoring and evaluation unit. Item 012, unemployment relief program. Item 014, transport. Item 015, Maritime Services. Item 016, Procurement Unit. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Member for Oropouche East.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Page 272, I believe, 005 non-profit. The Trinidad Transport Board, the Minister, is there an explanation properly that in the 2021 actual there's 29,600 actually spent, revised to 330 and now estimated at 330? What will give rise to this increase?
In 2020, we have.
You with me?
Yeah. This 330 would be used to for the expenses of the Transport Board office for supplies, stationaries and supply, publications of notices in the newspaper, etc. In terms of 2021, there was definitely a decrease in the expenditure. It could be, remember 2020 when we had the COVID period and things like that.
So it could be the pandemic.
So it could be the pandemic where, much vehicles was not coming in, being inspected, and advertisements and so taking place.
Sure.
Member for Cuba North.
Not this line item.
Item 007, Households. This is where you are, Member for Cuba North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 40, gratuities to contract officers. Minister, taking into consideration the actual spend for 2021 being 9.8 million, it was estimated at 5 million and revised estimate at 8 million. Can you identify if it is that we have outstanding payments of gratuities to contract officers and how many contract officers outstanding payment is due?
Okay, so it would have been for outstanding payments, and I'll probably have to get the details for you. All right, but it would have been for outstanding payments.
And this allocation for 2023 will be sufficient to pay the officers their gratuity on time?
Well, we have the allocation, and if it needs to be supplemented, then we will do that in the method and the format that I spoke about earlier.
Thank you.
Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 01, I see an increase of 5 million. Can you account as to what this increase represents? You had an actual in 2021 of 27 million, and then estimate and revised for 2022 went down to 20 million.
Severance payment for and the retirement benefits for the daily paid employees. And that will fluctuate.
So the 5 million estimated now for 2023 will suffice?
Based on the information that we have, yes. And as I said before, if it needs to be supplemented, then we will do that.
Item 008, Subsidies. Member for Barataria-Sanwan.
Thank you very much, Madam. 01 Port Authority, the contribution towards the deficit on operation of coastal steamers. Minister, when you gave an indication of this line item last occasion, you would have said this would have been for the ferries that travel between Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, the Cabo Star vessel that would currently form part of that fleet, I know the contract was renewed in September 2020 for 2 years. So it meant that September 2022, that contract may have come to an end. Minister, can you indicate whether or not that is so?
Contract, there was the option to renew at the expiration of the 2-year contract. So that would have taken place, yes.
So are you confirming that the contract for the Cabo Star has been renewed for this fiscal year?
Yes.
Yes?
If it wasn't renewed, then the vessel would have left.
For how long?
The contract would have said 2 years with the option to renew for a further year.
1 year?
Yeah.
And Minister, can you give us, last occasion you told us that we were allowed to pay a reduced rate of $16,000 per day for the Cabo Star. Can you indicate what is the daily rental fee for this Cabo Star vessel?
The rate that we pay right now is $16,200 a day.
US dollars?
Yeah, which is probably the lowest price that we would have paid for a cargo vessel for the last 10 years.
Okay.
Item 009, other transfers. Member for Miaro.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, can I point your attention to item 02, the Agua Santa, which is the facility that makes the hot mix. Minister, one of the biggest challenges that we find when we reach out to our local offices in terms of lending support to road patching exercises, that they never have the sufficient hot mix, or the plant is always in some sort of non-operation. With regards to this transfer itself, do you think that this plant has sufficient capacity to deliver hot mix to service the entire country? And if the plant does not have the capacity, is there any intention to either do some refurbishment or upgrade to the plant, or perhaps purchase a new plant to facilitate the request to get roads in a sufficiency order for us?
The Agua Santa plant is really the ministry's internal plant for spot patching and so. And you'd recognize that you can't send too much hot mix out for spot patching. So the plant at this point in time serves its purpose. However, you'd recognize that the ministry went out. We hired 25 small contractors, and we actually placed a tender out for hot mix at different areas in Trinidad. So we do send our teams and some of the contractors to certain plants to collect hot mix in different areas, because it's really challenging for San Fernando to come to Agua Santa or Point Fortin to come to Agua Santa. What we did, we supplemented our Agua Santa plant by purchasing mix from certain contractors, where the different units will just go there and collect a certain amount of mix every day.
Urupuch is?
Minister, just briefly, you want to just tell us what is the work of the Traffic Enforcement Center unit, and what would explain the downward movement between your estimate for 2022 of 20 million and your revised estimate of 8 million, which is really a $12 million decline. What explained that?
For the supply of ticket books and consumables to all law enforcement agencies. In addition, as per the contract with the TTPS, TT Post, TECU is committed to the payment of TT Post for the delivery of citation notices, deliveries of letters other than the citation notices, and as well as the collection of payments for tickets. Due to the COVID-19 lockdown, less tickets were issued, therefore less funding was paid to TT Post under this vote.
Transfers to state enterprises. Item 011, member for Urupuch East.
Minister, yes. I'm looking at 31, 32, the operations and maintenance of the APT James and the Buko. Could I ask in this matter, because we are asking for significant amount of monies, obviously, for the operations and maintenance, and operations would involve staffing. Could you confirm that both of those vessels are currently operated by foreign staff? And if they are so, what has been the problem with training and recruiting local officers, such as captains, chief officers, engineers, etc.? What has been the barrier to employing local persons to operate those vessels in particular, as opposed to having foreign staff and foreign personnel operating those vessels?
Both vessels, we do have a ship management contract, and that ship management contract entails training of our local staff. We do have a very strong complement of local staff on the vessels, but the ship management contract does supply us with a few of the more senior positions, whilst they train our locals to supplement them, I guess, at a later date.
Because, Minister, it is my understanding that the training of that senior staff, so to speak, would be 3 tours of duty, 6 months, whereas we have had those vessels in operation since 2021, which is 2 years ago, which is 1 year ago. Is it that the contract provides that the captains, chief officers, engineers, etc., must be foreign officers?
No, there's no contract that says that the crew that we hire, but being very responsible with the operations of these vessels, we must ensure that the crews on the vessels have the experience, and so to ensure that these vessels perform at the optimum standard. So the management contracts, I think they're coming for renewal shortly, and NITCO will review the operations of the management contract and determine the way forward. But there is an aspect of the contract for training which is ongoing.
But is there a commitment to build local capacity to occupy the highest positions on those vessels?
And the answer is yes, and that is why, as part of the contract, there was that clause for training of the local team. And this is nothing new. It actually was supposed to happen with the previous vessels.
Ma'am, I have a couple more questions. Can I continue? Sure. Yes, thank you. And I'm looking at the loan NITCO repayment number 15, for example, 15. I'm also looking at 25, so 1525. Both loan arrangements for the Point Fortin Highway. Minister, could you undertake or tell us now, if it's possible, what is the status with all loan arrangements concerning the Point Fortin Highway? How many loans have been taken out? What is the total money owed on this particular project? Because I'm seeing 2 here at 15 and 25. And the additional question, would this also involve the payment of substantial millions of dollars for the collapse phase of the Mosquito Crack that you are well aware of, that collapsed earlier this year, and for which we have not had a public announcement as to what caused it? There have been no public disclosure on the findings of any report done by the ministry or external to the ministry on the cause of the collapse of that phase of the Mosquito Crack.
Sure. So, Madam Chair, in terms of the loans, I would for the highway, I'll provide that to you in writing.
Sure.
In terms of the report on the Mosquito Creek, NITCO have indicated to me that they have gotten the preliminary findings. They are evaluating it at this point in time, and they're expecting to send the final report to the Ministry of Works and Transport within the next couple of weeks. They have actually submitted a preliminary finding already to the Ministry of Works.
So, Minister, could you give some indication as to when the public can have some disclosure on the findings of that report?
Sure. Madam Chair, we have to recognize that we have to be very careful in how we go out and make announcements, because this project, the failure on the creek, is something that if we have to take legal action against anybody, we have to be very careful of the process. But I can give you the assurance that once the official report is handed to the ministry will then take it to the cabinet, and with the cabinet's approval, it will be made public, sure, provided it does not disenfranchise or disadvantage, sure, anybody who legal action may have to be taken if the report says, sure, that.
Understood, Minister, and I'm sure you understand as well the critical nature of disclosure and the public interest, bearing in mind is taxpayers' money that we also dealing with.
And that is why the ministry has to be very careful in its approach to it, because we must recognize that the designs for this highway started in 2012. And we have to be very careful that if it is design failure, if it is a contractor's failure, if it is wherever it is.
A redesign failure after 2015.
So we have to be careful as to how we approach this. And as I said, I'm guided by the attorneys, and I'm guided by NIDCO, and I'm guided by the technical officers at the Ministry of Works and Transport. Once the official report is laid at the ministry, then the ministry will then take the necessary steps to ensure that the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago are not disenfranchised in any way, and anyone who is supposed to be held accountable will be held accountable.
I'm happy to hear that, Minister.
Okay, so I would like
the
to
final
invite
question now, concerning
okay,
point 14, number 25. Minister, would these loan arrangements include as well payment by the government of the $1 billion owed to the OAS that the government lost in the arbitration in London? How and where would this factor in terms of the loans? Would it be part of that to pay back OAS the monies that the government snatched, so to speak, from the company unlawfully, according to the arbitration report?
Okay. So, Madam Chair, as we are all aware, this matter is before the courts at this point in time, and I will not venture to speak on that matter. It is before the court at this time.
Madam, just for absolute clarity, could the Minister confirm that a final arbitration order from London delivered in May, on or about May 2022, is a matter before the court at this time, and which court?
Madam Chair, I think the member is an attorney and an arbitration matter. An arbitration matter, there's grounds for an arbitration matter to be appealed. I think the member is an attorney, and the member is supposed to know that.
As an attorney, not appeal, set aside.
Yeah.
Has the government taken any position on setting aside the findings and the rulings of the arbitration, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I don't know if under this line item that I should be venturing.
You can't hide behind the line item now.
As I said, this matter to my
you said it is in court.
The information that I have is that the matter before the court, and I will not comment further on the matter.
Okay, so the minister has answered. As far as he knows, it's before the court.
As far as he knows, it is before the court, but he's not saying that, ma'am.
Well, he just said
that. But I just said that.
It is before the court, so the government has taken steps to set aside the ruling.
So, member for Vancouver South.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just my colleague Orapuch is raised a couple of the issues, so I would really want to short my line of questioning. With respect to 31 and 32,
yes.
Minister, you indicated about this contract in relation to the foreign officers who man these vessels. Could you inform this meeting how much is paid to these foreign contract officers on a monthly basis?
Well, we do have a ship management contract, and I could make that available to you.
You will make that available to us. And also, in terms of the dry docking of these vessels, could you give this meeting an assurance that it will be done in such a way that there will not be a collapse of the inter-island ferry operations and so on?
Madam Chair, these vessels are managed by a very reputable company. These vessels have already been dry docked. They have to be dry docked every year. They're here almost 2 years now, and there's a process and a schedule for dry docking and so on. So far, the vessels have been working as expected.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 18. This line item was estimated at 39 million. However, there was an increase in the estimate to 58 million. Can the Minister advise what caused this increase?
Madam Chair, this would have been an increase in the subvention. Sorry? Yeah, because we recognize that we due to the COVID pandemic and the challenges in the energy sector, National Helicopter would have undergone some level of the revenues would have shown some decline, and the government, recognizing the importance of the National Helicopter Service, would have give the subsidy to National Helicopter Service at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Mr. Minister, with respect to the line item 15 and 25, can you give us a projected completion date for the Point Fortin Highway project?
Madam, the projected completion date at this point in time will be mid-2023.
And that will be for the entire highway project?
Well, mid-2023 at this point in time from San Fernando to Point Fortin.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Minister, I'm looking at line items 28, 31, and 32, which deals again with the fleet of the vessels between Trinidad and Tobago. Minister, if you add up those three line items, you will get about roughly $140 million in excess. And then the previous line item I asked you about with respect to the contribution towards the deficit of $228 million. Minister, can you just give me what is the difference with this particular payment under these three line items, operation maintenance, as compared to the contribution towards the deficit for the coastal steamers?
I'll have to provide the details for that in writing.
Because when you add up the boat, that's about 140 million plus 228, roughly about $368 million is the contribution towards the operation of those vessels.
It's very expensive.
And that is this is outside of the Cabo Star, because this is only the Galleon's Passage, the Boku Reef, and the APT James.
Exactly, and we own these vessels. We rent the Cabo Star. So the service between the sea bridge between Trinidad and Tobago is a very, very costly service, but it's a necessity, and the government, the government stands about 80%, subsidize that service by about 80%.
Okay, I'll be very interested to understand what's the difference between the deficit and the contribution and maintenance line items.
Sure.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 34. Can the Minister explain the purpose of this $31 million increase in this line item?
Yeah. Lake Asphalt, as we're aware, would have had some challenges in terms of meeting their commitments. In keeping with the government plan, there's no intentions of closing Lake Asphalt. The government have decided to give this subvention while we turn around the operations of Lake Asphalt going forward. So this is really a subvention to Lake Asphalt to meet its commitments, especially salaries and the statutory payments for the employees of Lake Asphalt.
Member for Oldbush East.
I was reminded that this goes over onto page 274. So my questions are on items there. That's fine. Thank you. Minister, the matter I want to raise concerns first the construction of the Diego Martin pedestrian bridge. I just want to get a status report on that particular project. That is number 42. If you can just begin by giving us a status report on that project.
Well,
the Diego Martin
the last information I had,
bridge.
the project was about 75% completed.
And would you undertake to give us in writing, if possible, the name of the contractor? When did it start and when is expected to be finished? The contractors are China Railway and Jusamco Pavers. The other question, since I'm already on the floor, concerns the transportation project. I'm looking at number 43, NIDCO interest payments, 63 million loan. Could you just tell us a bit more of when did the NIDCO take a loan and how much money for an east-west transportation project, and what exactly is this project?
I'll provide that in writing.
You'll do it in writing? Yeah. But you understand the questions?
Yeah. You want to know when they loan and what? When and what for?
And for what, and what exactly is this project about? Because, and the total cost of the project, because I'm not sure if it is a project to study or is a project to construct.
The East-West Transportation project is really the removal of the traffic lights all the way from Port of Spain to ARIMA. So that's an ongoing project.
And they'll give us the other pieces
Sure.
of information as we go along. That's it for now. Thank you.
Member for Cubasal.
Very much, Madam Chair. I want to return the Minister to line item 34, Lake Asphalt. Minister, could you tell this meeting how this increase of $31.5 million will be spent, taking into consideration that the last fiscal year you had a number of stoppages at Lake Asphalt for wages and salaries, and also it has been brought into the public domain that there are outstanding sums to the respective contributory pension plans, and also workers have indicated that they do not know if national insurance payments, or which are being deducted from their respective salaries, are indeed being remitted to the National Insurance Board.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, you recognize that Lake Asphalt came across to the ministry about 3 months ago, and since then we would have had no challenges in terms of payments to the employees. So part of this subvention goes to supplement the employee's salary, and part of it goes to bringing the statutory payments up to date. The ministry has given that commitment, and not only bringing it up to date, but to have it paid on time.
So at this point in time, there are no outstanding sums to the National Insurance Board, and also the employees' contributions to their pension plans, and also the employer's contribution.
Madam Chair, I think we are now going through the process of the budget. Once the budget is approved and this money is allocated, then the ministry will apply for the funding that is allocated here to bring the statutory payments up to date. And going forward, the ministry would have communicated with Lake Asphalt that they must pay the current amount due. So this money here is to supplement the salaries and also to bring the statutory payments up to date, and going forward to ensure that Lake Asphalt pays the contribution as they take it out of the salary. So very soon we will have this whole issue regularized at Lake Asphalt. That is why we got the subvention here.
Thank you very much, but if you can do some research and furnish myself with the necessary data, if there's outstanding sums.
Well, there will be outstanding sums now, but once this is approved and we apply for the money from the Ministry of Finance, then that will pay off the outstanding, and then there will be none outstanding. The subvention here is to supplement the salary and also to pay the statutory outstanding that is required. So once this budget is approved and we apply for the funding, that will regularize the statutory payments.
Mr. Minister, could we ensure that Lake Asphalt is not running afoul of the law, where a state entity is indeed deducting workers' earnings and not remitting it to the National Insurance Board of Trinidad and Tobago? And secondly, could you tell us what is the status of the cabinet-appointed committee that is headed by Minister Alison West in relation to the restructuring of Lake Asphalt and finding a new business model? I think that this particular committee has been working on the restructuring since the late Minister Franklin Khan was alive.
Well, Madam Chair, I'm aware of Senator Alison West heading a committee for the port, the privatization of the port.
Yes, your ministerial colleague is indeed looking after or heading to transformation. You see, Minister, you all need to be keeping abreast of the policy statements and pronouncements that you all have been making in respective budget presentations and so on.
Madam Chair, Lake Asphalt have been transferred to the Ministry of Works and Transport. We do have a new board at Lake Asphalt, and as Minister, we have been working with them, and that is why in the budget, my budget presentation, I gave the assurance that the Ministry of Works will be working closely with Lake Asphalt for a turnaround where we will actually be using more of Lake Asphalt products on our local roads, and we are also ensuring that Lake Asphalt have a constant supply of bitumen and TLA. Once Lake Asphalt retains the market for that, then we'll see a direct correlation between Lake Asphalt's success and moving from where they are to where we want them to be.
So there's an overall commitment on the part of the government not to close down or privatize Lake Asphalt.
Line item, I don't know if that is a line item, but at the end of the day, the commitment from the Ministry of Works is to work closely with Lake Asphalt to ensure that we maximize the products produced by Lake Asphalt. The Ministry have given that commitment to have a constant supply of the products manufactured by Lake Asphalt. And I'm confident that once that happens, Lake Asphalt's future will be in good hands.
Member for Puchis.
Two brief questions here. One, at item number 39, could the minister indicate either now or in writing at a subsequent time when this loan of $226 million was taken out and for what exact purpose in terms of the wider San Fernando waterfront project? And some, statement on the status of the drawdown of this loan for the San Fernando waterfront project.
Right.
That's one. Well, please.
So, Madam Chair, I would have to just submit that in writing to the honourable member.
Thank you very much. And the second and last question, really, again at number 42, is the Diego Martin pedestrian bridge also the Diego Martin overpass, called also the Diego Martin overpass?
Yes.
So it's the same project?
Yeah.
Could we get in writing, if it's possible, the scope of works for this pedestrian bridge, a walkover, more or less, that would cost $82 million?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Subhead.
Oh, no.
Sorry, member for Baradari Sanwan.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, I'm back on line item 15 with respect to the highway extension to Point Fortin. I know the minister indicated to us that the findings of that report the minister will determine if that finding will be made public after the ministry has reviewed that, because there may be a contemplation of legal action being taken. But, Madam Chair, just for this committee, I want to say that I find no comfort in the minister's answer, because the limitation period for any breach of contract would be 4 years. So we don't know whether or not this finding would be made in 4 years.
I'm not going to allow us to go down that road in this meeting. We still on 011? 011? Yes, member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, under line item 41, NITCO interest payment on $40.5 million loan, Maruga Fishing Port. Minister, could you provide this meeting with a status as it relates to this particular project?
50%. The project at this time is ongoing. I'll have to get you the exact percentage of, I think it's about 50 or 60% completed. I'll have to just verify that, but at this point in time, the project is ongoing. The onshore part of it is ongoing while we work on the CC for the offshore part. But the onshore part is about 60% completed at this time.
You're sure it has not been abandoned?
This government don't abandon projects.
Well, there have been a lot of broken promises on the part of this government.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and to the Honourable Minister, with respect to the Maruga Fishing Port, Honourable Minister, can you tell us the projected completion date of this project?
At this point in time, the projected completion date would be in the second quarter of 2023 at this point in time, bearing the weather conditions and so, because we are having some challenges with the weather conditions, but NITCO have indicated that work is going full pace ahead.
And with respect to the San Fernando waterfront project, can you tell us the projected completion date of that project also?
All right, so Through you, Madam Chair, the San Fernando waterfront project is a large project comprising several smaller projects. The Ministry of Works and Transport, we're responsible for two aspects of it, the road work and the broad walk. The road work is about 75% completed. We're just waiting on WASA to run some lines, and then our part will be completed. We do have the CEC for the broad walk and so, and that will be starting next financial year. In terms of the entire project, the project is really under judicot, and I think they may be in a better position to answer any date for completion of the project. But the Ministry of Works, the aspects that we're dealing with, we should be completed by again, the middle of next year, based on the weather pattern.
Number 4, please. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure. Yeah, but that is developed under the new book. Okay?
Okay, fine.
Okay? So, honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. That's the new book. We started at page 381.
Statutory boards, right?
39. We now move to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. 39, Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Member for Cuba North.
380.
Madam, can you repeat what page number we're on?
No, something wrong. Oh, right.
381.
Yeah.
381 is.
Item 001, General Administration.
Okay.
This is where
yes.
You have something on it, huh?
Yes.
Allocated it on the Expenditure.
Just getting to it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can the Honourable Minister advise on line item 01, the number of warm bodies within the institution under this line item?
We have, how much people we have? We have under the monthly paid, we have 359. And that's under the admin, under the security, 344, monthly paid. Fixed contract, 14, and the hourly rated, the casual, 92.
Minister, there's an increase in the revised estimate for 2022 versus what was estimated in 2022 of approximately $7 million. Can you explain what this increase is accounted for?
Yeah, so because of the COVID pandemic, and we recognize the airport would have been closed for quite a while, and even with the opening of the airport, the amount of people traveling would have been significantly reduced. The airport did get a subvention from the government, and that would have been accounted for in some of the different line items that you see. The increases that you see there would have been based on the subvention received from the Ministry of Finance and accounted for there.
Minister, can you advise how many persons it was reduced by?
What was reduced by?
What you indicated in terms of the closure. That you said the number of persons, there was a reduction in the number of persons?
Traveling public.
Oh, traveling.
Okay. Public.
Okay, thank you, Minister.
Member for Cuba South.
Thank you very much, Minister. This allocation under 01 salaries and cost of living, does that take into consideration payment of consultants and so on?
No, that would be under contracted. That would be under goods and services.
Under goods and services. Okay, thank you.
Yes, I just want to make a general point that during the closure of the borders and the lockdowns and the limited travel arrangements and the travel restrictions during that period, the Ministry of Finance made available to the Airport Authority and Caribbean Airlines, by the way, funding for them to continue because they weren't earning any revenue. The Airports Authority earns its money from landing fees and passenger charges. So since there weren't any passengers and no flights, and then it resumed in a very limited form, they were getting no revenue. So we took a decision to finance those two entities out of the Treasury, just for general information, in accordance with this particular item.
Item 002, passenger and cargo terminals. Item 003, airport operations. Item 004, runways, taxiways, grounds, and car parks. Item 005, security. Member for Vancouver South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to salaries and cost of living, there's an allocation of $62,625,000 to be spent. Could you inform this meeting if there are vacant positions with respect to your security personnel within the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago?
You have the amount? Vacancies.
How many, if we could find out?
Sure, I'll supply that to you.
Minister, my sources are telling me at the Airports Authority there's approximately 100 officers that, in terms of vacancies, that needs to be filled. And what the Airports Authority is doing is they are recruiting what we would call, I think, screeners to do the x-raying of bags and so on within the security operations of the airport. That in itself may be questionable, and are these persons being employed on a month-to-month contractual basis, which is indeed undermining what we would call proper terms and conditions out of the operation?
Okay, so I will have to verify your source, the information that you have. What I could say is that whatever the Airport Authority is doing in terms of security will be in keeping with the international standards, because the Airport Authority must ensure that the screening process is maintained. So I will verify the information that you just provided when I give you the written amount.
The written information in writing and so on.
Yes.
And as I said, the terms and conditions of these screeners who are being employed on a contractual basis, and how much it is costing the Airports Authority.
So I will. Number 2, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Vancouver South.
Just a couple moments ago, Minister, you indicated to us that the payment of consultants may fall under the line item under other contracted services.
Right.
In your information as the line minister for the Airports Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, is there any former general manager of the Airports Authority who have been retained as an advisor to the operations of the Airport Authority?
I mean, that's operational. Yeah, that's operational. But you have no information on that? I have information on that, and those are operational matters that, as minister, I don't have to give approval for operational matters at the Airport Authority, but I have no information at this point in front of me.
Minister, I would want to guide you as line minister while you are saying that you may not want to interfere with operational expenditure and so on, or day-to-day operations of the airport. I think that you have a responsibility to find out from your board indeed, if they have approved the retaining of a former general manager of the Airports Authority as a consultant, and under what terms and conditions, and how much it is costing the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago. I know that you are a man that is committed to ensuring that there is proper accountability, transparency, and good governance in all affairs.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 28, other contracted services. To the Honourable Minister. Minister, this line item, actual spend for 2021 was $2.1 million. However, you are estimating for 2023 $9.1 million. Can you explain the reason for such a significant increase, and what other contracted services would account for this increase to $9.1 million?
Remember, the airport is now ramping back up its services. So you will see some increases along some of the other contracted services, because the airport is now getting back up to what is considered to be the norm. And then we have a lot of equipment, and so that has to be serviced, and so going forward. So you will definitely see an increase in the contracted services going forward.
Minister, would you be kind enough to provide us with the
Sure.
2022 contracts and who the contractors were and the value of those contracts?
Sure.
Thank you. Also for line item 23, with respect to fees, the actual spend in 2021 was $1.9 million. We are now budgeting $10.7 million for 2023. Can you explain what the significant increase is for?
So again, because of the pandemic and so, going forward, the airport intends to restart a number of stall negotiations with contractors, vendors, and concessionaires going forward. So there will definitely be some increase there going forward. We have to remember the airport is coming out of a period where everything was basically shut down, and so you will see increases as we ramp up the services at the airport going forward.
Minister, can you account for the decrease of $11.6 million in line item 09?
09. Yes, it was the airport would have renegotiated several contracts, and in some cases would have cancelled some.
Can you advise if one of these contracts under 09 would have been to the PTSC?
No.
Item 002, passenger and cargo terminals. Member for Couva South.
With respect to repairs and maintenance of equipment, Minister, you are projected to spend $14,686,000. Will that take into consideration the X-ray machine, which is currently down on the domestic air bridge for more or less the last 3 weeks? And my sources have revealed to me that in order for persons who are traveling to Tobago, they have to use the international departure area for their baggage and so on to be screened.
Under this vote, Madam Chair, the scanners and so on under security. So this is, we must remember the equipment at the airport is between 20 and 22 years old. And the repairs and maintenance going forward was taken into account here. But the scanners, they fall under the security.
But can you confirm that these scanners are indeed down? For how long?
No, what I can confirm is that there's a line item here to deal with 12 scanners?
Yes.
12 scanners at the airport, 1 in Tobago, 11 in Trinidad.
Yes.
Yeah. So I could confirm that there is a line item here for servicing of all 12 scanners between Trinidad and Tobago.
And when it will be done?
It will be done, I mean, the airport has programmed that, so it has to be done urgently once the budget is approved.
Item 003, airport operations. Item 004, runways, taxiways, grounds, and car parks. Item 005, security. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 15, repair and maintenance of equipment. Minister, can you identify what this 5.9 million increase is for?
15.
The scanners and X-ray equipment that we spoke about. This is for the X-ray scanners and the explosive detection devices. So this is where that will fall under.
Minister, with respect to your this issue of repairs and maintenance and so on, this doesn't take into consideration the perimeter fence?
No, that's a separate line item.
Okay.
That will come under the PSIP.
I'll hold on.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001. Oh, I thought you were on the other item.
No.
So you're on the 05, item 005, security?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Ma'am, and I'm looking at short-term employment in terms of any context line item 2020. There's a line item 22. I'm seeing no allocation made here for short-term employment. And Minister, I'm asking this in the context of whether or not there's a shortage. The question may sound very comical, but it's a real thing that happened recently, where there were dogs on the runway at the Piaco International Airport that were actually stalling planes from landing and even taking off. And Minister, is it that we don't have enough staff to monitor what is taking place on the runway or anything like that? Because it's very embarrassing as a country with an international airport where planes are not allowed to land because there are dogs on the runway.
You wanted the right item?
So, yes, so, Madam Chair, whenever you see there's no allocation, and you'll see that going forward on some of the other line items, that would have been transferred to another vote. So we take up short-term under the airport operations. So that line item there would have been transferred under another vote where you will take up all the short-term.
But is the compound properly secured to prevent anything from any obstruction of the runway?
The PSIP program will take care of perimeter fencing of the airport, not here.
Subhead, member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 28, other contracted services. Minister, from the actual 2021 spend, we have 3.6 million, and the revised estimate of 2022 was 6.6. However, there's a decrease there of 1.4 million. Can you explain the reason for the increase? And then
again, that is one of the items where the subvention for the airport would have been taken up in. So what you see there is it moved to 6.6 to give consideration accounting for the subvention.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 50, Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. We're at page 396. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Member for Oropouche East.
Madam Chair, Minister, I'm going in the direction of salaries, cost of living allowances, and looking at a decrease, a significant decrease in the context. I would just ask you to just give a very brief explanation as to why this is so.
What line item is that?
01, sorry.
01, a decrease. Yeah, but Sorry?
Negotiations, we did it at 4%.
Right. So what had happened here, a budget was prepared to take into consideration an increase in the negotiations. However, that did not materialize. So if you look at it, it went back to the 2020, well, a little higher than the 2021 because the 2022 period was taken into consideration, the negotiations, which did not come to any conclusion.
Thank you. And on 04, monthly paid officers I'm looking at, Minister, are you aware that the Port of Scarborough has now a manager for oversight? And I just wanted to inquire, what really is the manager for oversight at the Port of Scarborough and the relationship between that manager to the board? Yes.
Paid officer?
There is a monthly paid officer.
So you want to know if
if that includes as well allowances for a new position of manager oversight.
So, Madam Chair, my information is that that position does not fall under this expenditure, it's under coastal steamers.
Under coastal steamers, so
steamers, yeah. So
that person is not an employee of the Port Authority.
It doesn't fall under this head. I think that's what the minister said.
It falls under the
GSS operations. The GSS.
And what is the role of that person, therefore, in the context of the board? I'm now at board members' remuneration 06. That person is working along with the board. What is the relationship between the manager oversight and members of the board? What is the specific
but the
duties?
Oversight is not under this.
No, but the person reports to the board. And we have here something called remuneration to board members. So I'm asking, what is the relationship between the board members and manager oversight?
Member, I can't allow that under this item.
Fine.
Okay? Please. Member for Cuba South.
Madam Chair, Minister, this allocation of $37,149,000, that was, this sum was calculated on...
01?
Yes.
Yes.
On what collective bargaining period, may I ask?
14 to 17.
14 to 17, you can give me an undertaking that the collective bargaining period that was for the period 1st of August 2014 to the 31st of July 2017, which was agreed to between the recognized majority union and the Port of Authority in bilateral discussions and negotiations, have been implemented by the Port Authority?
Madam Chairman, I cannot give that because my information is that there was a conversation. However, it had to be referred to the CPO for the final approval, which never took place. The 14 to 17 negotiations with the port. The CPO had never signed off on that, so that cannot be implemented.
This is being reviewed.
It's still being reviewed, Minister. On what grounds, could I ask?
Well, I wouldn't want to get into that. I don't want to appear evasive. But it may be a litigation situation, whether in the industrial court or whether in the high court. And in fact, I think the matter may have been referred to a court. So it may be sub judice, and I wouldn't really want to get into that at this point in time. Well, I can check for you.
Please.
I would most certainly check for you. I will come back to you on that in a short while. I will check now and come back to you.
Item 002, Engineering Division. Item 004, Marine Division. Item 005, Wharves Division. Item 006, Cruise Ship Complex. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Engineering Division. Item 004, Marine Division. Item 005, Wharves. Item 006, Cruise Ship Complex. Subhead item 006, Cruise Ship Complex, member for Vancouver North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 21, repair and maintenance of buildings. Minister, there's an increase of 5.19 million there in this line item. Can you explain what this increase is for?
Based on the projected maintenance work going forward.
And Minister, can you give us a breakdown of the 27 million that was spent for 2022 in terms of the works that was executed, the contractor and the value of those contracts?
Sure.
Thank you.
Minister of Finance.
Yes, I have investigated that matter, member for Vancouver South. I gave you an undertaking. I immediately checked. The matter is with the CPO, who has undertaken to provide us with advice very shortly. In fact, he's going to provide us with advice very shortly on what to do.
Just on a matter of clarification, Minister, when that agreement was signed,
I'm not going to allow us to go back. It was just that an undertaking was given, and I allowed you to get that information. Minister of Finance, thank you very much. We are really at item 006, Cruise Ship Complex. It is just that you gave an undertaking with the sub judice. That has been cleared up. Over North. We still at item 006? Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 28, other contracted services. Minister, would you be able to provide us with a breakdown also of the 2022 $7.8 million that was spent on this line item, the contractors, what it was spent for, and the value of the contracts? Thanks.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Item 002, engineering. Item 005, wharves division. Item 006, cruise ship complex. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 52, Public Transport Service Corporation. We are at page 416. (52) Public Transport Service Corporation. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Vancouver North, are you here?
Madam Chair, I'll need to borrow my colleague book because the pages are missing from in this book.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's right. We use the online. We use the online stuff.
You have to take better care of your book.
No, they removed the PTSC from my. We on which one? Yeah. Okay, look here.
Depreciation.
Line item 001, Madam Chair, General Administration. Line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. To the Honourable Minister. Minister, can you advise us the number of a vacant position existing at the senior management of the PTSC at this time?
I'll provide that to you. I'll have to provide that to you.
Can you advise us the number of persons that resigned from the senior management of the PTSC during the last fiscal term and the number of persons that was dismissed under this line item?
Sure, I'll provide that to you.
And can you provide us with the reason for the dismissal and the reason for the resignation also?
No problem.
Thank you. Also,
Item, you're still under item 001, General Administration.
other than the senior management, Honorable Minister, can you also advise us of the number of other persons outside of senior management, the other vacant position that exists at the PTSC?
Sure.
Item 002, vehicles and equipment maintenance. Item 007, property development services. Item 008, transit express commuter services. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 16, contract employment. Minister, can you advise us how many persons are contracted under this line item?
Item 002, vehicles and equipment maintenance. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, line item 13, maintenance of vehicles. Minister, can you tell us, as of the 30th of September 2022, the number of vehicles...
30th of December.
30th of September, sorry. Yeah, the number of PTSC buses, the number of buses that there are at the PTSC, the number of buses that are operational, and the numbers that are non-functional.
Okay, so we have total fleet is 385 buses. Operational is 244. We have 141 at different stages of maintenance, and then we have 21 that are considered to be disposed of, waiting for the process before we do that. So we have 244, 141, and 21.
Out of the 385 that you indicated, the 244 that has been operational at that time, that would compromise, has that been compromising any of the routes in terms of the capacity of the PTSC to effectively service these routes?
Yeah, the answer is that you need buses in order to service all the routes. So yes, there's a challenge. Why we have 141 buses at different stages at this time? Because there are some logistical challenges now with shipping and getting parts for the buses. So very soon, my information is that some of these parts, they actually started to come in now, and that will sort of improve the fleet. The more buses you have working, then you can have more routes operational. And that is why the government now and PTSC are working on the procurement of an additional 300 electric, a combination of electric buses to take the fleet all the way up to 550 buses operational at any point in time. That way we'll be able to get back to all the routes, Mark.
We'll get back to where we were in 2016.
Well, no, we were never there in 2016. Sorry? We're going to be where we much.
We will never get to that point.
We will be much better off than we were in 2016.
Well,
in 2016,
the country will appreciate that. But
can you advise us? Between 2016 to now, we brought in 100 new buses. So we have 100 more buses now than we had in 2016.
Okay, Honourable Minister, can you advise the number of, can you advise of the routes, perhaps later in writing, the routes that the PTSC service as of the 30th of September 2022, and the number of routes that has been discontinued or suspended?
We service 79 routes now, but we will provide the ones.
Yeah, so right now we service 79 routes, and I'll be able to provide. But as I said before, the challenge that we have with buses at this point is the logistical challenges with getting in parts. Parts have now started to regularize around the world, and we have started to get the shipments that we have on order.
I understand the challenges you have. What I would like you to provide us is a listing of the routes that are serviced, that are currently being serviced, and those that have been suspended or discontinued.
Sure.
Member for St. Augustine.
Madam Chair, I have a serious concern where routes have been discontinued under this because of lack of maintenance and shortage of vehicles. There are several routes in this country that PTSC has discontinued this service, and it affects the public, women, where it comes to safety and so on. So I would join my colleague in asking for a list of the routes that have been discontinued because it is incorrect to say that you have not discontinued routes.
I don't get that. And asking twice on the scoring, I don't think advances us in getting it doubly. We've asked for it. The minister has undertaken to give it. Item 005, Port of Spain Transit Center. Item 006, Paratransit Unit. Item 007, Property Development Services. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 21, repair and maintenance of buildings. Minister, can you provide us with the breakdown of the 2022 spend under this line item in terms of what this 4.5 million was utilized for, and who it was paid to, and how much it was paid, and how much was paid?
So, Madam Chair, I can answer that now for you. Sure. It was the refurbishment of all the depots and the terminals. So it was spent on upkeep of the terminals and the depots.
So this would have been contractors recruited to provide the service?
Some of it would have been done by contractors, some of it would have been done by the internally.
So can we get a breakdown of the contracts that were awarded under this line item?
Sure.
Thank you very much. Ma'am, I'm still on line item 21, repair and maintenance buildings. Minister, I'm seeing that $3.9 million is allocated for this line item. Can you indicate whether or not any works will be undertaken on the PTSC terminal, the station that is on the Squazian in Sawa?
So, Madam Chair, my information is that refurbishment was done last year, and there's a continuation for this fiscal year at that terminal.
Can you tell us what exactly was the works done, and what are you expected to continue in this year?
We're currently installing alarm systems, fire alarm systems. We would have done painting.
So, Madam Chair, they would have installed new fire alarm systems, and so painting the facility, and the idea is to upgrade the entire facility, but it will be done on a phase basis.
Okay.
Member for Vancouver North.
Honourable Minister, line item 16, contract employment. Can you tell us how many persons are recruited under this line item?
Well, that will be provided. That is the management staff, contracted management staff.
So, Madam Chair, we will provide that information once we provide it. This is the management contracted staff, so I'll provide that how much was actually hired for that period for you.
So this line item is only for the management staff?
Yes, yes.
All right, and the amount that the person is paid?
Yes.
Item 008, Transit Express Commuter Services. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchase. Member for Vancouver North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 28, Other Contracted Services. Minister, the actual spend for this line item from 2021 was $2.8 million. However, in 2022, the PTSC would have spent $44.8 million. Can you advise what is the reason for that significant increase in this line item?
Madam Chair, this line item deals with the school transportation service, and in 2021, the schools were closed, so there was no transportation taking place. So that is why, I mean, you have this ramping up coming back now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. Taking into consideration that in 2022 we would have spent $44 million. However, in 2023, we're only estimating to spend $36 million. There's a reduction of $8.6 million. Can you explain what's the reason for this reduction? Is it that we are reducing the number of school transportation being provided?
No, we are not. This is the allocated figure. Remember, this money comes from the Ministry of Education. So this is the allocation from the Ministry of Education, and once any intervention has to be made in the line item, the Minister of Finance have committed to transfer that money to the Ministry of Education to pass on to the PTSC.
Well, I don't think this is the revenue from the Ministry of Education, but the expenditure of the PTSC. What we are dealing with here is that the expenditure for 2022 was 44 million. And what we are projecting as the expenditure for 2023 is less. We are projecting to spend less.
The expenditure on, sorry?
We spent 44 million in 2022, where schools was close to a
44 would have
percentage
been
of that.
estimated at the time when the figures were pulled. However, the expenditure here is really the maxi taxis that the PTSC pays. So going forward, this is what was budgeted based on the consultation with the Ministry of Education. And as I said before, should in case we decide the funding needs topping up, we have the mid-year review where the Ministry of Education will go back to the Ministry of Finance and have that topped up if it is that there's a need for it. But there's no indication that any routes are going to be cut or anything like that.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, can you advise us if there's any outstanding arrears owed to maxi taxi operators and provider of school transport service?
Okay, so yes, my information is there is some arrears which will be taken into account as the budget is
and before the mid-year review, the outstanding arrears would be cleared.
Well,
The Ministry of Education is working on it.
the Ministry of Education is working on that. Remember, we just remit the funds to the drivers. Once the funds are passed on to the PTSC, the fund is then transmitted immediately to the drivers. So the PTSC actually waits for the funding from the Ministry of Education. My information is that the Ministry of Education, as we speak, they're working on the transfer of that funding.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Minister, at the end of the day, these school transport providers are highly dependent on those funds to be paid to them. So I'm kindly asking of you to make representation if it is that the Ministry of Education is not fulfilling the responsibility of making the funds available. I'm asking you as the Minister responsible to ensure that these maxi taxi operators receive what is owed to them, please.
Okay.
I have no question.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. 57, Trinidad and Tobago Civil Aviation Authority. We're going on to page 429. Member for Couva North, could you ensure that you have the correct pages in your book? Page 429, subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 004, international bodies. Item 007, households. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of Development Program Consolidated Fund. We are at page 103. Item 001, pre-investment. Honorable members, item 001, pre-investment, has project groups, so I will now announce the project groups. A, administrative services. Yes, member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. 006 Public-Private Partnership Project, I would assume is the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. $1 million is due to be spent, and this has been identified as a new project. And in light of not this budget presentation, but the last one, previous to this one, 2022, there was a gleeful statement from the Minister of Finance as it relates to the Port of Port of Spain and expressions of interest and so on. Could the Minister inform this House what is the status of this particular project and whether the Cabinet has abandoned this Cabinet Subcommittee's report into the restructuring of the Port of Port of Spain, which was headed by Minister Alison West.
Okay, so I'm allowing the question only if you're already asking about this estimated projected for 2022 in the sum of $1 million.
Madam Chair, this $1 million is allocated to the project. We are working with the IDB on this project. The project is well underway. We're expecting to have a tender process started in the second quarter of this fiscal year, and the project is underway. This $1 million is actually to engage some of the consultants and so on the project.
What will be the total cost of this project?
As I said, we are working with the IDB, where the IDB is taking up most of the cost of the tender process for us. So there's no major cost on the tender process.
Okay, and is there a projected timeline?
As I said, we are looking at the second quarter of this financial year to have an international tender advertised.
And in relation to the public-private partnership for the port, when that exercise should be completed?
That is the tender that you'll see in the second quarter of this financial year. So once that tender goes international, then we're hoping to see what comes out of that. In the meanwhile, the port continues to go forward with the development of the port.
Thank you very much.
Item 003. Oh, sorry, Member for Puchis. I see you were surprised.
Get to the point. 001 under Administrative Services, Development of a National Transportation Plan. Minister, would you be kind enough to tell us what are the parameters of this National Transportation Plan? What really is it about? And what would be the final total cost? And I say this in the context of a previous incarnation of your party presided over $500 million study for a rapid rail. And I'm hoping the rapid rail, $500 million was for a study, and there's no rapid rail or on rapid rail now. So could you tell us what is the final cost of this and what is it about?
It'd be interesting to note that the last National Transportation Plan that Trinidad and Tobago had was in 1967. 1967, we had an approved National Transportation Plan.
We had good roads then too.
In 1967, there was still a lot of donkey carts and so on the road.
And
so,
there will be in 2022.
Madam Chair, the National Transportation Plan is a roadmap to land, sea, and air transportation going forward. And this National Transportation Plan takes into consideration traffic management and all aspects of transportation, including looking at alternative routes for transportation and so on. And this National Transportation Plan is supposed to guide the country for the next 20 years in terms of land, sea, and air transportation. So that is what it is. The last approved plan was 1967. So this one, and this was something that have been worked on under several administrations. However, none was ever approved and accepted. So we are attempting now to have a national transportation. We are working with the Andean Development Bank, who is again guiding the process on this, and we have gotten a grant funding for the policy aspects of this plan. How much it was? Yeah, so we have gotten grant funding from the Andean Development Bank to assist us with this project going forward. But this is a very important project for Trinidad and Tobago if we have to guide the future of transportation, land, sea, and air.
$100,000 you estimate here is not the grant funding. This is from the taxpayer.
No, this once it's budgeted here is from the taxpayer.
Right. So what I'm saying is that what is the final cost to the taxpayer? Are you aware of that now? If you are not, you can say that you don't really know what the final cost will
because
be.
it is going out for tender, and only when the tender process is completed, then we will know.
So we have a national transportation plan for which we don't know what will be the final cost to the taxpayer.
This is for the plan. This is not for the implementation of the project.
This is for the plan.
Yes.
But you know, in the context of this Rapid Rail $500 million study, we are concerned about these plans having no monetary, full stop on it as to how much it will eventually cost. And this is the same position we find ourselves in as the Rapid Rail. In fact, this is the Rapid Rail number 2 that we are going to embark upon here, and we are very concerned with this. Who are the consultants, might I ask, Minister, on this? Or you haven't reached that point yet either?
So, Madam Chair, I hear the member talking about Rapid Rail. And, had the Rapid Rail been done in Trinidad, the commuters in this
roads would have been better.
So happy with the movement from Port of Spain to San Fernando.
We didn't get the $500 million back.
Yeah. But, Madam Speaker, I don't think the members understand.
Let's have a little order so we can.
I don't think the import.
Let's have a little order so we can all hear.
I don't think the members understand the importance of a national transportation plan to inform us going forward, land, sea, and air, and the requirements. And the plan, this plan is totally different to a Rapid Rail plan. A Rapid Rail plan was the design and everything for the project. This is a national transportation plan to be tendered out, and we are being guided by the Andean Development Bank onto the process. A country cannot develop without a proper plan looking down the road. Thank you.
I answer, the Minister don't have a clue as to how much taxpayers' money will be spent on this. Thank you.
Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Honorable members, item 003, Economic Infrastructure, spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will announce the project groups. A, drainage and irrigation. Member for Urupuchi East.
Thank you very much. Madam Chair, through you, we have noticed 001, Major River Clearing Program. Minister, as you no doubt understand, appreciate, and I hope empathize, that the country has been now immersed in water on several occasions. In fact, this country now is flooded away at every point, and the damage in terms of property, in fact, we have reached a point now where we are almost reaching that horrible situation in the Far East and so on, where we are actually losing lives, precious lives, as a result of flooding. So we have gone really beyond just flooding on the road and water level rising and so on, but lives are being lost. And this is related, as you know, to issues of dredging the rivers, cleaning and clearing rivers and paving rivers and so on. Major works, but also minor works in terms of what we have been talking about all the time, river clearing program, box drain clearing and so on. $3 million spent in 2021, $12 million budgeted 2022. And outside of that closure and lockdown period, 2022 fiscal, 1.5 million, if I'm reading right, actually spent out of 12. Am I reading right? That is right? 1.5 million spent out of. What can account, Minister, for what appears to be the most diabolical, atrocious level of inefficiency and incompetence in doing the clearing of rivers, which are so critical to flood mitigation in Trinidad?
Okay, so Madam Chair, clearly the member doesn't understand what this line item is for. This has nothing to do with the clearing of rivers. The clearing of
major
rivers.
River clearing.
Wait.
Major river clearing.
Madam Chairman, this project, the 12 million was allocated for 4 projects. One was the Carney Rehabilitation Improvement Work, Phase 2, which was 3.2 million. On this program, Madam Chair, this program have completed. The challenge we have on this program is that the contractor did not get the payment because he was supposed to supply 2 pumps, which the ministry did not accept. Okay, and the contractor is in the process of bringing in the pumps. Once they bring in the pumps and we are satisfied, then the payments will be made to the contractor. So in this case here, we transfer the money from this program into the desilting program. And in the desilting program, you would see that we move from 250 projects around there to 400 projects. So the money from these programs, because we could not make the payments, went into the desilting program, and that is why you have the quick runoff of water. All right? Because we had to, once a project cannot be completed, then you had the Felicity Pump House. The final payment was supposed to be made. The Felicity Pump House is the Felicity Pump House project. Most of it would have been completed. However, the payment to the contractor, because it's not fully completed, would not have made. Only when the payment to the contractor is made, then you will see it coming up here. So there are several projects. However, we must recognize too, in some cases, a CEC was needed for this project. The CEC is still ongoing, and once that CEC is approved, then the project will start. However, we did do work in most of the areas on other projects. We transferred the money into other projects. The money was not sent back. The money was utilized to do other drainage projects to help us with the alleviation of projects. And that is what will show up when you look at the amount that was allocated under the 28 and how much was actually spent. A significant amount of money more was spent on the projects, the desilting projects, compared to the allocation that was made.
Member for Kabucha Mansanilla.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you.
No, just now. I'll come back to you, Member for Orupuchis. Member for Kabucha Mansanilla.
Do I have the...
Yes, please.
Yep. Honorable Minister, my line item is 003. With what you have just said, can you explain what this line item means in terms of mitigation and infrastructure rehabilitation, so I can be clear?
Okay, so on this project, we had the Diana River Improvement Work, Phase 2. It's an ongoing project, and we were supposed to spend $500,000 on that. Irrigation drainage structures in the Caroni irrigation area. Then we had the flood reduction work in the Maridule and Guaracara River, $2.5 million. So there are specific projects now to be executed under these line items. 3 projects that were supposed to be executed. The award was made for the Caroni irrigation area. The projects for the Maridule River the award was also made. However, the bills would not come in time. So that is why the expenditure here. And what we would do is transfer these money into Vote 28 and Vote 09 under the drainage program to increase the amount of work being done under the silting program. The member for Oropouche East spoke about the dredging. There's a difference between dredging and desilting. Once you start to do dredging, you have to go for CC and so. What we did is that we went on a very aggressive desilting program, and that is why we have over 400 projects being completed, utilizing the funding from these projects that could not be done for several reasons, or the payments couldn't be made for several reasons, and transfer that money into Vote 28 and Vote 09 to ramp up the capacity of the desilting. And again, that is why with all the rainfall that we are getting, within 10-15 minutes, the water is actually running off.
Which part is still have water in
San Juan? Member for Barataria San Juan.
In Valson South still have water?
Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you very much.
Member for Barataria.
009, ma'am. Program upgrade to existing drainage pumps and gate inventory. Ma'am, I have 2 pump houses in Barataria Sawa that are situated in the El Socorro South area. The minister last year, and I have it on record here, told me that 40% of the work was completed on the upgrade of those pumps. Madam Speaker, I could report at one of the pump houses, 100% of the pumps are not working. On the second pump house, we have 3 pumps there, and 2 of the pumps are barely working. We have one pump that is absolutely not working. I looked at the answers being given by the minister where he submitted written responses to the last SFC. Ma'am, the minister indicated that 3 pumps will cost this country $3.2 million. That is not a very big expenditure under his ministry. Why it is the minister is not replacing these pumps that doesn't cost so much money, yet every single time it rains, my constituents and constituents from the 41 constituencies lose millions of dollars, and all they have to do is really replace these pumps. Year after year after year, we come in this parliament begging for these pumps, and they will simply not replace it. I cannot understand why they will spend millions of dollars in other projects and they cannot spend a simple $3 million right to just replace a couple pumps to save persons from losing their livelihoods.
Are you going to ask now a question based on the allocation that you're talking about?
Ask Madam Chair whether or not the minister is going to replace the pumps in the El Socorro South area in this next fiscal year, being given an allocation of $8 million. This could buy 8 pumps.
Okay, so Minister of Works and Transport.
Madam Chair, while the member was giving a whole long lecture, the Director of Drainage indicated to me that everything that he's saying is not correct. The pumps in Samabatare is actually working. There's one pump down at a site where there are 2 additional pumps. So based on what the member has said, I will verify that, and I will go take a visit with the member to see for myself and to indicate to him based on the information that I have.
Minister, if you want, we can leave this committee now and go there, you know. Minister, a follow-up question, please. A follow-up question, please.
Member for Chaguanas West. Member for Chaguanas West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 003. Minister, in terms of the works along the Caroni River bank, I know in this committee in previous incarnations we would have referred to it. Can you give us an update on the Caroni River bank, certainly along the areas of New Street Settlement, an area you are familiar with and would have provided some assistance before, Caroni Village and Lapai Settlement, please?
Chair, I am happy that the member raised that because this is the first major flooding that the minister didn't wake me up 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. You recognize that a lot of work went into the Caroni River, and the Caroni River did stand up to some of the banks that were raised and so. This is one of the first flooding I had that the minister didn't wake me up all the time, and that is an indication that the work we did worked.
Madam Chair, yes, Minister, I did not wake you up 3 in the morning because I did it to Minister Faris Al-Rawi instead. But I'm saying that, you know, there are areas, those 3 areas that I called Minister, continue to be compromised areas. So I am glad it held out with some assistance this last week. But certainly moving forward, you know, those are areas that need to be reinforced. Please.
So, Madam Chair, the work on the Caroni River continues in the next fiscal year, where we'll be actually rebuilding banks and cleaning the outfall all the way out to the sealots. So that work on the Caroni River is an ongoing project being done in phases, where we actually looking to not only rebuild the banks, but we are looking at areas where we can get additional capacity to expand. If you look in one of your areas there, the bank was rebuilt, but we also got an additional almost 50 to 60 feet of additional capacity. And that is one of the things that we're working with the Andean Development Bank. It is not just rebuilding banks, but it's looking at improving the capacity in the water courses.
Minister, the Lapai extension, the riverbank along the Lapai extension, is it that the ministry will be, I'm using this term loosely, is it that they will be straightening the riverbank as I have suggested before, or is it that they're just going to be embanking?
You see, Madam Chair, it is easy to say straighten the riverbank, What that does, it pushes the water downstream at a faster rate. So the ministry, the technical team at the ministry, and that is why we are working with the Andean Development Bank, bringing in professionals and so. What we're really trying to do is to get more capacity in the river, because when you straighten a river, you actually force the water downstream faster. That might cause flooding downstream. So it's just not about solving the problem in one area and creating a bigger problem in another area. You recognize that is what happens when people build developments and so by backfilling and so. What they actually do, they create problems, and that is what is happening on the Caroni River. People are actually building on the bank, they're cutting the bank, they are filling up areas where the river is allowed to breach, to store the water, they're backfilling that, doing developments and so, and the water just has no way to breach there. And that is some of the challenges. So we have to be very careful when we say straighten the river and so.
Member
because
for
we could force the water into other areas. Tulsa.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Tulsa trees, not bridge.
Madam Chair, I have two questions I would want to raise with regards to the. I want to follow up on what the Minister just said. So we're looking at line item 003. In the flood mitigation program, the Minister indicated that he was doing a lot of desilting and proposing to do a lot of construction of river banks. Given that we have a $9 million estimate in this figure for 2023, I would want to know from the Minister which rivers is he pursuing to do bank reconstruction using this financing? I am under 003.
003. The 9 million. That is the flood mitigation, the projects for that going forward. That is the. Let me just give you I could give you the projects to be done under that. But remember, we do major river cleaning under several votes, under the 09, under 28. That is where most of the funding goes to clean rivers and so. So this year will be specific to projects. This may have 2 or 3 projects in a specific river to be done under this. But the real river cleaning is done under 09 and 28, where most of the funds that were moved from this program went into, and that is why we're able to ramp up the desilting program. So I could send to you, because we already have the listing of the different areas to be cleaned in the next financial year, and I can also send to you the rivers that were clean in the last financial year.
I would appreciate that very much, Minister.
All right.
I want to go on to 009, Minister.
Yeah, sure.
The program of upgrade to existing drainage pump and gate inventory. Minister, you allocated $15 million for this project in 2022. You spent $3 million in 2022. So instead of the 15 initially allocated, you've actually only spent 3 and you're budgeting for 8. However, Minister, 1 year ago, you advertised publicly that you had received 2 pumps for Orupuch West specifically.
No,
2 pumps. And you specified what one was supposed to be placed at Woodland, the 14 Gate site on Woodland. I had the opportunity to visit that site, Minister, 1 week ago. 1 week ago, I was on that site. The same antiquated, horrendously bad pump that existed 1 year ago is still in place. Minister, can you advise when the people of Woodland and surrounding areas, which includes all of Pinal and Davie, when they can expect that the pump promised, which you claim was delivered last year, when they can expect that at least this one pump will be installed at the 14 Gate site?
Which is the second pump? True, Madam Chair, I don't know. The Tulsa Trace is the pump house that we were referring to. And
Minister, you were very specific. I could cite the newspaper article in which you were quoted. Tulsa Trace is the pump house that pulls the Woodland area. Minister, there are 2 pumps.
There are 2 pumps in Woodland. One is an old pump and one is a brand new pump that is working. The reason, and it's in the whole, if you I think I'll have to tour that area with you. A brand new pump.
I will appreciate that,
It is the most
sir, at
modern
your
pump
time.
house that we have in Trinidad. It's the most modern pump site. And I'm seeing a picture here, and maybe I should share this with you. This is this morning where, well, I can't show it, but this is this morning where everything is cleared, and the pumps are pumping. It is
don't take chin up.
It is the most modern pump site.
Don't take chin up. Wait. Allow me.
I was jealous when I went down there because I saying, but look, my place in Balsin flooding out.
You drive past.
And you said run off quickly.
Yeah. So I will go with you, and as a matter of fact, I'll do an official commission at that pump, and I'll take you around there. But
if I may, please.
Remember, look at the Minister of Finance.
Okay, so could we have some order now? Member for Oakwood West.
Ma'am, I was very clear when I referenced the minister's statement. The minister stated 1 year ago.
And the minister gave you an answer.
No, ma'am. No, ma'am, he did not.
Gave you an answer.
Minister's explanation, ma'am. Minister's explanation was that the pump he was referring to then was at Tulsa Trees.
Right.
What he spoke to 1 year ago were two pumps, one for Tulsa Trees, and the other one for Woodland. 1 week ago, I said it, I'm repeating for the minister's information. 1 week ago, I toured the Woodland 14 gate site, and the pump that was there, he said one for Tulsa Trace, one for Woodland. There's a pump at Tulsa Trace that is working. One that had some of its own little hiccups for technical difficulties, which you'll sort out. Two pumps. One has not been supplied. Minister, people's lives are in danger. There's a substantial amount of flooding. So while it may be funny for some, it's not funny for us. It's not funny for me. It's certainly not funny for the people of Woodland. I look forward to you keeping your word, sir, because you didn't keep your word on this occasion, to tour with me Woodland and meet with the residents and explain to them that the pump you're talking about was Tulsa Trace and none for Woodland, because right now a pump is critically necessary for the 14-gate site at Woodland. It's been so for the last 7 years.
Madam Chair, I indicated two pumps. One came in for Tulsa Trace, a brand new pump of some kind of 35,000 gallons per second, and one at Sadu Trace for the member for Barataria and Sawa. I will send pictures to the member for Oakwood West, where up to this morning, the brand new pump was looking for water to pump. They pump everything out. Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Minister, as you would know, in Carinese, we had extensive flooding over the last few days. Madras Road, Santa Monica Trace, Constantine Trace, St. Helena, these areas, and especially in Madras Road, it was impassable for many, many days. So under line item 003, Infrastructure Rehabilitation and Flood Mitigation Program, I see you only spent $800,000 in the last fiscal year, but you have budgeted $9 million for this year. Could you give us an idea of what mitigation programs you have in place, specifically for the St. Helena, Kelly Village areas or Carinese?
Specific jobs in specific areas. This has nothing to do with that Madras area. We must understand the geographic location of that Madras. That is really one of the lowest point. And I mean, if you're familiar with that area, you'd recognize that the water actually ponds in that area. And once you have the runoff, then the water goes back into the area. These areas are very, very low-lying areas. As a matter of fact, I know Town and Country is very adamant as to doing any further approvals in these areas. These areas have always been challenged for flooding. However, now with the sort of downpour that we're getting, areas like this is even more challenged. This program here has nothing to do with that area. In areas like those, what we're doing, we're concentrating on widening water courses and cleaning the water courses. Because what you have happening in that area, once the Caroni is filled and some of the tributaries filled, they all breach and pond in areas like El Carmen and areas that you just referred to. We have to accept the fact flooding in these areas didn't just start, have always been there. But because of the sort of downpour that we get in, now, I mean, we have to look in terms of expanding the channels, and that is what we're doing. So that is why some projects this year would have been cancelled, going to next year, because under the agreement we have with the Andean Development Bank, we actually have teams out there mapping rivers for us and looking at where we could expand the capacity in the rivers. This year, some of the projects under drainage got a little delayed for one reason. We had an early rainy season this year. It makes no sense we go and we do capital projects, concrete work and so into the water courses, because it would just be throwing away money. So what we decided to do is to push these projects, have the tender process finished, everything completed, and at the dry season starts in January, start the projects and complete them before the rainy season started. And that is why on some of these capital projects we decided to push them for the next dry season and utilize the funding to go and clean rivers, clean the drains, widen the channels, and build the banks on the Caroni River. And so that was the whole logic behind it. So the money was spent in drainage, but not for the specific project, because of the early rainy season, because of the fact we had to change the scope of works, because we had to expand on some of the projects. And so that is the logic that the ministry used. The ministry would have spent more money than was actually allocated at the beginning of the financial year, and that is why we had to go back and have the budget revisited in the mid-year review.
Member for Shogoras West.
Madam Chair, I wanted to have a follow-up question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I return to line item 003. Minister, I appreciate the responses you have given to earlier questions regarding the rehabilitation works along the Caroni River bank. I want us to say respectfully, Minister, that what you have indicated factually and maybe technically what is being supplied to you, it is at loggerheads at what we are seeing as representatives of the people. Minister, in that vein, and this is the question I'm asking the Minister. Minister, will you accompany me on a boat ride along the Caroni River? Because I would like to point out to you factually what the problems are and where we can see if we can solve this on a long-term basis.
Madam Chair, going up the Caroni River is nothing new to me. All right, I did that 2 years ago, and if it is that the member wants to go with me the next time I'm going, I will take you.
All right, member from Aruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, the response that the minister gave before, when he said that he does the works with regards to the scope of works in the month of January for the upcoming rainy season, I would have written the minister on the 11th of January 2022, itemizing 22 streets and all my water courses that floods. I will resend the same correspondence, and I would like the minister, if he could address with regards to Barpaw, Gafu Trace in Tableland, which is affected by the Pool River, also Glod Road, and Muruga with regards to Larafed.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I too would like to join that boat ride. Under 003 as well, Minister, has any thought been given to retention ponds as a means of stopping this extensive flooding in some areas of Caronies?
Why we have taken the drainage program to a different level, where we have engaged the Andean Development Bank. They brought in consultants and so on grant funding. I think we got $500,000 US, something like that.
For a national flood plan.
For a national flood mitigation plan, which includes taking all the studies we had before, because we did a lot of studies in areas, but there was no operational plan as to how to get things done. And that is what we are working with the Andean Development Bank with right now, and they will provide the funding. Because if we have to make any inroads into flooding going forward, it is not just about cleaning the water courses, and so it has to be a much bigger program than that, where we look at detention ponds and so, and in some cases, even looking at cutting new channels. We always have a new cut channel And me being minister hearing about this new cut channel, thought that this was something new, only to recognize that this was 40 years ago. So the last channel cut in Trinidad would have been 40 years ago. And right now the new cut channel is way, the capacity, just can't handle capacity anymore. So that is why we're working with the Andean Development Bank to create a national flood mitigation program, and that program will be funded by the Andean Development Bank.
Minister, in your estimation with this new national flood plan, when can the residents of Caronies and Central see alleviation in the flooding?
So you would have started to see some aspects of the plan actually being operationalized. If you look at the Caroni River, we have actually built the embankment on a significant portion. The next phase is to continue that. Part of that plan, because we don't have to wait for the plan to be completed before we could start to work. All the gates on the Caroni River, what comes out of that plan, we don't have to wait for the plan to be completed. We have actually started the gates because we know for a fact we have to rebuild the gates. The gates on the Caroni would have been built 30 or 40 years ago. The capacity of water now coming in, it can't work. It said that we have to upgrade the pumps, and that is why we have this program to upgrade the pumps. And we are bringing in, some of the pumps we have the capacity of about 8,000 gallons per minute. The pumps we are bringing in now is 35,000 gallons and so. So we don't have to wait for the plan to complete. We are actually looking at the areas on the plan that we know we have to do, and every year we start doing some of the work on it. So you have started to see that the amount of water that came through the Caroni River within the last couple of days, the flooding was in just like I just said, the El Carmen area, St. Helena, and those areas are very low-lying areas. When I toured the area 2 days ago, the residents told me it wasn't as bad as previous years, and they knew that those areas with that kind of downpour, the river was able to breach. So the plan is working. We are looking at Port of Spain. We are looking at I think, 6 different areas from Oropouche, all the areas. And the Development Bank took all the plans to their consultants, and they're actually doing an operational plan for us to tell us what we can do in the first 3 years, what we can do in the second 3 years, and what we can do in the third 3 years. And we have actually started that.
Okay, so P. All right, so just for I see some other hands going up under, I've seen some other hands going up under drainage and irrigation. Okay, I just want to advise members I've allowed some latitude because of how topical flooding is right now, and you know the sensitivity to all those distressed citizens. But please, I want us to come back to what our remit is under here. Okay, as I said, members have an opportunity under questions or notice, under matters on the motion for the adjournment, to speak about flooding, under private members' motions, all kinds of things. All right? So that from here on, in terms of the questions, under this head, this sub-item, I want people to condescend on what our remit is. Member for Barataria Sanwan.
Thank you. 009 again, Minister, with respect to the drainage pumps. While you were answering my colleague for Oropouche West with respect to the pumps in his constituency, you mentioned the Sadu Trace pump. Minister, can you give an indication when the pumps will be replaced?
Right now, we're working on the pump house, which is about 60% completed. The idea is not just to replace the pumps, because we are bringing in things like the electricity and everything, because the pumps that we're bringing in now must be dual, work with diesel and also electricity. Because one of the problems we have in some of these areas is that whenever there's flooding and so, we can't get access to refill the diesel. So in Sadu Trace, I understand that they work on the pump house, on the access road, because we do have challenges on the road. Every time we fix the road, the amount of backfilling and construction and so going on there. So it's a total upgrade. I understand the pumps have been ordered. The pumps have been ordered. These pumps are not pumps that you go and just buy off the shelf. We have to customize these pumps and build them. I think the plan was to replace 14 pumps across Trinidad, and that exercise is ongoing. Yeah. So the East-West corridor is one area that this financial year we'll be concentrating on, because we did a lot of work for Oropouche West in the last financial year. Right? So this year we will be concentrating on the Caroni River on the East-West corridor, because we recognize the Caroni River pulls the water out of the East-West corridor and also Chaguanas to some extent. So that area is very important for us.
Minister, last year you told me the same exact thing with the different type of pumps, so the diesel, the electricity. And then I'm asking again, right? You said the pumps are ordered. Can you give us a date when the pumps should arrive for the pumps to be replaced in my constituency? That is what I want to find out.
And member, I'll ask you to use your other options for that specificity. Okay? Member for St. Augustine.
Thank you, Madam. Under 009, upgrade to existing drainage pumps and gateway inventory. In the Caroni River Basin, there's the Wyabal River, and that river has some gates, some floodgates that take water out of the Bamboo area, out of the Valsain South area in particular. And 2 of the floodgates in the Bamboo area have been leaking even before I became MP. Can you indicate if under 009 those will be repaired, and if the request for the new floodgate at the outfall of the Wyabal and Real Spring that causes the massive flooding in Valsain South, if that could be installed under this head in this financial year?
Projects this year, again, we have the St. Augustine area, the Sadu Trace, the Bamboo Pump House. The problem with the Valsain South is that water flows into the Valsain main drain, which flows into the Wyabal River and then goes into the Caroni. If you understand the nature of the flooding, once the Caroni is full, it backs into the Wyabal River, and the Wyabal River now backs into the Valsain River. The geography of the area that you're talking about that flooding is a very low-lying area. Once the tide action in the ocean is high, the water from the Caroni can't flow out. It will back all the way back.
That is why we are asking for a floodgate, and it has been years. Madam Chair, with all due respect.
Member, would you allow the minister to answer? If you have a follow-up, we'll allow it. 2 of you all cannot speak at the same time.
My question is whether a mechanism to prevent the water flowing back in Valsain could be done under 009, program to upgrade existing drainage pumps and gateway inventory, if that could be done within this financial year.
So, Madam Chair, there is a gate in that area. The problem we had a couple of days ago, the water in the Caroni backed so high that the water came over the gate. However, there is a program now ongoing to refurbish all the gates on the Caroni, and that is why if you go into the Bamboo Tree, you will see some structures there that are 4 times the size of the existing ones. So all cannot be done in 1 year, but there's a program ongoing to repair all the gates along the Caroni, but it would have been started and it continues. So yes, we will get around to upgrading the gates and the Valsain South area. All right? Yes, we'll be getting around to do that, but we have a program that we're operating with, and that is why, if you look at Bamboo and so, the new gates are working perfect because they are like 3 times the size of the existing gates. If you look at Tulsa Trace and you look at the new gates that went down there, the member for Oropuch West will be very happy.
Madam Speaker, Madam Chairman, I just want to save the minister from continuing, because I think he's talking about something very different to what I am speaking about. Can I ask the minister for a commitment to visit with myself and people from the community very, very soon?
Of course.
So we could see exactly where it is, because you're talking to something completely different.
You asked for the commitment, the minister said, of course. Member for Kamuto Mansinilla, and after this we are going on to another project.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll put my question on notice.
P, coastal protection. A, air transport. Member for Couva South.
Madam Speaker's Chair, to the Minister, 001, repairs to perimeter fence, and I would assume that is Piaco International Airport.
001.
011.
Okay.
Yeah, repairs to perimeter fence. Minister, does that include the lighting system around the fence too? I'm told that about 50 of these light poles are not functioning currently on the perimeter fence at the airport.
I'm sure the lighting.
I'm not talking about lighting on the runway.
At the fence.
On the fence.
But no, this is for the perimeter fence. So I'll have to look at the scope of work to see if it includes the poles for the light. But when we say the perimeter fence, I would think this is the perimeter fence, but I'll have to check to see if the scope of work includes light poles. But it wouldn't be electrical, obviously, because electrical is done under another vote.
A perimeter is supposed to deal with security issues, and I'm sure that from a night
as I said, I don't know the scope of works, but I will check it.
From a night point of view, you would want the lighting around the fence to be functioning. In addition, how much money has been spent on this perimeter fence as we speak up till now?
This perimeter fence is, I mean, we have to accept that this is a very large perimeter fence and it's done in packages. I think this is about the third package that is being done. 4 packages.
Now, how much have been spent?
I will have to check how much was spent in the last couple of years, because every year we do a piece.
Well, you said 4 packages have been awarded to contractors.
4 packages have been completed so far. So this is another package to continue the work, because.
So could we be told, could you provide the information in terms of how much has been spent so far and how much is projected to be spent to bring the perimeter fence to acceptable international
I'll show you one of
standards?
the contractors too who did it.
B, bus transport. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 86, development of Factory Road, Chaguanas. We have a $1.5 million budgeted there for this fiscal term. Minister, can you advise us on what we expect to see with the utilization of this $1.5 million?
86, let me just get the. Yeah. Okay, the fencing of the Factory Road property and consultant service for the project. This is really the start of the project.
Start of this project, and do you have a projected completion date?
Not at this time. I could always get that to you.
Also, Minister, the integrated smart transport solution that has been in existence for some time, it is now budgeted at the $5 million. Can you advise what this $5 million is going to be utilized for?
Yes, this is to prepare the whole. Yeah, this is the. As 90, right. This is the development and implementation of the customer mobile app and the development and implementation of the e-payment and ticketing system. All this is in keeping with the drive at the PTSC to use technology to track buses, to make payments, for the commuters to be able to identify where the buses are at what point in time, and putting the infrastructure in place for the increase anticipated in the electric buses, and so that is coming in. We have to work on this part of the development now, so that at least when the buses come, the whole transformation of PTSC will fit into the new mode of public transportation.
Minister, the PTSC, when you would have become the Minister of Transport in 2015, 2016, From there, the PTSC would have already outfitted these PTSC buses with GPS units on it, along with a software solution in place identifying the location of the bus and when the buses are available to go out to service the various routes. Can you advise if that program has been discontinued, or this program that under this line item is integrating the outstanding, the already completed part of the GPS installation?
This program here is a much more developed system where both the commuters could identify the buses where they are. They could buy tickets online. Several aspects to make the public transportation more accessible and more welcoming to the commuters. The whole idea of trying to get PTSC to a point where they will become the #1 mode of public transportation. And we must accept the fact that if we want to reach there, we have to use technology. So this is actually laying the platform for PTSC to achieve their goals.
Thank you, Minister. Well, PTSC have been using the technology, and that's why I'm explaining to you that they have already placed GPS units and so forth on the bus. Can you advise, I'm not seeing anything here spent in this line item for 2021 or 2022. Can you advise if the GPS units that were installed on the buses at the PTSC are still operational?
I will have to get that information, please.
Thank you, Minister.
Also, for Tabakit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, I'm at line item 050, the purchase of the 100 new buses. And I saw that we spent 2.7 million thereabouts. And I note your answer to my colleague earlier when we were looking at PTSC that you've said that you would provide the 79 routes that PTSC undertakes, and I'm listening to you about the transformation at PTSC, and the fact that you had raised earlier that these 100 new buses were part of the thrust to ensure that the public transportation becomes more robust. And so I'm raising this because in my constituency, a number of the routes have been discontinued despite the acquisition of the 100 new buses because of the state of the roadways. And so part of to Piparo, the bus to Piparo is discontinued, the bus from San Fernando to Tabakit as well. And so while we would like to work with you, my question is, with the 100 new buses, are we looking at the overall, because you have said there's a whole of government approach, so the overall scope of whether or not the buses are servicing persons in rural communities and for whatever reason that they can't access certain communities at this time? Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, firstly, the 100 buses, those buses came in from 2015 to, I think we got the last 5 last week. That was the last 5 on the 100. So that buses have already been accounted for in the fleet at PTSC. One of the problems with PTSC is that every year they would try to buy 25 buses, but then they would take 50 buses off the line. So you will always find yourself at a reduced amount of buses. That is why the government took a decision to go for 300 buses one time, but sort of rationalize the fleet, because one of the problems at PTSC, there were 24 brands of buses, 24 brands, and you have to store 24 different brands of parts, and it just was not working. So what we did is that we rationalized the fleet, and what we're hoping to have is like 2 or 3 lines of buses at any point in time, and to ensure that the parts could work on different buses. So this 100 buses have already been taken into account. What we're trying to do is to get these new buses in, carry the fleet, because what PTSC requires is about 500 working buses at all times. Once they get to 500 buses, then they could utilize all the routes that are required, and that is what we're pushing on. Well, so we will work as diligent as possible to try to get as much routes on based on the buses that we have. Once the new buses come online, then you'll see a total expansion of all the routes, because as I said, what we're trying to do is to get PTSC to be the #1 mode of public transport, but we have some work to do in order to get there.
Well, thank you, Minister, but again, I raised it in just one follow-up, but I raised it in the context that this isn't, in this particular instance, it isn't that the bus is the problem. The road is the problem.
No, well, we could work on we will work on the roads because, as you see, the government drive in this financial year is to put more money into road restoration. Now that we have the secondary roads company working along with the Ministry of Works, we see a lot of our roads being repaired in a much faster time. Because while they will be concentrating on the secondary roads, we will be concentrating on the main roads and the highways and so. I know for a fact there are some areas because of landslips and so, buses can't access. But that is as a result of the change in the weather pattern. From as early as May this year, the soil in Trinidad would have been saturated. And as the rain continued, a lot more landslips started to happen because there was just no way in the ground again for the water. That would have helped exacerbated the challenges that we had in keeping the roads passable. But the ministry would have ensured connectivity. However, in some areas, the larger buses couldn't pass until a proper landslip
Agreed, but so I guess we are agreeing that we have to find some sort of solution.
Yes, and that's what we're working on.
Okay,
we give you the assurance that we're working
well, my
on
role
that.
here was just to request the solution on behalf of the residents.
And we will work along
Thank
with
you.
it. We will work
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Recognize Shigona Sis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you, Minister, I note your concerns as it relates to routes, as well as I note the schedule as it relates to Shogunas in terms of PTSE. My question here today is whether you and your technical in terms of PTSE can consider in terms of the schedule for Shogunas, specifically Port of Spain to Montrose, Montrose to Port of Spain, if you can consider increases in terms of the schedule. There's a specific schedule which has been existing for some time now. I'm not sure if you can consider it. If not, if yes, I'm willing to meet and I'm willing to write you officially.
We will put your request.
1 second again, line item. I know I came in when the discussion was along PTSE, but again, you're supposed to identify a particular line item.
Sure, 050, Mr. Chair.
Same one, okay. Go ahead, Mr. Minister.
Okay, so we will put your request to the board at PTSC and the management, and I'm sure they will get in touch with you for any further details.
Uvanot, recognize you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the Honourable Minister, Minister, line item 076 and 078, refurbishment of work areas at PTSC, development of terminus facility, San Grande, San Fernando, and Scarborough. Minister, can you advise if under any of these two line items was any contract awarded for the construction of an eyewash bay at the former OAS compound, or even line item 84?
Under line item 84.
078, and then you also identify the last one?
084.
084.
Yes.
Well, these line items are for specific jobs, and I didn't see anything here for OAS compound. So if you ask me if these line items would have incurred work at OAS compound, based on the information I have, no.
Well, I'm calling it the OAS compound. You may have a name for it within the PTSC. It's the former OAS compound where the PTSC has been relocated to in San Fernando.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what is the name you have for that compound.
Well, yeah, but these, we call it the OAS compound, but these line items that you're asking about here, they say exactly what it is for. And so OAS is not covered here.
Indeed, okay. Right. So thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Minister, with respect to the line item 076, 078, 080, and 084, along with 088, the revised estimate for 2022, would you be kind enough to provide us with a breakdown of the description of the contracts that were awarded under those line items, the contractor, and the value of those contracts?
Minister,
yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Minister. And can you give us an update on 039, development of passenger facility at Rio Claro? When is your estimated completion date for this project?
So, Deputy Chair, that facility have been giving us some challenges. There are some occupiers of the compound. My information is that they have finally made some headway on the relocation of the people who utilize the compound. Once the compound is made available, then we will look at restarting that project. The challenge there, as I said, there are some occupiers on the land that was earmarked for that. So we're working with the different ministries to have them relocated.
Hoover North again.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. So there's no set completion date for that Rio Claro facility as yet, right? Line item 070, the design and construction of the new passenger terminal depot at Sangster Hill, Tobago. Minister, this is a recurring $2 million that is being allocated to this line item when we go back to 2020, 2021, 2022, but it is not being properly utilized or fully utilized because in 2022 the revised estimate is nil, whereas the same $2 million showed up with an actual expenditure of $361. Again, we're now allocating a further $2 million for 2023. Can you advise what is the status of this project?
Okay, so what we did, we engaged the new administration at the THA. They seem to suggest some other ideas for that terminal, and we are in discussion with them on that. They have some different ideas to the original plan. So until a firm decision is taken, this project will just be on hold because they feel that we should do something different.
$2 million. Can you advise if the $2 million will go towards these terminal facility in Tobago?
If we are in a position to start the project, it will be utilized. If we are not in a position to start it, then the money will be transferred to another area where funds are required.
D, roads and bridges, page 106. G, road systems, operations and services. I recognize the member for Couva North. So we are G.
Yes.
Right, road systems, operations and services, page 106.
Minister, line item 171, provision of road safety audit on the roadway of Trinidad and Tobago. And Minister, this line item was budgeted at $2 million, but none of it was utilized. Can you explain what is the status of this project?
Right,
and why it is none of the $2 million was utilized for this year?
So right now we're working with the CDB on this project, looking at the scope and everything for this project. But we're working with the CDB, and we just did not incur any cost so far. But it's an ongoing project that we're working with the CDB on. And we got some grant funding for this one.
Minister, while it's an ongoing project with respect to road safety audit, I would just like to draw to your attention the barriers along the Solomon Hochoy highways where there are iron pieces of metal that is pointing towards the roadways where there is no barricade, but the iron structure itself is pointing towards the roadways, that if it is that any vehicle perhaps happen to run into that barriers, they are running directly into those iron frames that can significantly compromise the lives of our motorists along the Solomon Hochoy Highway. So this is something that I would like to recommend to you, that consideration be given by the ministry to look at the danger by not attending to these barriers, and where the barriers has actually been compromised from accident, by not repairing those areas that has been compromised, it is putting motorist lives at risk at
Thank
present.
you, member. Care to comment, Mr. Minister?
It's a constant work in progress with these barriers and the cables. This is a constant work, and the ministry continues to look at them and to have them on a project. But those projects are not covered here. Those are under the traffic management, under the recurrent of the traffic management. That has nothing to do with what we're speaking about here.
Thank you, Minister, for the information, and I ask that you use the relevant line item to provide the support for this issue here, if you take consideration of the motorists, the danger of being exposed. Thank you.
Thank you. H, sea transport, pages 106 and 107. I, administration, page 107. Shagona Sis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, 020 under I, expenses of the program management unit, PURE. Minister, if I'm not sure if it may fall under this line item. In terms of your 2023 estimate, I note the design has been completed as it relates to the Bridle Road Bridge in Gillingham? Would it be under this line item? No?
Unit.
Okay. Sure. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. P, VEMCOT, page 108. A, administrative services, page 109. F, public buildings, page 109. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, item 001, pre-investment, page 205. Item 001, pre-investment, A, drainage and irrigation, page 205. Do I recognize Kumuto Manzelina?
Well, yes, Mr. Chair.
Be on page 205.
No, that was actually before, but you went ahead.
What page we on?
Well, I was at page 109. That was F, public buildings.
All right. The opportunity, senior.
Thank you. Just to the Honorable Minister, line item 311, Sani Grande Works Office, Guayco. What works upgrade is expected in the fiscal year 2023?
So, to you, Mr. Deputy Chair, the Sani Grande Works Office is a very big compound, as you're aware, and we actually brought in the license office on that compound, NITCO on that compound. There are plans to move another division on the compound. What we're trying to enhance is the security fence on the compound in the next financial year.
Okay.
A, drainage and irrigation, page 205. H, okay, recognize member for Urupuch West.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I am looking at the one sub-item, strategic drainage plan, non-structural measures. Minister, I see no allocation previously, so this is a brand new project as indicated in the notes. But can the Minister indicate what exactly is expected to be achieved with this $1 million allocation in regards to a strategic drainage plan?
Talk about on the National Strategic Drainage Plan that we're working with the Andean Development Bank, and this is just the counterpart funding from the government for the loan.
Minister, then would you be able to give us an idea of when this plan will be completed?
And as I said, it's an ongoing plan, and what we're getting from the plan as they develop certain operational packages, we start to implement them. So we're not going to wait for the entire plan to be completed. We actually pick the low-hanging fruits that could be done immediately, and that is why coming out of that whole plan, we have things like you upgrade of the gates, upgrade of the pumps, rebuilding of the banks on the Caroni River, and we don't have to wait for the plan to come to tell us we should try to widen the Caroni River. So right now we are looking at areas on the Caroni where we can get additional space and so.
Can the Minister indicate, just for clarification?
And then this 1 million here, for several areas, we have to get EIA and so. So this is to actually start all those statutory requirements.
Thank you. Minister, I know that you said that you don't have to wait until the completion of the plan to continue, so you will do some of the things as we move forward. Can the Minister indicate where we are at with regards to Urupuch West itself, or Urupuch constituency, or South, the Urupuch River Basin?
Right. So the study on the Urupuch Basin was done, as you recognize, years ago. We had studies in Urupuch, we had in several areas, but these were just studies and did not tell us to implement anything. What we're doing now is that they're looking at all that and actually bringing implementable projects for us. So yes, that Urupuch Basin study was one of the areas that they are looking at right now for us.
Do we have a time frame?
I don't want to commit to a time frame, but as I told you before, one of the things coming out of that was the upgrade of the pumps. And you have seen, I mean, I'm sure you'll be very happy to know that the project there is 95% completed with the pumps actually pumping. And I'll send you the pictures where the pump actually looking for water to pump down there now. Pump out everything.
I could send them some.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Move on.
No.
We move on.
Next section.
Sea Transport, H. Member for Tabakit. Page 205.
Yes, yes.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, line item 001, the feasibility study for the fast ferry port in Togo. 2021, we spent $7 million. There was an estimated amount for 2022, of which none was spent, but we are estimating another $3 million for the feasibility study. So my question is, how much are we expecting to spend on our feasibility study?
EIA, and so this is for the project have already been, the preliminary designs have already been completed. This money here is to actually start the EIA and so, because we, right?
Be included under the feasibility study.
Yes. Well, this is how we term it.
Yeah, no problem. And so what I'm asking, therefore, is that at what point will we get a total cost for the feasibility study of the fast ferry port in Togo?
Well, once the EMA and so gives us the final terms of reference and so.
Thank you.
Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. Honorable members, item 003. Member for Carney East, West, East, where you want to take us?
I was under sub-item 11A. Yeah.
And you on page?
206.
No, I'm now going there.
Okay.
Member. I'm now going there. Honorable members, item 003, Economic Infrastructure, spans 3 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. A, Drainage and Irrigation, page 206. Proceed, member.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, under 005, National Program for the Upgrade of Drainage Channels, I see 26 million was budgeted, well, was estimated to be spent in 2022, but only $1 million was spent. And currently in 2023, we have 18 million budgeted to be spent. Could you tell us if any of these programs would be targeted in the Caroni East constituency?
No, this program, the reason why the money was not spent on this program is because again, working with the Andean Development Bank, this program was to just originally to be walling and paving. We had to rescope the work because we recognized that the walling and pavement will not assist the flooding in the area. So we rescoped the work. We had to go out for tenders and so. By the time that was completed, we were in March of this year. If that work was started in March of this year, it meant that in the rainy season, the work would have been continuing, and it would have been impossible to complete this work based on the fact that the rainy season was an early rainy season this year. All the money would have been wasted because this is actually walling and paving, and you can't do walling and paving while the watercourse is filled. So all these jobs would have been tendered out and everything, just waiting for the startup in January and to be completed before the rains come in. The scope of works here is the Diego Martin River Basin Improvement Work, and the Maraval River Basin Improvement Works, and the St. Anne's River Basin Work. These are really concrete works to be done in these channels. And this was supposed to be done last year. But as I said, because of the early dry season, the work was rescheduled for the next fiscal year, and the money was transferred into doing 09 and 28 for river cleaning. So what we decided to do is to put the money into cleaning the water courses and ensuring that at least we could have a quick runoff and do the concrete work in the dry season.
Okay, great. And on 007 and 011, would the scope of works, any of these scope of works entail any projects in Carneys?
07, this is this is 9. This is for 9 projects. The short-term mitigation for phase 1 and for 35 projects. Yes, so this does have work across the country under this program. We have 20 projects, I think, 20 projects to be started under this program.
Minister, could we get those projects in writing, please?
Sure, we'll facilitate that.
And the contractors hired?
Well, yeah, sure. Once we have it, once it's you see, we can't give you the contractors until these projects are tendered out and an award made. Right? So under these projects, these are tenders that will go out. I could only give you the contractors when the award is made.
And the value of each contract?
And the value of each contract. As
Thank
I
you
said,
very
those
much.
are tendered.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 07, Flood Mitigation Erosion Control Program. Minister, this line item was estimated in 2022 at 21 million, but it was only revised that 7 million was utilized. Can you explain why it is this entire allocation was not utilized for erosion control programs?
Flood mitigation, erosion. Yeah, sure. What is you wanted? The programs under it? Okay. So
what was the problem?
Again, because this year, a lot of these, you see, a lot of the drainage work that we had planned would have been from old planning projects. What we are doing now is that we're revisiting all these projects with the international consultants that we have. And a lot of these projects require additional rescoping, because when these projects were scoped, the total dynamics have changed. One, we got the allocation last year in the budget. To start these projects would have put us into the rainy season if we had started them then. And the decision was taken to push these projects for the next financial year, put all the paperwork in place, the tender process and everything, and start it in January and utilize the money. So the money that you see in here wasn't sent back. The money here was transferred into the votes under drainage, because if you look at your money spent, you'll see it's a lot more than was allocated. And also in the highways, where we got a lot of landslip this year, and we had to change a lot of culverts and cylinders and so, all the money that wasn't utilized this year under these programs went into those programs, and that is why you saw highways spending 20 million more than they were allocated, because these monies went into those programs. What we had to do this year, because of the early rainy season and the saturation of the soil, we had to make sure that we maintain connectivity on the roads and try to ensure that all the emergency works and so that we had were fulfilled.
Thank you for that explanation, Honourable Minister. Minister, under the same line item, erosion control program, I would just like to highlight to you the issue that I have previously raised with respect to the erosion of the La Cuesa River, the northern bank of that La Cuesa River, and also the southern bank of the La Cuesa River, that is compromising houses from Sinastri Street all the way to the Orangefield Main Road. And if it is a consideration in going forward.
Member, I think your point has been made. We know we have the allocations where you can provide that information to the minister in writing. Right, but the point has been made.
So what I want from you, Honourable Minister, is if you can provide us also with a breakdown for the upcoming financial year in terms of the programs, the projects that you have earmarked for this fiscal term, please.
You really have it here, but
no, Mr. Minister, you provide it. I'll if you provide it.
Yeah.
Member for Woodbridge West.
I refer to all the line items now under that relevant section, drainage and irrigation. Minister, I note that you had what was in effect $56 million allocated to spend in 2022. You spent $8 million. You've now budgeted $37 million. So what that tells you is that some work that was budgeted for 2022 was not done and is not being scheduled to be done in 2023 either. Can the minister advise why that is so and what has been left out for the 2023 schedule?
This allocation here, we have a program of works. All the $37 million can't be spent in 3 months, 5 months, or even 6 months. The idea is to utilize the funding, and if money is needed for the program, we either we go back to the Minister of Finance and the mid-year review, and we get additional. It's a normal thing. Last year under drainage, we did get an increase in the mid-year review. So the idea is that you have your program of works, you have a budget, you spend that money. If you need additional money, then you go back in the mid-year review. The Minister of Finance have already committed to us that whatever money we need for projects that was underfunded, he will make preparations for them at the mid-year review.
Follow.
Yeah. So, Minister, just to confirm then that money will not be the issue for projects not being undertaken in this fiscal year.
But once we have a project that was approved by the cabinet and it is on the books, if money is required, you could always go back in the mid-year review. That's what the mid-year review is all about.
Accept it. Thank you,
But the
Minister.
project have to be a project earmarked for the financial year.
Thank you.
Muruga Tibelan, you still have a question? Proceed. Page 206.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, with regards to 007 flood mitigation and erosion control program, I just want to get from you whether Barco is being considered, Larafin, Muruga, and Gafu, Trace, and Tableland. Namely, Larafin and Muruga with regard to the erosion, and Barco and Gafu with regards to the flooding.
And Mr. Deputy Chair, we have certain projects and we have identified, I think, about, we have 35 new projects over a 3-year period. What I can do for you, I can supply a listing of these projects earmarked for now. However, these projects, we're allowed to change these projects based on emergencies and so. Okay, so we are looking at all the areas that you spoke about. However, we have to prioritize the areas based on the funding that we have for this financial year and the projects that we have earmarked.
N, other services. P, Muruga Tableland.
Chair, Minister, with regards to the construction of the fishing facility at Granchebe, Muruga, I know it was raised. N003, construction of an integrated fishing port and facilities at Granchebe, Muruga. N? All right. So, Minister, seeing the various allocations throughout the years, 19 million, and then we had 5 million in 2022. And then we have 10 million allocated. Well, 10 million was the actual spent, and we have 25 allocated. The problem that I'm having with this project, I know you said that it's ongoing. I would have written NIDCO stating the problems that was brought to my attention with regards to the contractor not being paid on time, and the project was halted for about a 3-month period. Also with regards to the owing of the labor force. So, like the minister undertaking with regards to conducting a site visit on this site with me, and if the minister, just for my records, could just state back the completion date.
I don't have any information about the contractor not being paid on time. My information is that the contract is ongoing. NIDCO is managing the contract, and the onshore aspect of it should be completed by the middle of 2023.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Puch West.
It's okay, Minister.
P, coastal protection, pages 206 to 208. D, roads and bridges. Woo. Who do I take first? No, I'll take Tabakit. Let me hear Tabakit. And the others can decide if they're going with their questions after.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are on 208.
208.
I'll give him a moment. Yeah? Well, I will go with line item 276, the landslip repair program. Yes, I am on 276 landslip repair program. So the actual spend we had in 2021 was $6 million, Minister. We estimated 35 million, of which 12 million thereabouts is estimated to have been utilized. Minister, I'm not sure if you got a chance to catch the Standing Finance Committee where the Minister of Public Utilities sat here. But the minister we're discussing the impact of the landslips and whether or not the landslip was creating problems with WASA's infrastructure, because the reports I gave to him then was that the infrastructure was causing the landslip. And the minister suggested that the landslip was causing the infrastructure problem. And so I made that note so that when we're discussing today the $80 million allocation for fiscal 2023, you and I have had this discussion. We've seen some improvements, but I have a major landslip in the Bonaventure area. as well as some of the others that are causing some communities to quite possibly be cut off. With this $80 million, what I'm asking is, are we anticipating that the majority of this money would be utilized to solve the problem that we're facing with the landslips, which you've also raised throughout our proceedings today, noting the changing weather patterns, noting that we have increasing number of landslips? Are we going to see an increasing level of work, therefore, to ensure that our communities stay connected and that we aren't facing the problems of communities being completely cut off?
Mr. Minister.
Yeah, so I don't know of any community that is cut off. What we do is that we ensure that whenever there's a major landslip or anything like that, we go in and we ensure that connectivity is maintained. This is the major landslip program. You can't just go in and do these landslips just like secondary landslips and small landslips, big landslips. We have different stages where you have design, right? Where the landslips are, you do the designs. Once the designs are completed, then you have to go out for tender, and then you can get boots on the ground. So this year we have several landslips that have been designed, and you will see boots on the ground. Landslip is a very expensive exercise because right now you have some of these landslips costing in excess of 15 million, 18 million for one. And if you have 300 landslips at an average 10 million for a landslip, you think about how much money we're talking about. So what we try to do is to make sure we show up the road, we have the road properly well safe and passable while the landslip program continues. We are looking at other areas this year, just like road improvement, to use other techniques, natural techniques to sort of prevent landslip at an early stage, because you recognize if you could prevent some of the landslip at an early stage, then the deterioration would not be as bad. So we're looking at several areas for landslips, but one thing that we can guarantee is that we will ensure that no community is left disconnected from any community. This year we have $80 million under the landslip program, $80 million under the bridges program. We feel that will be sufficient for us to start all the landslip that we have at the design stage right now.
Thank you, Minister. But I guess you understood the gist of my question because of the fact that the landslips are so expensive. That's why I wondered how 12 million is the estimated spend for fiscal 22. So that was the design.
Yeah, and it depends on the stage. And again, because of the inclement weather, there are certain landslips that you don't want to touch. Because if you interfere with the landslip in this weather, you could create a bigger problem. We see that happening in Martlot, where we have landslip coming on, but the soil is so saturated that the most we can do at this time is just clear the roadway.
So we're looking forward to improvement in the dry season.
We are looking forward to get boots on the ground on the dry season.
Thank
you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Roads and Bridges D, item 247. Minister, under this item which deals with Pure, I note the design which was done for the Bridle Road Bridge. I'm very grateful for that. I would just like to find out from you whether you can confirm, though, if the two-way bridge would be constructed in this financial year.
Again, Pure has a massive program based on the allocation of funding. Then we'll have to reprioritize the program. So I can't tell you about the Bridle Bridge at this point in time, but I'll take note of it and I will. I'll get that information to you.
Follow up, Follow up, go ahead.
Yeah. Item 297, pothole patching and spot paving works, Minister. I have been liaising with your Pure personnels as guided by you. Can you indicate, I'm just asking you, right, in this committee meeting, whether you can assist with the Gaston Street paving? Give consideration. I'm not demanding, I'm asking for you to give consideration.
Right, so Gaston Street do not fall under the purview of the Ministry of Works, but we did do some major work in your constituency with roads that are highly traversed. Now we have the Secondary Roads Company, and we intend to work closely with them. So I'll speak to the Minister of Local Government, and that's how we develop the program. However, that falls under the Chaguanas Borough Corporation. I have made material available to the corporation to go and help us to patch the road. They have not taken up the offer. All right? And that is a major concern to me. If you're complaining that you don't have money to buy material, and I'm giving you the material free, you have the labor, why you're not doing it? Thank you.
Nice Kufa North.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 275, Bridges Construction Program. And Minister, we had a 40 million allocation in 2022, but we only utilized 25 million. I'm so happy to see that 80 million has been allocated for 2023. And Minister, I want to draw your attention to a letter that I would have written to you on the 6th of October 2020 when I became the MP for Couva North with respect to the Ragunanan Road West, the bridge at the Ragunanan Road West, asking for your assistance in having this bridge reconstructed, which is the bridge that crosses the Diana River. Areas of Ragunanan Road West has currently been receiving significant flooding, and persons are more or less stranded based on the flooding issue, and the repair of this bridge is going to significantly assist
Question,
in that
please,
area.
member.
So, Minister, I would like if consideration be given to that request that was made in 2020 and moving forward. With respect to that, also, we have the Randy Carter Bridge that totally collapsed. We had the support from the Ministry of Works that came and assist with the removal of the bridge from the Caparo River to allow the water to run freely. But we have not gotten any word with respect to the reconstruction of that Randy Carter Bridge, and I'm hoping that out of this 80 million in the upcoming fiscal year, that consideration can be given to that. Also, representatives from your ministry had visited the Union Bridge, which the foundation has been compromised by the erosion of the water flow erosion. I know there was some temporary fixing that took place with the support of Councillor Alan Taxi Sipasad, where he would have provided the cement and stuff for the workers. However,
Final question,
the Union Bridge.
Final question.
So Minister, I'm
so
highlighting to you.
the 3 bridges you spoke about, you'd like to know if they will be programmed. Member,
yes.
The 3 bridges you identified, you'd like to know if they'll be programmed.
Do I have 5 minutes to make my contribution?
Listen, member, the 3 bridges
Chair,
you identified.
I would like to know if I have 5 minutes to make my contribution.
As the chair, I will determine. I will determine as the chair. So the 3 bridges you have identified, you want to know if they'll be programmed this year?
Chair, I want to know how we're operating in this committee. If it is that I have 5 minutes for...
No. Member, the 3 bridges you identified. Minister, the 3 bridges you identified, can they be programmed this year? Member, please, do not be the first one. Do not be the first one. Member, Minister.
So this bridges program is for major bridge construction. We have bridges under the Ministry of Works is responsible for the bridges under the Ministry of. The bridges that you call, they do not fall under the purview of the Ministry of Works. We assisted the corporations whenever the request is there based on the ability of funding. These bridges here would be bridges that were designed going forward. There's a program to upgrade all the bridges on the road, on the major road network. That is what this is for. Pure also does bridges, smaller bridges and so. These are major bridges, the bridges that you call them, and some of them in agricultural access areas. So what we will do is we will be working with the new secondary roads company, working with the regional corporation based on the availability of funding, giving them technical knowledge and so. But those bridges will not fall under this program. This is for the major bridge reconstruction program where we do large bridges and so. Smaller bridges are done under Pure and the Regional Corporation, Ministry of Rural Development. That is where those bridges will
Minister, may I correct you, please? The Union Bridge is
Union
along
falls,
it falls under the Ministry of Works. And if the chair had allowed me to ask my question and to complete my contribution, I would have been able to highlight those things. In going forward, Minister.
Member, do not bring the chairman into your discourse. Ask your question.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So Chairman, I would like to put forward to the Honourable Minister, in going forward, we have seen bridges collapsed in the constituency because of the failure, whether it is Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Local Government, to address the issues. We have pleaded with you from since 2020 for your help to address issues with respect to bridges that collapse. And we are highlighting to you that the Union Bridge, which falls directly under your purview, it is the responsibility of the Ministry of Works to ensure that the bridge does not collapse. So before any sort of collapse take place, I'm asking for you that the proper repair works be done to the foundation of the Union Bridge and going forward for this fiscal term.
Minister.
We have a department that inspect our bridges. We have had no collapse of the Ministry of Works bridges so far. However, I take note of what the member is saying. You call 3 bridges, 2 of which does not fall under the purview of the Ministry of Works. However, the Ministry of Works stands ready to assist corporations and local government. And we do that under a different program. So to answer your question, those bridges will not be programmed under this project, but I give you the assurance that the ministry goes out and inspect all the bridges under the Ministry of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Minister, line item 276, landslips repairs program. We have 3 large landslips in Fletcher's Road in the southern part of Caranese. I would like to know if these landslips would be repaired in this fiscal year.
Choose the landslips and the bridges for repair. They're all on the program. But the technical team will look at the most critical ones. We maintain connectivity and we look at the most critical landslips, and that is where they get onto the program, and sometimes you have to adjust the program because we may be in the process of actually starting a landslip and then another one comes up that is more critical. So the problem, the project, the minister has the prerogative to vary projects on the program, because we may program a landslip to be done in this financial year, but then something pops up that cutting off half the country. So we then have to reprioritize that and bring that onto the program. But if you send me the landslips that you have, I can tell you where they are on the program. What I can give you the assurance is that we will make sure that the community is not cut off and the road is safe.
Okay, because in the last, thank you. Could I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
In the last fiscal year, the residents have been unable to have garbage access, garbage truck access, as well as an elderly person died because an ambulance was...
So you send it to me, and I will ensure that the team goes out, visit, and make sure that access is maintained.
And another question, could I ask another question? Line item 275, Bridges Reconstruction Program. Is there any word on the Lalu Trace Bridge? Is that going to be repaired in this fiscal year?
Falls on that. Under this program, the fact that there is a Lalu Trace Bridge, it's highly unlikely that that will fall under this program. But I could check to see if we have that on our program, where exactly it is, if it's under PO, if it's under local government, or where it is. And again, I could identify 200 bridges that need to be repaired, but the ministry has to look at the most critical bridges and the most traverse bridges, and that is how they come up. The technical team will
Mr.
come up.
Minister, I know you have said that a couple of times in terms of the overall picture.
Yes.
So I'll need to move on. Rupuch West.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think my request would make things a little bit easier for everybody here. I'm looking at 247, 275, and 276. As you indicated, I am aware 247, 275, 276. That's the road construction, major road rehab, bridges reconstruction, and landslip repairs program. Minister, I'm aware that you would have, as you indicated just now, the authority to flex, but you would have prioritized the work going forward. Part of the problem we face as representatives is we are not sure where our requests, as you would have heard from my colleagues here, we're not sure where our requests or our concerns fall in line with, whether it falls in line with urgent or not so urgent, or working in progress, or has to go from 0 to, we're not sure. So if it is possible, Minister, for you to provide to the committee, or at the earliest identifiable convenience, a listing of the work being undertaken or programmed to be undertaken under these 3 heads in terms of the priority. So we will also know what is likely to happen. So we will also be able to brief our constituents in terms of their needs. Because as you are aware, each constituent will be
That is
anxious
where
to get
we have
their
a program
priorities
of
sorted
works,
out.
and I could make that available to you, and you'd recognize that under the landslip program, the majority of major landslip actually happens in constituencies around you. And that is because of the soil movements in these areas. You would hardly get landslip in certain constituencies, and you'll get more in other constituencies. And that is how the program is developed. I can't build landslip in an area where there's no landslip. I have to build landslip where landslip occurring. So you'll see the pattern, and the pattern has nothing to do with discrimination or anything like that. So rest assured.
We'll table that.
Chair, Minister, I just want to make an open plea for Penal Rock Road in Moruga. I would have written to you on several occasions, but even on the day that the budget was read, the 26th of September, I had 2 trucks tilting over. The road is on the verge of cutting off. I understand what was...
One of the particular line item. 274, 275, 276. 276, Penal Rock Road.
So I'm making a plea with regards to Penal Rock Road, also in Frederick and Hindustan, if something could be done, and the St. Cross Road in Princestown. That aside, Minister, also with regards to the Murga Highway, if you could provide me with an update, that is 288.
Briefly.
Rather than I have to read it out, I'll just hand the member an update on it. I have it here, but it's going to take up your whole evening to have to read out the amount of work going on that highway. I'll provide it for you. I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Follow up again?
Yes. With regards, Chair, I need to beg your indulgence. I need to go back to end other services, just one line item. Chair, I have coastal erosion.
In the interest of time, you all have been given, member, hold on. You all have been given the opportunity, member, whether I or whether it is the procedural clerk, one of us would have picked it up because there's a schedule. I'm unable to go back.
Chair, I beg your indulgence. I would have written to the Minister.
You can write the Minister. Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 295, rehabilitation of secondary roads, minor roads, agriculture and forest access roads. Minister, there's a significant amount of agricultural access roads within the constituency of Couva North that we definitely need some kind of intervention, perhaps someone from you directly, with having these agricultural access roads repaired. They're in a very deplorable state, and a lot of farmers really need the help there. So if you could kindly provide us with the program for 2023. I see there's a $15 million spent there. If you can provide us with your program of works for 2023, and if it is that our roads are not in that program, well, definitely we will communicate with you via correspondence and perhaps through site visit, because Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture did conduct site visits in the constituency of Couva North. However, we have not been able to get the support from that ministry. So we're hoping for your intervention there.
Mr. Deputy Chair, this line item was created in the last fiscal for the ministry to go in and assist on secondary roads. Okay, we did execute that program, but now we have the secondary roads company, which will be looking at these roads. So this 15 million that you're seeing here is just for outstanding payments to contractors who would not have submitted their bills in time. You could recognize that we did a lot of roads, secondary heavy traverse roads in the last financial year. Most of which was done and some was done in Couva, some was done in Shogwanas, east and west. Because what we did, we looked at roads that don't fall under the Ministry of Works. However, these roads are heavily traversed roads. And that project was for that. Going forward, most of these will fall now under the secondary roads company. And that is, on hindsight, we developed that company so that they can concentrate on secondary roads. So the ministry now will go back to its moorings, which is the main roads and the highways and the heavy traverse roads.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Well, in that event, Minister, can you provide us with a breakdown of the 20 million that was utilized for 2022? plus with this 15 million that you say is for outstanding works, if you can provide us with a breakdown of the outstanding works that was executed, the contractor, and the value.
Well, what you will get is a listing of all the work that was done for the 40 million allocation. And that will tell you everything.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. G, road systems, operations and services. H, sea transport. Item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable members, item 004, social infrastructure, page 210. Therefore, I will also announce the project group. B, recreation, page 210, Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister, line item 001, the new Maracas Beach Improvement Project. I see, Minister, you have 5 million allocated for this project in 2023. Can you provide us with a list of milestones, project deliverables that we expect to see out of the utilization of the 5 million, and can you provide us with a completion date of that project?
Mr. Deputy Chair, that 5 million is for outstanding work. Remember that the Ministry of Works did the car park and a lot of the facilities in Maracas a couple of years ago. This 5 million is just for some outstanding bills that remains on that project. That project would have been completed, I think it would have been 2 years ago, but we did have some retention and some work on the sewer treatment plant. This is just to cover those bills.
We ended on Orupuchis?
Yes.
I'll give you the last question.
We began with our...
For the Minister.
I told you it's only fit in the end.
Pardon?
We began with our Orupuch East, so...
So we'll end with Orupuch.
Sure.
Proceed.
But thank the Minister. We don't want to delay him anymore. But just if you would just undertake to tell us in writing what would have been the final total cost of this new Maracas Beach Improvement Project from beginning to end, because every year we would make a small allocation. If you would tell us the total cost, and you can commit that in writing.
The Ministry of Works. I can give you the figures under the Ministry of Works, and it was substantially less than the original cost. Don't worry. I'll get that for you.
But you never know the figure. But you always know it's less more than something else.
I know it's cheaper than the original. I know it's cheaper.
Thank you, members. Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members. The question is that the sum of 471,471,050. Mr. Minister, man, you know, come. We have been here 4.5 hours, Mr. Minister. Actually, 5. We're going into 5 hours. You were not with us. Anyhow, honorable members, the question is that the sum of $2,471,050,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $2,471,050,000 for Head 43, Ministry of Works and Transport now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, Madam PS. And thank you to your senior technocrats. Do travel safely and enjoy the rest of the evening. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. I'd like to welcome Madam Minister and also your Minister in the Ministry. Welcome, Madam PS, and also welcome to the senior executives in this particular ministry. Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. $1,034,623,000. I will now invite the Minister of Housing and Urban Development to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Madam Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members. Mr. Chairman, I'm pleased to be here this afternoon with my colleague, the Minister in the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the Member of Parliament for Laventille East, MOVA, to meet with members of the Standing Finance Committee and to answer any questions that the committee may have. The Ministry of Housing and Urban Development continues to work assiduously to fulfill its mandate for the development of and access to healthy, sustainable communities throughout Trinidad and Tobago. The ministry addresses the need to provide adequate housing to the country as well as developing urban environments in fulfillment of the government's public social policy in housing. The ministry provides oversight, formulates and communicates government's policy with respect to housing and urban development as contained in the National Development Strategy, known as Vision 2030, through its implementing divisions and agencies, namely the Housing Program Facilitation and Implementation Unit, the Program Monitoring, Coordinating and Evaluation Unit, the Housing Development Corporation, the Land Settlement Agency, the East Port of Spain Development Company Limited, the Port of Spain Shopping Complex Limited, and the Trinidad and Tobago Mortgage Finance Company Limited, TTMF. The ministry's policies, programs, and projects are in keeping with putting people first, nurturing our greatest asset, and the United Nations Development Program Sustainable Development Goal, making cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Mr. Chairman, in executing its national and international mandate, the ministry offers direct delivery services, managing and dispersing grants and technical support services through the Housing Policy Facilitation and Implementation Unit and the Program Monitoring, Coordinating and Evaluation Unit. Mr. Chairman, the ministry, along with its agencies, will continue to undertake several initiatives to improve the level of service delivery to its customers, realize an increase in the number of persons benefiting from the various programs, whilst further educating stakeholders on its offerings. Thank you very kindly, Mr. Chairman, and I'm ready.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $1,034,623 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $1,034,623,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies, and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are on page 286, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration, pages 286 and 287. Subhead 0, members, you all are with me? Fine, nice, lovely. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. We're on page 288. Item 009, other transfers. Right, who do I take first? Okay, Oropuchis?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. We are on
item 009.
Looking at 009. Chairman, could I ask the Minister to outline, although I know we can get in greater detail elsewhere, the initiatives for the Trinidad and Tobago Housing Development Corporation that would be embarked upon with the additional sum of $222.5 million.
And we're on page 288.
Yes.
Other transfers.
Thank you very much, Member for Oropuch East. Mr. Chairman, that increase is for the payment of loans, bonds, and the monthly subvention, and also for the new loan and the payments for the principal and interest. The new loan that we will be taking, and the payment of principal and interest.
As you're on that, Minister, could you give us any further detail on the proposed new loan? Did the government initiate this loan as yet, negotiated any? What is the status of the new loan, since you have already budgeted for it?
Member, the new loan, we have already received $500 million of that loan, and it is in the HDC's account, but we have not made any disbursements as yet.
My next question, on 1-1 Portoswain Shopping Complex, there's an increase of $500,000 for an allocation of $7 million. Could you indicate what the $7 million will be used for?
The allocation is for the monthly subvention and operational services, also for repairs and maintenance at both buildings, and for rebranding of the Port of Spain shopping complex and the purchase of vehicles for couriers.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bartas and one member.
Minister, I just want to go back to the media review. The HGC had asked, I'm looking at, I'll take you to the estimates for 2022. There was an additional $67 million that the HGC would have asked for at that time, and you would have indicated to the meeting then that that would have been also for the payment of to contractors for the maintenance and the scavenging for the HGC developments. Minister, can you indicate, with this high increase that you're asking for in 2023, an increase of $222 million, is it that there are there arrears being owed to contractors to cover this? And are there any additional developments that this money will go towards also for those services?
Well, there are no additional developments, but there are arrears, and I did indicate that when we did do the mid-year review. I did indicate that the amount would not cover what the HDC owes. So this, we're hoping, will go some way towards reducing the debt.
Sure. And you did, in fact, give an undertaking to provide us with a list of the contractors. And we did receive the list of the contractors. And there are 3 contractors. I would just like to ask whether or not these contractors were paid and how much they were paid in the last fiscal year. That's Revulet Investment, Clydon, and Pical Services.
Okay.
Will you be able to give an undertaking of how much money they were paid in the last fiscal year?
I'll provide the information.
Thank you.
Member for Mayaro, still have a question?
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Chairman. Madam Minister, line item 01 under other transfers. Minister, this sum that has been allocated, what is the, has the consideration for the split into the 3 new companies been taken into consideration for this particular allocation?
The allocation is not done in terms of that consideration. The 3 companies, as you know, we have said would be for 3 specific purposes. So there will be the holding company of the HDC, the asset management company, the company that deals with repairs and maintenance, and the company that deals with new construction. What this funding is set to do is to deal with resuming construction, because we have had to stop construction because we owe contractors and so on. So we'll be resuming construction using this funding. We'll be paying off, well, not paying off, but paying down the debt that is owed to contractors, and it will also be used to start new construction.
So the 3 new entities may be capitalized separately?
They will be capitalized.
Okay. Thank you, Minister.
Item 011, transfers to state companies. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. We are on page 453, 18, Sugar Industry Labor Welfare Fund Administration, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. I recognize the member for Couva South, and we are on page 453.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just trying to find myself with the bundle of documents that is before me.
Statutory boards booklet, we know?
Yeah, we are
453.
45.
Page.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so Uropuchis, he's ready. Go ahead.
We're on page 453. At personal expenditure 06, remuneration to board members. Could I ask the minister to, you could probably put it in writing, the list of the new board members or the board members of the Sugar Welfare Labor Welfare Fund?
Do not have
board members.
Because, as you know, we had indicated some time ago that we're in the process of winding up this company. Yeah.
But that was my follow-up to know on the status.
There are certain things that remain outstanding, and once we get those sorted out, which should not take very long, we will wind up this company.
But so it's really a matter of budgeting that you allocate $312,000 for remuneration to board members. Because that will not happen in the fiscal.
Exactly. Yeah. It won't.
That's a follow-up. Yeah. Minister, so where does that, for example, based on the fact that you do not have a board in place, deal with the issue of persons who would have fulfilled their debt payments and so on in terms of deeds of releases and so on?
That is being dealt with by the ministry. By the legal department of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development.
So is there any outstanding number of leases and so on, that deeds of releases that?
We will provide that information.
And also, you know, the former Caroni workers who would have had obligations to this particular entity also.
Yeah, that is not it is being dealt with, and we have not shirked that duty at all.
Yeah, all right, but just for the
we will
records,
provide the information.
Because you would know that there's a sense of anxiety amongst persons in relation to their hearing this talk about the entity being wound up, and they want to secure the well-being of their property and so on in terms of the legal.
Yeah, but you will admit that this has been taking place over a period of time, And so consequently, we have made sure that nobody will be left in a situation where their property has not been taken care of. But I will provide the information for you.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Member for Urubuchis?
It's okay.
It's okay, fine. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, page 454. Item 001, General Administration. 54, Land Settlement Agency. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. And we're on page 462. Item 001, General Administration. I recognize Couva South. Member.
Thank you very much. Minister, under 16 contract employment, could we get a breakdown in terms of how this monies will be allocated in terms of contract employment and whether there are persons who will be recruited in terms of fulfilling obligations from a contract employment point of view with respect to the development of lands for the former employees of Petrotrin? I said to provide a breakdown of how this $15 million will be spent as it relates to contract employment for, in terms of numbers, job titles, and so on. And I'm seeing an increase of $2.7 million. Whether this $2.7 million will be spent in relation to the recruitment of contract personnel as it relates to the development of lands for former employees of Petrotrin and so on.
The addition is not specifically as it relates to Petrotrin. The LSA has expanded its range of offerings. So the HVIP, as the minister said in his budget statement, that is being expanded. There are also some vacant positions that were never filled, and we're moving to fill those positions. So it's not specific to the Petrotrin lands. As you know, the LSA deals with the whole issue of squatter regularization and so on. So it's not specific to dealing with the Petrotrin lands.
No problem, Minister, but the information in the context of the expanded work that you said LSA is doing.
Well, specifically, there are vacant positions, and those positions have been advertised, and we assume once they are filled, we will have to utilize this additional, this increase that we've budgeted for.
No problem.
Member for Urubuchis.
Minister, I'm at line item 28 under Goods and Services. Just a quick explanation. While we understand the actual for 2021, 157,000 in the context of the pandemic and so on, is there an explanation for why in the estimates 2022 fiscal, it reduced so dramatically from $10 million to $500,000? Works were not undertaken, is it?
Exactly.
But that could not have been a reason. The pandemic could not have been a reason.
I didn't say the pandemic
so
was
what
the reason.
would have been the reasons for the slowdown of work or the simple, I don't want to use the word collapse, but the stoppage of major activity?
Well,
what would be the reasons
the thing is that in a number of instances, we had done certain work, it had not been continued, and now we are ramping up the level of work that we are doing. Because, as I've said, there are a number of sites. We've increased the number of sites on which the LSA will be working. We've also increased the HVIP program. We've increased the Petrotrin program, and consequently, we recognize that we need this kind of funding in order to do the work that's coming forward.
Not really sure why there was a stoppage of work.
Well,
it's okay. It's okay.
I can get that information for you now.
It's okay.
It wasn't a stoppage. Work just was not undertaken, and consequently, we're now ramping up.
Barajas and one member.
Thank you. Under the same line item, 28 other contracted services. And Minister, I know that we're going to ask for a $10 million allocation for the LSA for this fiscal year 2023. And you did mention a little earlier that the LSA has now expanded its mandate for the Petrotrin development of the lots for the former Petrotrin workers. Minister, would you be so kind enough to provide us with a list of the developments that are currently ongoing, and also who are the contractors involved in the development of these Petrotrin lots?
We could provide.
Yeah.
Minister?
Yes, we could. You want it now?
If you want, if it's extensive, we could probably take it in writing.
Just 1 second, sir. Okay. We're doing the La Savane in Guayagüari, Nurse Trace, Glenroy 2 in Princestown. We're doing 3 sites at Glenroy 2 in Princestown. Woodford Lodge, we're doing 5 sites. La Romaine, we're doing 6 sites. Guapo, Ponderosa in Golconda, and La Philippine 2 in Grand Couva.
Also, do you have a list of the contractors, Minister?
I don't. Right. What has happened with these are the ones we are now doing the packages for these. And so these will be, we don't have the contractors as yet.
It's out for tendering.
But, so they're out for tendering. And in the La Savane and the Nurse Trace, both in Guayagüari, we're doing additional pressure testing works.
Okay. One more question, Mr. Deputy Chair. Also, another mandate of the LSA is squatter regularization. And I saw recently you all would have developed some units in Wallerfield. Minister, can you just give us this meeting an indication of what would have been the cost for those units that were handed out in Wallerfield?
So 120. Each one was $120,000.
120,000.
Yes.
You answered before I got the line item, but no problem.
Oh, sorry, sir.
Number for Couva South.
It was 28, just for the record.
Sorry.
Right, sure. Couva South.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, you would have provided answers in relation to what my colleague already posed, but just for clarity purpose, because you have indicated that a site in Felicity is being developed for the ex-Petrotrin workers. I have found myself having to answer a number of questions in terms of whether this Felicity site is lands that was earmarked for former Caroni workers and is now being utilized for the former Petrotrin workers. So I thought if, at this point in time, if you could provide some clarity.
Petrotrin workers. No.
Good. Woodford Lodge.
Okay, the Woodford Lodge site.
Yes, sorry. The Woodford Lodge site.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Yes. Yes, so is this, on a point of correction, this Woodford Lodge site that is being developed by the LSA for former employees of Petrotrin, in any way is this particular site, was it previously earmarked for the beneficiaries of the former employees of Caroni 1970?
No, it's not. It was never earmarked for the former employees of Caroni.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. No, my apologies. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. We are on page 463. Item 009, Other Transfers. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund, different book, and we're on page 116. Item 004, Social Infrastructure. Honorable members, item 004, Social Infrastructure, span 2 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. D, Housing Projects, page 116. And I recognize the member from Mayaro. We're on page 116, member.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Chair. Minister, item 075, Rehabilitation and Maintenance of AGC Rental Apartments and Housing Units. Minister, there has been in the past several issues with regards to the responsibility of maintaining sewers and drains and so on, especially facilities in Rio Claro and Mayaro. And it brings the after they've been established. You could bring some clarity for that for us. Thank you.
Essentially, what we will be doing in terms of the upgrades will include sewer system upgrades. We have a list of other upgrades that we'll be doing, but I will not go into that. So specifically in relation to what you have asked, there are 2 things: the installation of water tank farms and sewer system upgrades. When we have completed these upgrades, we will be having discussions with the regional corporations, because what we have found is that after a period of time, it would work in the favor of the HDC, the tenants, and the regional corporations if we do develop a relationship with the regional corporation. So yes, we will be having discussions with the corporations.
So in terms of getting these facilities vested, I know that's normally a very long process. So perhaps if Minister, you can start working on that at the earliest.
That in several areas, apart from this, also with the LSA has some vesting issues, and we've been working with the Commissioner of State Lands and the AG's office and so on to get these sorted out.
I recognize the member from Arua Table.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, with regards to the similar issue my colleague would have raised with regards to 075, I would like you to take into consideration the Ridgeview Phase 1 in Gomez Trace. They have similar issues with regards to the sewer problems, and also landslips would have made 2 of the units where the persons, they cannot really access their property, so they are seeking relocation at the moment. So if you could take that under consideration.
Sorry. Okay. It is part of what we'll be dealing with.
I appreciate it.
Okay, let's go push east.
Chairman, through you to the Minister, on settlement. Could I be on settlements now? 235?
No, let me call it first. E, settlements. Proceed.
Thank you very much. 235 settlements. Minister, this has gone from an actual of 9.5 million in 2021 to a revised estimate of 25 million, and now a further allocation of $58 million. I imagine part of the explanation here is the increase in the amount of money to be given depending on topography, as the Minister outlined in the budget. Could you be kind enough to supply us with a list for fiscal 2022 of the successful applicants and location for those who receive grants from the Housing and Village Improvement Program?
For Couva, Tabaki, Talparo, we had 44 applicants. Diego Martin, 9. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Remember, you're going to give me, Minister,
names of all the persons. Yes, the location and the names of the persons who have been successful in accessing this program for fiscal 2022.
Okay. But
and the amount that they received.
The numbers.
You can do that in writing.
You want the names?
Yes.
Through the chair, right, Mr. Member?
Or you can supply it on a soft copy, a flash drive, or so it will work.
Minister.
Okay, we have a total of 567 persons who were successful, and these range from, what we did is provide them according to regional corporations. So we can do that.
Yeah, you can give in writing or in soft copy the names, the location, and the amount granted under this program for fiscal 2022.
Well, it's a standard grant. It's not.
But then it becomes
it's a standard
easier.
grant.
Right. Recognize member for Couva North.
We have that undertaken.
I just said
yes,
so.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 233, survey of squatter site. The $3 million that is allocated for 2023, Minister, can you provide us with a breakdown of the areas on the program of works?
Areas. I can. There are 24 ongoing surveying consultancies, and those are in Rice Mill, Aruka, Farm Road, St. Joseph, Arena Road, Freeport, Perimeter and Subdivision, Calvary Hill Arima, Ramrup Singh Trace, San Francisco, Mapapi Road, Whiteland, Williamsville, that's a perimeter survey, Carly Bay, North and South, Teak Village, Claxton Bay, perimeter, Good Hope and Bawani Estate, Kunapo, Mount Hope Place, Mount Hope Estate, north of the HDC settlement, Old TGR between Ben Lomond and Reform Villages, Brickfield in Waterloo, St. John's Road, Tunapuna, Moonan Road, Wallafield, Western Trace, Moruga, Kangali in Valencia, Picton Road, Sangre Grande, Northeastern Settlement between Pine Graham Settlements, Sangre Grande, Brazil, Lome, Brazil Village, San Rafael, Arena Road Sites B and C, Bulls Lane, Valencia, Warden Road, Point Fortin, KP Lands amendments. And then we have the same areas that I mentioned up to Warden Road, Point Fortin, where we are doing ongoing cadastral surveys. And in addition to what I mentioned before, we are also doing Jacob Hill East in Wallafield, Alexis Street in Mova, Jacob Hill Playground, Wallafield Settlement, Wallafield Squatter Regularization Site, Bourbonday, Sangre Grande Settlements A and B, Alambi Street in Taruba, Coruscant Road, Whiteland in Williamsville, KP Lands amendments, and then we're doing general plans for Sahodin Trace, Bourbonday C1 and C2, Glenroy 2, Mount Hope Plan, Heights of Aripo, and Teak Village.
Thank you very much,
Most
Madam
welcome.
Minister. Madam Minister, line item 237 with respect to the regularization of squatters' communities, that $20 million that is allocated for 2023. Would you be kind enough to share with us the areas that this 2023 allocation will take care of?
Madam Minister, before, I know you have it, it's lengthy. In terms,
it's not lengthy.
Okay. All right. We'll proceed.
The total number of squatting, just one second, of squatting sites. It was 9 for fiscal 2021-2022. Demerara Road in Wallafield, Ponderosa, Golconda, and Taruba, River Estate, Diego Martin, La Philippine 2, Guapo and Point Fortin, Heights of Guanapo and Arima, Calvary Hill, Arima, Brazil Lome, Brazil, Five Rivers, Aruca. And that's where we were doing pre-construction activities. We have been doing road works, drainage works, water reticulation for potable water supply in 4 sites. Boabande in Sangre Grande, Site A, Boabande, Sangre Grande, Site B, road rehabilitation works at Jacob Hill in Wallafield, and then we are doing general site maintenance and completion of corrective water and drainage works on 14 sites. For fiscal 2022-2023, there are 25 sites.
Not to be identified, in writing first.
We have it here, though. Would you want me to give it?
We need to take into consideration, Minister, the other schedules that we have to
Okay,
identify.
and you don't want me to be as long as works on transport.
It's 25, you know what I mean? So, members, it will be
so
provided in writing. The Minister did give a breakdown.
I will take it in writing. However, Honorable Minister, I would like to draw to your attention the persons who have been residing in Calibe, North and South, and in the Calibe North and South area. They have been residing there for a very long period of time. And if it is that we can have some consideration with respect to the regularization of these persons in that community.
Taken, Minister.
We will have to do a survey. We know the LSA does a survey first. Once the survey has been done, then we will be able to determine what is the status of those persons who have been residing there, and consequently what has to be done in terms of regularizing them. But we have to do the survey first.
Yeah, I see it's on the list of areas to be surveyed for this fiscal term, so I'm hoping.
And of course, you will admit that the Brickfield site is part of that.
Yes, we also have, in addition to the Calibe North and South, we have Brickfield Water.
Yes. So
they were identified
once that is completed, then we will move on to the next stage.
Member for Couva South.
Chair, and my colleague has raised the issue, and I know the Minister is always cooperative in providing information. In terms of surveys, you have any for the concerned citizen area in California and Jerry Lane and McBean and so on?
I don't think so. On emergency works for the concerned citizens area, because we know that there is that issue in that area, and we will be embarking on emergency works almost immediately after you approve the budget.
The activity in the concerned
Not
citizens.
within the next week, but almost immediately after the budget is passed and assented to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Most welcome.
Faizabad, you on the same, before we, okay, G, other services, proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Minister, with regards to the Emergency Shelter Relief Fund and the $3 million proposed expenditure, I'm asking this in the context of a constituent losing.
Not hearing.
I'm sorry, emergency 292 and the proposed $3 million expenditure, and I'm asking in the context of a constituent losing their roof to some high winds yesterday. Is this a fund that can be accessed in those circumstances, and if so, how can it be done?
What he wants is on this. Remember, I think the most effective way of dealing with that would be an application to self-help, and that will be dealt with immediately.
Immediately, in terms of
self-help.
Okay.
which would not fall under.
But can you then explain how this fund is dispersed? Or?
Right. This is something that we have, that's really a new project that we deemed was important to assist persons who may find themselves in an emergency. As you probably know, the LSA is very capable of mobilizing quite quickly. And so we have determined that as part of our policy, we would have this emergency shelter relief fund, and consequently, it will be only after the budget is passed that this will be activated.
Thank you.
Recognize the member for Couva South.
Minister, with respect to line item 239, government aided self-help program, I see that you had.
1 second, you're going backwards now.
No, we're not on the same page.
We're now on the other services.
I thought we were on the same page.
No, we are. Yes, we're on the same page, but we have moved on to another line item.
Well, it's just one line.
All right, I'll give you the. Okay,
I crave your indulgence.
All right, go ahead quickly.
Thank you very much. 239, government aided self-help project. In 2022, there was an allocation of 20 million. 8.5 million was spent. Could and I know it may be an exhaustive list, so for the purposes of time, if you will furnish myself in writing and for the benefit of the entire meeting, a list of who were the successful applicants and in the areas that they came from, and how much rejected applications who sought assistance under this particular program, and how much or how many persons are projected to receive assistance with this $25 million in fiscal 2023.
Hope it's not a hard question I sent him back for. Go ahead, Madam Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to put the program in context. The program is administered by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and project managed by the LSA as part of an affordable and high-quality housing initiative. What the program does is the shortlisting of applicants is based on a public lottery draw of applicants. So 700 applicants were selected via computerized random draw. 505 of those persons qualified for further processing. 351 persons have been approved by the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, and 109 of these have qualified for allocation of lots. And you want to get the list of the 109?
Yes. And just for the benefit of those who may be looking on and so on in their quest for further information on this particular initiative, when you say further processing, Minister, what does that mean?
The sale agreements were sent to the Commissioner of State Lands.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
H. Where are you now? Proceed. Yeah, we want that. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam Minister, line item 292, Emergency Shelter Relief Fund. Would that take into consideration fire victims also? Or
natural disasters or man-made disasters.
So, Minister, I would have written to the ministry, the previous minister, before you assume the responsibility. We've had a few houses in the constituency that has been affected by fire, and we would have submitted the relevant forms. They have gotten the fire forms, they have gotten the support from the DMU. I've spoken to the minister in the Ministry of Housing on this matter, so he might be able to provide the continuity from the previous minister to yourself. And I will send back the documents to you if you can kindly look at them, because none of the fire victims in the constituency has received any kind of support from the Ministry of Housing, and I'm hoping that your intervention will provide some support. Thank you most
Please
kindly.
feel free to do that.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Naparima. We on G?
G, 292. Does this emergency shelter relief apply to persons whose houses have fallen because of landslips? No. On an emergency basis, the house just
a natural
collapsed.
disaster. It's for natural and man-made disasters.
So landslips do not qualify?
Natural disasters.
Yeah.
A landslip is a natural disaster.
Yes, it is.
So they do qualify.
Yeah, okay.
Sir,
and there will be forms. How is this accessed? Because they keep asking us, and we do not know how to direct them. So what do they do? Some of them are listening.
After this budget has been concluded, the ministry will go on a program of informing citizens how they can access the various grants that the ministry has, the various grants and subsidies. And I will send one specifically to you.
See,
yes.
I know.
H, Housing Opportunity Program.
Cuba South, you want one too?
I could detect a certain degree of kindness towards
A, Community Development, page 117, item 005, Multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005, Multi-sectoral and other services on page 118. A, Administrative Services. F, Public Buildings. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, which is on page 214, item 004, Social Infrastructure. E, Settlement, page 214. Member for Couva North.
Much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to the Honourable Minister. Minister, item number 230, Accelerated Housing Program, the revised estimate of 3.76 million. Can you provide us with an explanation as to what this 3.76 million was used for?
Funds were utilized to pay outstanding amounts under the Small and Medium Contractors Initiative.
Would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of the recipients of this payment?
Now?
No.
I'll take it in writing.
You'll take it in writing? Okay.
A, Community Development. Item 005, Multi-sectoral and other services. F, Public Buildings, page 215. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $1,034,623,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $1,034,623,000 for Head 61, Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Minister in the Ministry. Right. Thank you, Madam PS, and to the senior technocrats from your ministry. Yeah. Thank you. I didn't know the female chairman was back in the seat. Right, so as the end, we now move on to Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development. Thank you, members. As we resume the standing finance. Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development. Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, $360,207,500. Welcome, Madam Minister. Welcome to your Permanent Secretary, and welcome to the senior technocrats from this ministry. I will now invite the Minister of Planning and Development to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Madam Minister.
Yes, I see I started my contribution with a roar of thunder. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity.
Discussing fiscal.
Oh, fiscal. All right, thanks.
Proceed.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to meet with this distinguished members of the Standing Finance Committee to discuss my ministry's budgetary allocation for fiscal year 2022-2023. The Ministry of Planning and Development, by virtue of its name, develops national policies and strategies aimed at economic development, social development, spatial development, and environmental development. In this regard, the National Development Strategy, Vision 2030, provides a framework to achieve these objectives. Currently, we are finalizing the NDS 2021-2025, which is the second phase of Vision 2030 planning horizon. The progress made in the first planning horizon, the recommendations of the Roadmap to Recovery Committee's Phase 1 and 2 reports and community recovery reports are being incorporated in the revised NDS 2021-2025. It should be noted that the principles and objectives of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals are incorporated in NDS across its 5 thematic areas, so we are also meeting our international obligations. The Ministry of Planning and Development is responsible for the Public Sector Investment Program, which stands at $6.143 billion for fiscal 2023. We provide guidance, technical support, and advice, to name a few, to ministries, statutory bodies, and agencies so that their PSIP projects and programs are aligned well to achieve the goals and objectives outlined in the NDS. We have also developed a draft monitoring and evaluation framework, which is critical in measuring the performance and track the progress of these entities as we move along the path to recovery. I anticipate that by January 2023, the framework will be completed and published. In successfully moving our country forward, we need timely and reliable data to make informed decisions regarding our policies, plans, and programs. To this end, the CSO continues its good work in providing us with data, which includes GDP estimates, price indices, and inflation, labor force, trade, social statistics, and more recently, environmental statistics. The CSO has been involved in several activities, which include the Multiple Indicator Cluster Survey, the Joint Household Budget Survey, the Population Housing Census, and rebasing of the gross domestic product in Trinidad and Tobago. With respect to spatial development, the Town and Country Planning Division is responsible for advising on land use and land development for Trinidad and Tobago. Additionally, the ministry liaises with the multilateral agencies and government to secure loan and grant resources and technical cooperations. Finally, I just mentioned a few good work being undertaken by my ministry. My staff, from the Permanent Secretary to the statutory boards and agencies, are working assiduously towards achieving our goals and objectives, which will ultimately benefit every citizen of our beloved nation. I want to take this opportunity to extend my deepest appreciation to my entire team for their continued support and commitment as we forge ahead together.
Thank you, Madam Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $360,207,500 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $360,207,500 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of the recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration, and we are on page 304 of the recurrent expenditure. I'll recognize Kuva North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, would the Honourable Minister provide us with an explanation? We are now looking at the actual for 2021 of $4.4 million in line item 05, telephones. This is a significant figure from what would have been budgeted, that we're now seeing this actual of $4.4 million. Can you advise what caused that?
That's to address some arrears, outstanding arrears. So we have sought now to pay it off.
Okay, so there is no further arrears in that line.
At this time.
Member for Urupuch West. Okay, move on. Item 003, Technical Corporation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office. We're on page 305, Urupuch West. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I note that there has been an increase in the allocation for salaries and cost of living allowance of $800,000. Can the Minister indicate why that has, why we have that increase?
Address the vacancies following positions to be filled by the Service Commission, and I could also list those positions.
Advise how many positions there are?
Six positions: statistician, principal statistical officer, survey interviewer, EDP operations supervisor, and EDP data conversion supervisor.
Thank you. So, Minister, if I'm to follow what you said, you are proposing to fill those vacancies in this fiscal.
Yes, and well, as you know, those are being filled by the Service Commission. So,
Minister, I note though that there is a proposed reduction in the proposed government's contribution at 0.5 to NIS. So if you're increasing the staffing, how are you decreasing the NIS contribution?
Okay, that's the one for 94,000?
Yes.
Okay, so that is to deal with some reconciliation of figures under the group health plan. So that reduction would reflect the actual payable. So we have had to, in other words, do some reconciliation of figures.
Sure. Thank you.
Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. I recognize Urupuch West.
A similar question, Minister, on 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. I note a $632,000 increase in the provision for this head. Can you advise what would have caused that increase?
Okay, so that's the increased allocation that will address the vacant posts where we have had some acting and temporary incumbents.
Item 006, Green Fund, Executing Unit, page 306, Urupuch West.
I note that in 2021 you had an actual remuneration to members of the cabinet appointed committees of 332, but thereafter in 2022 you have a 660, and again in 2023 you have a 660. Can you advise what would have caused that increase? Because this is for a specific committee. Has the committee been increased?
Okay, so that's 14?
Yes.
Okay, right. So that allocation will facilitate the payment of stipends and traveling allowances for 8 members of the Green Fund Advisory Committee appointed in October 2021.
Thank you.
Kumutu Manzelina. Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That was my question. Asked and answered.
Thank you. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, page 307. Item 001, General Administration. Urupuch West, hand is up. Proceed.
Minister, I note under contract employment, you had an estimated $10.8 million allocation, but you proposed to spend 9.6 instead as a part of your revise, and you've come back again for 9.6 million. Can Minister advise what would have caused that decrease in 2022?
The remuneration was determined by the CPO. For some persons was less than the interim package that was offered. As you know, sometimes you may have a package and you go to the CPO decides this, so that would sometimes result in a decrease.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, one more.
Sure.
One.
Go ahead, member.
Yeah. On the fees, can the Minister advise what fees specifically would attract this figure of $268,000?
Minister.
Okay, that you did mean that increase you're talking
No,
about?
I'm just trying to figure out what fees are being paid.
Okay, so this is subscription to in the Library of the Industrial Court and subscription renewals for Cisco emailing, host services, and other ministry websites.
Item 002, Library Service Unit, page 308. Item 003, Technical Corporation. Member for Couva South.
Thank you, Chair. I see under contract employment an expenditure projected for $1,056,000 in 2023, and there's an explanation, new sub-item. Minister, would you care to elaborate on this?
Okay,
expenditure.
So that would be an allocation to facilitate the payment of salaries for a number of positions that have been advertised. And I can indicate those positions, which are project manager, research and policy specialist, monitoring and evaluation specialist, statistical analyst, and project support officer.
And all these positions will be utilized within the ministry or for a specific project?
For the ministry.
Okay.
Member for Push West. Okay. Item 004, Central Statistical Office, page 309. Push West, member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minister, I note under 01, traveling and subsistence, your initial budget for 2022 was 1.8 million, but your expected spend for 2022 is actually 3.1 million. And you propose to repeat that in 23. Can you advise what would have caused this almost doubling of proposed expenditure?
Okay, so that is to facilitate the payment of traveling and subsistence allowances. And between 2021 and 2022, we had an increase of 1.5 million, and this increase was due to the regularization of traveling positions in the public service, such as the survey interviewers and the assistant survey interviewers.
A subsequent question, Minister.
Proceed.
I'm looking at 08, rent, lease, office accommodation, and storage. While your allocation has been consistent, I note in another estimate, another one of your booklets here, you indicated that you may be moving to new facilities. So I'm curious as to whether or not we are paying rent and moving to new facilities simultaneously.
Minister.
I think if you go back to the previous years, that's consistent. And when we deal with this, when we come to that other one, we would give the explanation. But no, that's a figure.
Sure, thank you.
So we're not paying rent, and it won't be two things.
Thank you. One more. Item 22, short-term employment. Again, estimate 2022 was 1.4 million, but revised estimate is 3.4 million. Can Minister advise what exactly, what additional expenditure has been undertaken here? What new employment has been created?
Okay, so we're looking here at supplemental field interviewers that are needed to update the CSOs quarterly. Between 2021 and 2022, we revised was an increase of 1.6 million, well, just about 625, 1,625,495. During COVID, as you know, the fieldwork was completely shut down, so the increased allocation was an effort to address the lag in collection of data. New field enumerators were hired on short term to collect data in a timely manner, and they were selected from past CSO surveys such as census and HBS surveys. And they, of course, were already trained and already experienced.
Thank you.
Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division, page 310. Member for Couva South.
Yes, on a point of clarification, Minister. 62 and 66 line items will reflect promotions, publicity, and printing, and hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. And in the explanation, of course, new sub-items, and I see an allocation of $10,000. I mean, when I interpret this, Yes, 62
You
and
refer to 62 and 66, Madam Minister.
And it, as I said, it's reflective in terms of the explanation, new sub-items, and based on what may be planned by the ministry, do you intend to seek additional funding? Because I would hardly think that $10,000 will fulfill what will need to be done under these line items.
I quite agree that is possible, but this is sort of consistent with what has been done, but it is an area that we would like to definitely see some improvement in, so it's possible.
Okay, and what outreach in terms of does the ministry will
well, there are a number of things. I mean, you know, I believe, for example, one of the areas is we need to do some improvement is, and let's say the Sustainable Development Goals. There is an important issue, but I don't think we do enough. And generally, some other activities of the ministry.
And climate change and so on.
Definitely, yes.
Well, I think you need to advise Port of Spain South.
Item 006.
Overall objective.
Member.
No, but you, Minister of Finance, you will agree with me.
We are moving on, members. Rupuch West, you are the one that I'm going to call? Or? Right, let me call it first. Item 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Minister, line item 16, contract employment. I know that there was no allocation for 2021, no spend in 2021, and no proposed allocation in 2022. But you actually spent or proposed to clarify spending for 1.3. You've committed spending for 1.3 million in 2022, and you've gone up now to 2 million in 2023. Can the Minister advise, given that there was no spend in 2021 and no initial proposed spending in 2022, what would have prompted, or what is that money being used for?
That is 683,000.
182,000 is actually an increase.
Okay.
What I'm suggesting, though, is that there was no spend before, previous to this, the revised estimate for 2022 and the new for 2023. So I'm trying to figure out where these people were before and what are you doing with them now?
Okay, so what would have happened? We would have had short-term employment. We now have cabinet approval, actual cabinet approval, so that we can now properly employ the persons.
Minister, how are these people hired?
Normal procedure, properly advertised, yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Item 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division, page 311. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division, page 312. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 002, Library Service Unit. Item 003, Technical Corporation. Item 004, Central Statistical Office, page 313. Item 005, Urban and Regional Planning Division. Item 006, Green Fund Executing Unit. Item 008, Project Planning and Reconstruction Division. Item 009, Environmental Policy and Planning Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. We are now on page 315. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies, and 316. Item 005, Non-Profit Institutions. Item 006, Educational Institutions. Item 007, Households. You give it to Urupuch West? Okay, Urupuch West, and then we'll go to Couva North.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, through you. 316, Minister. Through Households. 03, Settlement of Cane Farmers, really 2007 transition. I note that you have a 1.5 million estimate for 2023, but you had a 900,000 proposed spend in 2022. Can you advise if this would meet all outstanding settlements due under this head?
Well, as you know, there's a procedure of an application, so that you would see that there's an increase of 600,000, and that is because the number of additional farmers have applied, and that would address that issue.
So, Minister, this will completely meet the obligations for 2023?
For those who have applied, of course, if there's any need for additional, then we can always meet. But this figure will deal with those whose application are in the system.
Pending.
Yes.
Thank you.
Member for Couva North, you still have a question? You asked and answered. Item 009, other transfers, page 317, Oropouche West.
Thank you, Chair. Again, Minister, I note that there's a $9 million decrease in the allocation to the Environmental Management Authority for 2023. Can you advise what would have caused this substantial decrease?
So you would have noted that more or less there's normally an allocation of 40 million, so that there was a court judgment, an industrial court, where the payment was 49 million. So what we did is that $9 million would have been obtained, paid, and therefore there's nothing outstanding.
So the court judgment was actually for 9 million?
No. Yes, 9. Yes.
All right. Thank
so
you.
The allocation would have been 40. We then got the 9 paid. So we're back to the normal figure that they would utilize.
Thank you.
One sec. Member for Kumuto Manzilena, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Asked and answered.
Sure. I'll go to Couva North now. Member.
Madam Chair, can you, under the EMA, can you identify the number of vacant positions we have at the EMA?
Minister.
Yeah, we can supply that. We undertake to supply.
Thank you.
Item 009, other transfers, page 317. Item 010, other transfers abroad. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. So we are at 02, Institute of Marine Affairs, page 469. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration, pages 469 and 470. Oropouche West, member.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at sub-item 01, Traveling and Subsistence. Honourable Minister, you had no allocation in 2022 under this line item, but you proposed to spend $450,000 in 2022. And today you are asking for $800,000. Given that there was no proposed spend in 2022, how is it then that we now had $450 and now to $800 again?
Minister.
Okay, so that what we would normally do is to give to the IMA a subvention. So this is sort of a breakdown, an estimate in terms of how that will be spent.
No, I understand that, Minister, but in fact, as I'm looking through, it's both 01, traveling and subsistence, electricity, that's 04, and telephones is 05. There was no estimate in 2022.
Okay.
But there are provisions being made in 2020, as revised 2022, and now increased in 2023. Although these are not new line items because they would have existed in 2021, but for some strange reason you've made no provision in 2021, but now you're increasing it.
Prefer to do because to get that information for you.
Sure, thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd refer the Minister's attention to line item 05 with respect to telephones. Taking into consideration the actual spend of 2021 and nothing estimated in 2022, revised estimate of 87, can the Minister advise if there is any outstanding arrears being owed to TSCT at this time?
Position too, but I can provide that information.
And what would account for the increase in this line item for 162,000?
Likewise, because as I said, we give a subvention, so I would prefer to provide that information.
Can the Minister advise in line item 04 with respect to electricity, the increase of 184,000? What is the reason for that increase?
Yes, I'll also provide that information.
With respect to the maintenance of, sorry.
Line item?
Okay.
Okay. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. We're now on page 470. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 49, Shagaramas Development Authority. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, page 478. Item 001, general administration. I recognize member for Urupuch West.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm looking at item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. I note that there's been a $708,000 increase in the request by the Minister for financing for 2023. Can the Minister indicate what would have prompted this increase?
Minister.
Okay, so that we normally would not fund the Shagaramas Development Authority, and they would get their funding and so from the rent and from leases and from their own revenue.
And then, Minister, is it that there was a shortfall? I'm trying to determine why there was a $708,000 increase between 2022 and revised and 2023 estimate. Under head 01, sorry, subhead 01, salaries and cost of living allowance.
I don't want to give inaccurate information. I think I'll prefer to get that information for you.
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah.
Kuvanot, you have a question here still? Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Page 479. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 001, pre-investment. L, line ministers, government agencies, page 126, and behind the different book. Item 004, social infrastructure. Honorable members, item 004 spans 2 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. M, Central Statistical Office, page 127. Recognize Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 053, conduct of pre-census activity for the 2020 population, housing, and agriculture census. Madam Minister, in 2023, this line item doesn't have any allocations for it. However, you will agree with me the importance of an agriculture census to be conducted in Trinidad and Tobago, taking into consideration the research has provided is that the last census that was conducted, or agricultural audit I should say, would have been in 2004. And this piece of information is extremely valuable to the agriculture farming industry, so that it will guide farmers in terms of what to plant, how much to plant, so there will be no gluts and so forth on the market. Is there any way in which the minister can take into consideration the importance of the agriculture census in going forward?
Yes, so that we would have completed that pre-census activities. So I would have said in my contribution that we are now doing the population and housing centers 2022, so we would incorporate that into that census. So definitely that information would be collected.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister.
Which was same item?
Yeah, same item. Sub-item 045, CSO physical transition to the new facilities. Minister, this is what I was raising before. You have a proposed spend of 2.7 million for 2023. Your revised estimate, even though you didn't have an initial estimate, you had a revised estimate of 95,000 in 2022. So I'm curious as to what this actually constitutes, given that we have rent, lease in the previous recurrent that we specified we were still going to be paying.
Okay, so this 2.7 million will actually be the physical transition to the new facilities. So it would be the outfitting and relocation to CSO Plaza 47, 4th floor, Frederick Street, from where they were originally at 30 Park Street, Port of Spain. So of course your normal cubicles, infrastructure, IT infrastructure, and that will benefit the staff at the CSO directly in allowing, of course, more efficient communication between the staff, the administrative staff, as well as the accounting staff, particularly for the statistical activities.
All right, so just for clarification, Minister, these are not new facilities. This is outfitting?
Outfitting. So we're completing, in other words, your transition, your movement, all that, what additional things that need to be done.
All right, if I may move on, Minister.
Yes.
To sub-item 057, population and housing census. I note you had 12 million allocated for 2022, but you've only spent 5. You're now proposing to spend 25 in 2023.
Minister.
Okay, so that we propose to establish a census unit so that that would address the issue of the additional monies.
So Minister, this is not to actually conduct the census? This
a combination. Both the unit, because you would need a unit in order to ensure that the census is properly conducted.
All right, so I note that there is on the separate line item on the 058, conduct of a survey to rebase the GDP of Trinidad and Tobago of 2.175 million. Can you give us some more detail on exactly what that is? Because I'm aware that some edits have been done with regards to the way the GDP is measured in Trinidad and Tobago already.
Yes.
It's contained in the review of the economy, so I'm not too sure what this particular sub-item
okay, so this actually is, that survey is actually going to commence this month. So it's basically going to look at rebasing the gross domestic product of Trinidad and Tobago, and it's really designed to obtain price and volume indicators necessary for the rebasing of the GDP, and that is now going to actually reflect the economic output. So that's where the difference is going to be.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And Madam Minister, back to line item 053, what was actually conducted in 2021 with respect to the pre-census activities for 2020 in the various areas identified. Would you be kind enough to provide us would you be kind enough to provide us in writing any findings or report completed for this 2021 spent?
Yes.
Thank you.
A, culture, page 128, Which West.
Thank you. Honourable Minister, we are looking at sub-item 002, the establishment of an archaeological heritage site at Banwari Trace. This is particularly of concern to me because it actually resides in my constituency, and I was part of the initial team that worked on the site. In 2021, there was an actual spend of 100,000. You're proposing to spend 450,000, for which we are extremely grateful. But I would really like to know what that money is going to be spent on.
What we are looking here is that to expand the traditional buildings, the exhibition of artifacts, and the creation of an interactive archaeological dig plot to establish and operationalize an archaeological heritage site on the property.
All right. Minister, can I ask that you interface? Now, there are several players in the community as well, but can I actually ask that you interface with the MP's office as well, largely because on the site at present, there's simply a toilet and bath and an open space. Okay. So what you're proposing sounds like something we would desperately want to have, yes, but we're not sure how it will actually work out and when it will actually work out. So please continue to liaise. Yes, you could be assured I will liaise with you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 001, the establishment of National Heritage Site at Nelson Island. Minister, can you provide us with a completion date for this project?
Minister?
No, not at this time, but I can undertake to so provide.
And also this 2.7 that is being proposed for 2023, what would that be utilized for?
Well,
Minister?
I mean, that particular island, and as well as the 5 islands, there's really quite a lot of work to be done. It is one of those areas that we're really trying to make an extra effort to see if we can improve. Those are important sites to our country, as you know, Nelson Island in particular. So we do want to really make an extra effort to do some restorative work and to make it more accessible.
Do you have a breakdown of what specific restorative works this $2.7 million is going to go towards, or would you be kind enough to provide it in writing?
Yes, yes.
So, thank you.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Honorable members, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services spans 4 pages. Therefore, I will also announce the project groups. C, Caribbean Industrial Research Institute, page 129. D, Chagaramas Area Development, recognize Couva North.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 040, construction of access roads and drainage at Agro Park. This line item was allocated in 2022, 1.3 million, but none of it was utilized. Can the Minister explain why we did not utilize the 2022 allocation?
Okay. What I would say is that it's something that we are reviewing. I do believe that actually what it will actually cost to do this is a lot more, so that I am requesting that they give us a little more information so then we could make a decision. If they are able to submit something that is a little more concrete, then we would explore the possibility of coming at the medium term.
A, administrative services, pages 130 and 131. Ropuch West.
Thank you, Chair. I am looking at item 020, the restructuring of the CSO of Trinidad and Tobago. There was an initial estimate of $2 million for 2022, of which you've only spent $100,000. Can Minister advise, given the references made prior to this year, with regards to the establishment of the National Statistical Institute and so on, why it is we only spent $100,000 in 2022? Because we are proposing to spend the same $2 million in 2023 now.
So the expectation is that the legislation, of course, will be brought before the Parliament. So this is in anticipation of that. But in addition to that, the funds will be allocated to the restructuring of the CSO, which will be utilized for the first phase of the project, the current state assessment and the solution proposal, which will involve evaluate the state of technology and infrastructure in the use of the CSO, identify a new suite of IT systems to support the collection, processing, reporting, and dissemination needs of the CSO, and to identify and document, when necessary, current process flows.
C? C we're going to? No. Or this one? Right, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Note.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 105, development of a work-from-home policy for public service. This line item was allocated at $300,000, and it is also something that would have been placed in the manifesto with respect to work from home. However, in 2022, nothing was utilized for the development of this work from home policy. Can the Minister explain if this project has been abandoned?
At all. No, not at all. We have actually developed terms of reference, and we are working with the Ministry of Public Administration. So no, we haven't abandoned it.
And when we expect to have this project completed?
And in the Ministry of Public Administration, you would see that there's an allocation of $1 million for that exercise.
Madam Minister, can you advise when we expect to have this project completed so that we can actually have a work-from-home policy?
I cannot say that because we are working together with the Ministry of Public Administration, but just to indicate that for us this is an important exercise.
Member for Nakriba.
Development of ambient water quality standards. I take it that this relates to drinking water, and if so, what is the status of these standards? Do they exist? Are they being updated?
Just for the record, what line item you at?
090, ambient water quality standards.
Oh, okay. Minister, you heard us right?
Okay,
090, development of ambient water quality standards.
Okay, so that during 2022 to 2023, the project to establish a watershed assessment program for the West watershed Trinidad and the Hillsborough West watershed Tobago, and this will consist of 1, collection and analysis of water and sediment sampling within the Hillsborough West watershed in Tobago, 2, rapid biological sampling within the Hillsborough West watershed in Tobago, and 3, the development of a watershed improvement plan for Hillsborough West watershed in Tobago.
So this is to be started?
Sorry?
Or it's ongoing or to be started?
Ongoing. This is an allocation to continue.
Or which West? That's okay. Kuva North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, to you, Madam Minister, line item 093, development of the mariculture industry in Trinidad and Tobago. Madam Chair, this is a very important project, the development of the mariculture industry, which deals with the fishes and marine life, and that entire industry, which has been more or less abandoned by the Minister of National Security and this government, because we have fisher folks in Claxton Bay for the last 6 weeks afraid to go out and fish because of the murder that happened of the Claxton Bay area. Can you advise us what is going on and what's the status with respect to this project?
Minister?
Project, you mean this one in 93?
Yeah, the development of the mariculture industry in Trinidad and Tobago.
Okay, so that the mariculture facility is completed and is being operationalized. The project aims to develop working business models linking the value chain for mariculture products from the potential investor to the market, and therefore developing the mariculture industry of Trinidad and Tobago.
Now, Primo, same item?
No, yes, 099.
Go ahead.
099, this is the National Manpower Plan. And I take it, I see 1.274 million. Is this Is this the plan will talk about our manpower needs, shortages, what we need to align our scholarship programs to, etc.? And if so, what is the status of that?
Minister.
Development of the manpower plan is aimed at addressing the structure of the labor market system,
right,
as well as the issues that affect labor demand and supply in Trinidad and Tobago. The project consists of 3 parts, which is 1, the consultancy for the development of a national manpower plan, 2, the execution of our feasibility studies to assess targeted economic sectors, and 3, the conduct of labor skills assessment in certain growth sectors.
So when could we, I see a lot of feasibility studies and whatnot. This is a critical exercise.
Yes, it is.
When could the country be seeing this plan, given where it is now? Next 2 years, 3 years?
Minister.
Okay, well, what I could do is just give you a little more that will probably help. In 2022, which is the first time we hadn't utilized any funds for the development of the plan, and that was due to the issue of procurement. But now the RFP for the consultancy to develop the plan was completed. Tenders were invited, and in the first quarter of 2023, and it is expected that a contract would be awarded in the second quarter. What we will also be doing is to conduct the labor skill assessment for the agriculture and agro-food processing sector. And labor skills assessment will also be funded by the UNICEF, and that will be completed. That is for 2022 for the sector of the ICT platform and services, and also the energy engineering services. The terms of reference for the labor skills assessment for agriculture and agro-food processing sectors, that has already been completed, and it is expected that the RFP will be issued in the first quarter of 2023 and a contract awarded in the second quarter. The assessment is expected to be completed in fiscal 2023.
Rupert West, member.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I am looking at sub-item 103, National Development Strategy 2021 to 2025.
Proceed.
Honourable Minister, I know that in 2021, although this strategy should have taken effect from 2021 to 25, as you indicated in this book document, there's an actual spend of $11,250 in 2021. A proposed 510, but an actual spend of $100,000 in 2022. We are now heading to 2023, which should be somewhere in the middle of this national development strategy, and we are proposing to spend $249,000. Can the Minister give us an indication as to what is the status of this National Development Strategy 2021 to 2025?
Minister.
Revised National Development Strategy 2016-2030 strategies to 2025 was actually completed. The document was prepared, taking into consideration the impact of COVID-19 to the recommendations of the roadmap to recovery.
Minister, would you be able to share a copy of that strategy with the committee?
Okay. It's presently before Cabinet. Once that's, yes, is completed and approved, yes.
Thank you. Minister, if I may move on, sub-item 111, Sustainable Development Goals.
Yeah, go ahead as you have the floor.
Minister, you had no estimate for 2021. Although this is not a new line item, you had an estimate for $4 million in 2022, but you only spent $1 million in 2022. Now, are these the millennium goals that we're discussing here, or are they some other goal?
No, these are the Sustainable Development Goals. Yeah, it's an indicator survey, so we have an increase of 500,000.
All right, thank you, Minister. My question, though, is why is it that we spent a quarter of what was allocated for 2022?
Okay, so that I think this is similar to what I had mentioned before, which is the issue of surveys during the COVID period.
Okay.
Because you know that is something people have to go out physically. So now we expect, of course, post-COVID to be able to actually have it done.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Naprima.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's the development of a management plan for the ocelot, and nothing was spent and I see an allocation of 160,000. Is it that it is getting extinct or there's some reason? It is
015?
091.
091.
The ocelot. I think it's a tiger.
091, we're on page 130, ma'am.
130.
Page 130. The 160.
Excuse me? 160. If you do not have the answer, you could send it in writing.
So I just wanted to find out exactly what was the question. My apologies.
Nothing was budgeted in the past couple of years, and there's a small figure of 160,000. And the justification is it that the ocelot needs to be managed, it's getting extinct. It is what?
Okay, so what happened is that during the 2017-2018, the project first involved data collection and the production of a documentary. And they've based on a reduced budget allocated. Now in 2022-2023, the project will continue activities to reduce the threats to actually to protect the ocelot.
Okay, that's
in Trinidad and Tobago and so they're actually looking of developing a management plan.
Right.
Yes.
So it seems as if it's getting extinct or there are issues with it.
Well, yes. I mean, once you have something that is protected, you can't just protect. You have to put something in place. So I think that's what they're doing the management plan. So they did the data collection. They have an idea as to what is the target, how many ocelots should be targeted. Yes. And there is a committee that is established so that the likelihood is that we would get better data.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the Honourable Minister, line item 107, the Smart City Infrastructure. This project was estimated and allocated $4 million in 2022. However, only 1.5 was utilized. Can the Minister explain why it is the full allocation was not utilized?
Because, I mean, it's an area where you have to do some research, some analysis. So that a lot of the money at that time would have been spent. Now that we have that kind of data ready, we would be in a better position to move forward.
Madam Minister, through you, Chair, we would have put in the request in 2022 to fund this project in terms of what you have just explained there, which is why the project was allocated $4 million. Mm-hmm. However, what we said we were going to do, or what was being proposed in 2022, did not complete it. For this year, 2023, it's only been allocated $1.5 million. When you add the revised estimate and the 1.5, it still doesn't make up for what was allocated in 2022. Is it that this program has now been downsized?
It hasn't been downsized, but I think we prefer not to, having learned what happened with the first allocation, to use what we believe it is necessary at this time. And if it is that we are able to get to that stage, then we can always make a request rather than ask for the $4 million, where the chances are we may not be able to do exactly what we projected to do.
Okay, Madam Minister, and can you provide us with a completion date of this project?
Not at this time, but I can undertake to so do.
Thank you.
Foreign and technical assistance. F, public buildings. B, administration. Page 132, members. Public buildings. So I recognize you, which was?
Thank you. Ma'am, I know that we are proposing to move, I'm looking at 025. The relocation of the Town and Country Planning Division to the VAT building. I know that we have a spend of $5 million. Would that be sufficient to cover the complete movement of the unit to the new site?
Minister?
The challenge we face right now is that it's not available. So unfortunately.
So does that mean that you will have to stay where you are until space is available?
Well, no, because, I mean, we really they need new facilities, so we are exploring other possibilities.
So, Minister, at this point, then you have a $5 million surplus?
Well, I think the staff we need to find somewhere for them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to the Honourable Minister, can you tell us the status of the sewer system at the IMA headquarters, line item 023, if the repair works has been, the upgrade work for the sewer system has been completed?
Okay, my information is it was addressed, but I think I need to just double check and I could give you some more particulars.
Thank you, and you can also look at the drainage and the fence, the work that was proposed to be undertaken for 2023.
Okay, which one is that?
Same line item.
Okay, fine.
Right.
Okay, the drainage. Okay, fine, yes.
Thank you most kindly. And can you give us the status of the project 14?
Affairs?
Yes.
014.
Can you give us a status update on this project?
Okay, yes, okay, so the renovation of Building 7 to house staff was completed, and the construction of the administration building is to commence 2022-2023.
Do you have a completion date for this project?
No, we do not.
Minister, when it is we're planning and we have projects, a project's supposed to have a start date and an end date. So in going forward, when we're putting plans in place for projects, I would like, if it is that consideration can be given to ensuring that there is a specific end date and completion date, so we don't find ourselves in overrunning with time and expenditure.
Minister,
Point
I'll give you
taken.
the opportunity to respond.
Point taken.
F, public buildings. B, administration. Honorable members, you're running late, or which West?
Just one question, Minister. Just one question to the Minister. Minister, I know that for the development and management plan for the Scarlet Ibis, you had an estimate and spend of $275,000, but no spend in 2023. Is it that you have completed a plan and are now implementing? We're looking at sub-item 011, development of a management plan for the Scarlet Ibis.
Sorry about that. Could you just ask the question again?
Minister, I wanted to know if after 2022 spend of $275,000, you have now completed your plan and have now moved on to the stage of implementing the plan for protection of the Scarlet Ibis.
Information I have is that no additional funding was requested at this time because the project that exists would be used to complete. They're using the funds allocated from 2021 to 2022 to complete the existing project.
Thank you, Minister.
B, administration. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, page 222, item 003, economic infrastructure. S, land management. Item 004, social infrastructure. A, community development. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. F, public buildings, page 224. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $360,207,500 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $360,207,500 for Head 67, Ministry of Planning and Development, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Madam Minister. Thank you, Madam Pierce, and thank you to the technocrats. Do travel safely.
Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, $376,836,250. I will now invite the Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts and its agencies are responsible for the tourism and the culture and arts sectors. In the discharge of its responsibility, the Ministry is responsible for the development, the marketing and promoting of Trinidad and Tobago and all of its attributes as a premier tourist destination, as well as developing, nurturing, and promoting the culture of Trinidad and Tobago in all its positive forms locally and abroad. In fiscal 2023, the Ministry received a total budgetary allocation of $405,836,250. Madam Chairman, as we move past the pandemic and with the removal of the public health restrictions, naturally, the Ministry's urgent focus will be placed on the recovery of the tourism, entertainment, hospitality, and culture sectors, with specific emphasis on ensuring that those bona fide stakeholders who are involved in these sectors improve their lives and livelihoods as we return to normalcy and move towards sectoral growth. I thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $376,836,250 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $376,836,250 for Head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Couva North.
No. Papa.
Member for Muruga Tibalan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with regards to 01, salaries and cost of living allowance, could the Minister state how many persons are currently employed?
There are 68 bodies within the Ministry on the establishment.
With regards to the proposed, the budgeted increase of 1.8, could the Minister indicate the positions that will be filled?
No, the increase is to cater for outstanding increments to 34 persons and acting allowances to 47 persons. There was late approval from the Director of Public Administration for the acting, so that is what the increase is for.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 05, government contribution to NIS. I see there's an increase of $250,000. Could you tell us what the increase is for?
The increase is to cater for any new appointments made by the Service Commissions Department within this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you.
Item 002, Culture Division. Member for Muruga Tibalan.
Minister, with regards to 01, salaries, the persons currently employed on this respective division.
That line item treats with persons who are employed in the Culture Division on the establishment, as well as persons who are employed at the museum. So there are presently 27 persons employed in the Culture Division and 11 persons employed at the museum. So that's 38 in all.
Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Muruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I would like to draw the Minister attention to 09, rent and releases of vehicle and equipment. Minister, with regards to the estimate, there was nothing budgeted for 2022, but then we see a revised allocation of $180,000 and then a projected amount for 2023 with regards to 200,000. Can the Minister indicate why? Nothing was budgeted, but then we had a revised expenditure.
Yeah, with respect to the matter of budgeting, that might have been an error. However, money would have been wired into this vote to pay for the monthly rental of some photocopiers, and there are arrears owed to suppliers under this vote.
Yes, Member for Muruga Tableland.
With regards to 16 contract employment, can the Minister indicate how many persons are currently employed and how many positions he wished to fill with regards to the 2.8 budgeted increase?
Yeah, there are 30 persons currently employed on contract at the ministry under general administration, and over the next fiscal year, we intend to employ 15 persons.
And the same line of question with regards to 22, short-term employment.
Yeah, under short-term employment, you would see a decrease. That is because 8 persons rather transitioned to fixed-term contracts.
With regards to 27, official overseas travel, can the Minister give us an indication as to the anticipated missions that would this 800 is to cater for, and also if he could provide us with the missions that the 188,000 would have covered?
But I wouldn't use the word mission. It's travel to trade shows and meetings, etc. So traditionally, the WTM World Travel Market, ITB Berlin, there is another meeting in Utrecht in Holland that the ministry intends to send persons overseas. There's a trade show there. So those are the likely ones. The FCCA conference as well. Those are the ones that the ministry would, the FCCA conference deals with cruise tourism. So those are the ones that the ministry are usually in attendance.
Minister, also with regards to the current trip of the chairman of the NCC, that is not covered underneath this line item.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 43, Security Services. I see there's an increase of $860,000. Could you give us an explanation of why this increase for fiscal 2023?
This is to cater to the recent acquisition, or I should say the transfer of some 5 sites to the ministry. That is the Paramin Lookout, Fort George in Port of Spain, Water Wheel in Diego Martin, Fort Picton in Lavantil, and the Lopino Historical Complex in Lopino Village. So there would be some additional security services required.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the Honourable Minister, line item 62, Promotions, Publicity and Printing. Minister, this line item, actual spend in 2021 was 1.8 million. The revised estimate of 2022 moved from 4 million to 8.8 million. Can you explain to us the reason for the significant increase from the 2020 allocation to the revised estimate?
2020 allocation, we don't have the
2022, sorry. 2022 allocation of 4 million and the revised estimate of 8.8 million.
$6.7 million. You have 4 million in front of you?
Yes, the estimate for 2022, I have 4 million.
Yeah, I could.
What you have there for?
The increase was some money transferred into this vote to facilitate some sponsorship items during the Taste of Carnival.
Minister, can you provide us with a breakdown of the spend for 2022, the payees, the description and the amount that the payees received?
Sure.
Schwers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I want to tie in sub-item 62, promotions, publicity and printing, with sub-item 27, official overseas travel. I note that the minister, in his explanation previously, indicated that you were going to be going out to more international trade shows and so on. Well, not trade shows, but promotional shows abroad. But you have now decreased the allocation for promotions, publicity, and printing, while you've increased the figure for traveling. In theory, they should both go together, because the more you travel, the more exposure you have abroad. Is the more promotional items I assume that you will be wanting to carry. Can you explain why we have that difference?
Yeah. Well, you would know that we have the executing agency under the ministry, Tourism Trinidad Limited. Tourism Trinidad Limited, they're the ones who, through their vote, would treat with the costs for exhibitions at these trade shows, and they would also be in attendance with these trade shows. So this vote in the ministry deals with a number of different things, as well as it is shared with Tourism Trinidad Limited in supplementing their marketing activities. So this treats with advertisements in newspapers, it deals with event sponsorships, it treats with the website, the Instagram accounts. So it's a vote that deals with a myriad of things, and it's shared with Tourism Trinidad Limited.
Thank you.
Item 002, Culture Division. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to 89 cultural programs, can you provide us with a breakdown of where the allocation was spent in 2022? Who are the organizations or groups that benefited? And with regards to the projected allocation for 2023, if you have any groups in mind, or it's based on application?
Programs over the last 2 years on account of the public health restrictions. In 2023, we will return to this matter of cultural programs. So this vote treats with exhibitions, for example. You may see exhibitions at the malls, you may see exhibitions at, say, Stallmeyer's Castle for national days and festivals. It deals with exhibitions of the Mighty Sparrow and his collection, and some other cultural programs. In terms of in 2023, we will see the return of these exhibitions, as well as the exhibition of the Mighty Sparrow collection.
Noted, Minister, but you said there was no exhibition with regards to 2022. So what would account for the 315?
There was one very minor exhibition at Trinity Mall. I think it would have been in 2021 or early in 2022. I'm not sure.
Thank you, Minister.
Member for Couva North.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to refer the Minister's attention to line item 16, contract employment. Minister, can you advise how many persons are under this line item?
Contract employment, there are 4 officers presently employed on contract.
And I see there's a decrease of $415,000 for this line item.
Yeah, there are 5 positions expired, and that would account for the decrease. There are 6 vacant contract positions, and those we expect to fill in fiscal 2023.
Also, line item 05 with respect to telephone, taking into consideration the 2021 actual spend of $9,383 with the revised estimate of $100,000 in 2022. Was that for outstanding arrears owed to TSCT? Can you advise what that additional that
during this year, the Culture Division would have moved from during 2021-2022, the Culture Division would have been in the process of moving from Frederick Street to level 10 at Tower C. So more likely than not, that vote would have been treating with building out the PBX system.
Okay, thank you very much, Minister. Minister, I see that there's also a decrease in the short-term employment vote from 435,000 in the revised estimate to 300,000. Can you explain the reason for the reduction in the short-term employment?
One person transitioned to a fixed-term contract, one person resigned, and one short-term employee was reassigned to Stallmeyer's Castle. That would account for the decrease.
Minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Item 002, culture division. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 001, regional bodies. Item 003, United Nations organizations. Item 005, non-profit institutions. Member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the Minister. Minister, with regards to 02, contribution to cultural organizations, can you indicate which one of the organizations would have benefited from the 1.8 revised expenditure in 2022, and also which organizations are being considered with regards to the $4 million budgeted in 2023?
2022, the ministry supported 66 organizations, and these were through the application for grants to individual groups and individual NGOs for cultural activities. In 2023, this vote will also treat with the matter of annual subventions. Cabinet recently approved some annual subventions to some NGOs. They are the National Parang Association, the National Dance Association, the Secondary Schools Drama Association, the Sanskrit Sangam Association, the Trinbago Unified Calypsonians Organization, Trinidad Theatre Workshop, the National Drama Association, the San Fernando Arts Council, the Art Society of Trinidad and Tobago, the Musical Festival Committee, Bocas Lit Fest, and the Little Carib Theatre and Folk House.
Minister, if you would appreciate providing in writing a breakdown of the allocation per organization for both 2022 and with regards to 2023, the ones that are already set by Cabinet. And well, I know with regards to the application that persons have to write, we'll have to wait with regards to the new fiscal.
So you would like a breakdown?
Yes.
For 2022?
But with regards to persons, for the benefit of groups listening in, to apply for this funding is just basically writing to the ministry?
No, you go onto the ministry's website. There's an application form. It's filled in, it's submitted digitally, and there is a committee, the Grants and Sponsorship Committee at the ministry, and they deliberate over the matters and make recommendations for grants.
Thank you, Minister.
Item 007, households. Item 009, other transfers. Item 0, member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam. To transfers and state enterprises. You called that one already, right, Madam Chair?
No, I haven't reached there yet.
Sorry.
Item 011, transfers to state enterprises. Member for Moruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, this company here is the same as Trinidad Tourism Trinidad Destination Management Company.
Tourism Trinidad Limited.
So it's just a name difference here. Okay. With regards to the increase in allocation, could the minister indicate any upcoming projects that would account for the increase and what the allocation was spent on in 2022?
Find it. In 2022, this line item deals with the recurrent expenditure of Tourism Trinidad Limited. So it treats with the payment of salaries and allowances, directors' fees, and other operating expenses. With respect to the increase is to facilitate the filling of some 8 vacant positions at Tourism Trinidad, staffing at the Tourism Information Office at the airport, as well as the cruise office at the cruise ship complex, and other related recurrent expenditure type activities.
Minister, I stand to be corrected, and feel free to do so. With regards to the CEO, was a new one put in place, or is the...
No, there is an interim CEO in place.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Honourable members, we now move on to the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. New book. 20, Queen's Hall, subhead 01, personnel expenditure, item 001, general administration. We're at page 529. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to 01, salaries and cost of living expenditure, I see there is a significant decrease of 1 million. Could you say how that is going to affect staff, or is that a reduction, or was it due to an raise? And how much persons are currently employed?
Right. So the decrease is really a reflection of an administrative error. So you would see a corresponding increase in contract employment, because in previous years, contract employees were paid under this vote. So that is the reason for the decrease. And I would have to give you in writing the number of employees paid under this vote.
Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, just for record's sake, if you have it with regards to 16, contract employment, how much persons are currently employed and how much positions you wish to fill with regards to the 1.4 increase, 1.4 million?
There are 25 contract officers who are paid under this vote at Queen's Hall, and there are 5 positions that they intend to fill in the next fiscal year.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. 21, Naparino Bowl, and we're going on to page 535. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, through you to the Minister with regards to 01 salaries. Could the Minister state how much persons currently employed here as well?
How many, Minister?
Could he explain the increase, the 124?
There is one.
Can you tell us how many will it be employed?
Permanent member of staff, and they intend to fill 2 positions in the next fiscal, that of the electrician superintendent and general foreman.
Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, General Administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to 16 contract employment, there is a current allocation of 2.4 and an estimated for 23, 2.6. Can the minister state how many persons currently employed and how many persons will benefit from the increase in allocation of $235,000?
There are 27 members of staff, contract officers employed at Naparima Bowl under this vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. 22, National Carnival Commission of Trinidad and Tobago. We now go to page 541. Subhead 01, personal expenditure. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, seek your indulgence again with regards to how many persons are currently employed. I see yes?
29 persons are presently employed and paid under this vote.
Thank you.
Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, with regards to 28 other contracted services, just for general clarity, there's a drastic increase here of $46 million. Could the minister just shed some light as to what this allocation, the type of contracts?
Well, we hope to have Carnival next year. We hope that we expect that it will be very successful. This vote treats with sound equipment, lighting equipment, screens, projectors, generators, tents, toilets, table, chairs, flooring, decor, and any other contracted services.
Member for Maruga Tableland.
Right. With regards to 08, rent and lease of office accommodation and storage, could the minister indicate explain the decrease of $3.8 million?
The increase in the revised estimates.
The decrease. It's a decrease according to my. I'm seeing a significant decrease. It was budgeted at 4.9, and then we had a revised expenditure of 8.8, and then it budgeted back at 4.9. So if the minister could explain this drastic increase in 2022, and as
can I?
Sure.
So the reason for the increase in the revised estimate was for the payment of arrears. There were 11 months of rental arrears, and that was the reason for the drastic increase in the revised estimates for 2022. So it's back to 4.9, which is what we expect to be the actual rental exposure.
Thank you, Minister.
Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 008, subsidies. Item 009, other transfers. 59, the National Academy for the Performing Arts. You know at page 547. Subhead 01, personnel expenditure. Item 001, general administration. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Madam Chair, just a general question with regards to this particular head. Minister, this is with regards to the board being established and how the bills, because I'm not seeing anything to compare it with regards to any revised estimate for 2022. And I noticed that with regards to NAPA and SAPA. So this is with regards to the establishment of the board and the expenditure?
Yeah, well, it's in respect of the operationalization of the statutory body. or bodies rather, that is NAPA, and of course the next head, which is SAPA. So while there would not be any allocation under 001 General Administration, you would see it under contract employment. So it's a statutory body. There are persons who are employed at NAPA. They are paid under, or they were previously paid under the ministry. So it's a period of transition.
Okay. Noted, Minister. Yes.
Subhead 02 Goods and Services, item 001 General Administration. Member for Muruga Tableland.
Minister, just with regards to the security, it's a significant amount of 2.3.
That is item 43?
Yes.
Yes.
The security services, can you indicate the current provider and as to why it's budgeted this high, I should say?
Well, NAPA has always been secured, and there is a security services provider at NAPA. It would have previously been paid and allocated for, budgeted for under the ministry, under the recurrent expenditure for the ministry. So it's just placed here now. With respect to who the service provider is, I have it off the top of my head. Let's see if I can get that for you right now. Madam Chair, I'll have to provide that in writing.
Okay.
One more question, Minister. With regards to contract employment, could I just have an indication of how many persons are employed?
That's item 16?
Yes,
right,
item 16.
It's a provision for 40 contract positions. 12 are filled and 4 are vacant.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Subhead 03 Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001 General Administration. Subhead 04 Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007 Households. 60 the Southern Academy for the Performing Arts. We're at page 552. Subhead 01 Personnel Expenditure, item 001 General Administration. Subhead 02 Goods and Services, item 001 General Administration. Member for Muruga Tableland.
With regards to 16 contract employment, if the Minister could just state how many currently employed and how many vacant posts?
Yes, I can. But Madam Chair, may I crave your indulgence? Could I please indicate to the member that
Provider.
it's Personal Safety and Security Training is a security provider for NAPA. And with respect to contract employment, at 16, the vote covers 45 contract positions, 34 are approved, 6 are filled.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Subhead 03 Minor Equipment Purchases, item 001 General Administration. Subhead 04 Current Transfers and Subsidies, item 007 Households. Honorable members, we shall now move to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund. We are at page 154. Item 003, Economic Infrastructure. D, Tourism. Member for Carneys.
Thank you. Minister, line item 01, Tourism Sites and Attractions Upgrade, with an allocation of $30 million. What upgrades will be completed using this increased allocation for 2023?
Well, the ministry has responsibility for a number of sites. Maracas, Las Cuevas, Vecini Beach facilities, the La Vigie Lookout in Paramin, the La Brea Pitch Lake facility, Galera, the Galera Point Lighthouse, as well as the Lopino Historical Complex, Fort George, Fort Picton, River Estate, and Water Wheel in Diego Martin. So in fiscal 2023, we will be upgrading the Lopino Historical Complex. Also, with respect to Fort George, we will be doing some infrastructural upgrades there, as well as in Diego Martin at the Water Wheel. We also intend to do something at Las Lapas in the constituency of Arima. So that is what this vote will take care of. We are also looking at developing some facilities down at the Los Ciro mud volcano, and we're also looking at Fort Abercrombie in Las Cuevas.
Thank you.
Yes, member for Carneys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 011, Tourism Trinidad Limited. I see there's $20 million allocated for this line item. How would this allocation be spent in 2023?
In 2023, so this is the implementation arm of the ministry, and they are engaged heavily in marketing activities. So the development and the promotion of the destination brand. I think it was Couva North had asked the question, or maybe it was Oropouche West, who asked the question about the trade shows. So, the creation of booths, marketing material, etc. at these international trade shows, joint marketing arrangements with airlines, increased diaspora marketing campaigns, creating digital content to support its marketing efforts, those types of things. And of course, building and training some tourism stakeholders.
Thank you.
Member for Carneys. Member for Carneys, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you very much. Madam Chair, line item 014, development of a sport tourism master plan. I see in fiscal 2022, nothing was spent, even though almost $1 million was budgeted, allocated, and the same is being done for 2023. Could you give us a reason why nothing was spent in 2022?
In and around the second quarter of 2022, an RFP was developed and went out. We received approximately 5 bids. 4 of them did not reach the threshold, and the 5th one failed on the qualifying technical criteria. So that RFP had to be scrapped. In 2023, we intend to go forward with a different approach where we will hire a small team of experts, also engage with the University of the West Indies to have this sport tourism master plan done within about 4 months.
Carney East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 013, Trinidad and Tobago Hotel and Guest House Room Stock Upgrade Incentive Project. I see there's an additional $2 million allocated in 2023, making it $4 million allocated for this line item. How many guest houses will benefit from this project in fiscal 2023?
So approaching the end of fiscal 2022, Tourism Trinidad Limited signed a number of contracts with some guest houses. Trinidad Hotel Limited, $704,880.61. Sundeck Suites Limited, $111,988.31. Palmalays Inn Limited, $22,440.36. The Royal Hotel, $264,426.80. Kent Investments Limited, $275,714.70. St. Joseph's Investments Limited, $259,700. And the audit fees and related expenses will come up to $276,897. So these contracts that were signed, those are the reimbursable amounts. This program is a reimbursable program for the upgrade of the room stock. So these investors that I've just indicated, or the participants in this program rather, they will be spending double that value and they will receive 50%. Once completed, audits are done, they will receive that under this program.
Thank you.
Member for Couva North.
Just a follow-up to that same line item, Honourable Minister, can you advise how these participants were selected?
Make an application. Anybody is free to apply. It's a tourism accommodation upgrade program. You meet certain criteria, and once you meet the criteria, you're allowed to participate in the program. It's something that we encourage for all accommodation providers to upgrade their room stock. And it's a successful program, a very successful program, if I should say so.
Thank you very much, Minister. Minister, line item 01, tourism sites and attraction upgrade. 10.5 million was utilized in the 2022 fiscal. In 2022, would you be able to provide us with a breakdown of that 10.5 million, how it was spent, who are the contractors, a description of the contract and the value?
Yes, I would be able to provide that, but I will have to ask that I provide it in writing during 2021 or 2022?
2022.
2022?
Yeah.
I'll be able to provide that.
No problem. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. Madam Chair, may I continue? Line item 018, Tourism Festival. This line item was budgeted at 5 million in 2022. However, the revised estimates shows nil. It's now being allocated $2 million for 2023. Can you advise what this $2 million is going to go towards?
All right, so it was budgeted at $5 million, but you would appreciate that, during fiscal 2022, perhaps half the year we were subjected to the public health restrictions, so there could be no festivals. The revised estimates shows reports a nil figure, but $500,000 was actually spent, where we supported and partnered with the promoters of the Sunset Weekend Festival. If you recall, there was a street theater on Arpita Avenue, and a band launch and a small parade around the stadium. So in fiscal 2023, we intend to work with promoters in developing the festival product, because we see the festival product as something that has great economic value, and it's very labor intensive, the festival industry, the events industry. So it's something that we are looking at the ministry, and we intend to create more and high quality festivals to encourage visitors and to encourage locals to come out and to, so that the benefits will redound to the economy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honourable Minister, with regards to 012, Caribbean Small Tourism Enterprise Project STEP, if the Minister could indicate what the allocation of $50,000 was used for in 2022, and with regards to the $500,000 budgeted for 2023.
What line item is it?
012.
012, STEP. Okay, in 2022, a number of training workshops were provided to tourism stakeholders: defensive driving, first aid, digital marketing level 1, digital marketing level 2, and foreign language training. In fiscal 2023, customer service training for customs and immigration, relaunch and the restructuring of a certification program for the Trinidad and Tobago tourism operators, which includes tour guides, tour operators, taxi drivers, and accommodation providers.
With regards to 017, can the Minister just give an update with regards to the digital upgrade of the tourism sector?
This is a new program, just like the tourism accommodation upgrade program. This too is a reimbursable program. It's new, where we are encouraging applications from persons within the creative sector and within the tourism sector to improve their digitization and their digital, to participate more into the digital sector. So it's a reimbursable program where you can invest up to $50,000, whether it be websites, digital equipment, 4K cameras, these types of things, contactless payment systems, and you are reimbursed 50% of your output.
Thanks, Honourable Minister. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Item 005. Sorry, Member for Caroni East.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 019, implementation of a sport tourism master plan. Could you give us some information on that, on this new project, as well as the start date and possible how long it'll take to be completed?
So this new line item, implementation of our sport tourism master plan, the name itself is a little bit of a misnomer. We intend to have this line item for a very long time. This line item will be executed by Tourism Trinidad Limited. Tourism Trinidad Limited has entered into a formal MOU with Sport TT for the marketing of sport tourism. So under this vote, Tourism Trinidad Limited will be charged with content creation, taking footage and creating content around the very good venues that we have, the events, and also working with Sport TT to market Trinidad and Tobago as a sport tourism destination. They will also be working with the non-governmental sporting bodies to ensure that we get a number of sporting events in Trinidad and Tobago. So for the last financial year, the last fiscal year, we worked with Sport TT for the ICC Under-19 cricket tournament, the Pan Am Swim Championships, the CPL cricket that we just had, and the West Indies versus India tour. Next year, I'm sure the Minister of Sports has advised the House that we happily anticipate the hosting of the Commonwealth Youth Games. So a lot will go into the marketing and promotion for the Commonwealth Youth Games. We hope to have CPL again next year, and there is a Pan Am Masters Swimming Championships meet that we expect to host here in Trinidad as well.
So just to clarify, the Ministry of Tourism would be in charge of this, will be responsible for implementation of this sports tourism master plan.
Right, so you have sports and then you have the tourism aspect, because it's a large event where you host a number of international guests and athletes and so on. So the Ministry of Tourism has its role to play in terms of marketing, content creation, perhaps taking some of the participants on tours, etc., taking them out or letting them know where they can go to eat, hosting certain events for them. So that's the tourism side of the sport tourism.
Okay. Thank you.
Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. A, administrative services. Honourable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, which is at page 236, item 004, social infrastructure. B, recreation and culture. Member for Maruga Tableland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Minister, with regards to 04, construction of the Desperados Pan Theatre, the revised estimate shows that nothing was spent. Could we just get a quick update on the project?
Project is actually 68% completed. The total contract sum is $14,020,409.89. But the executing agency, UDICOT, has been a little tardy in submitting the bills. But it is 68% complete, and we anticipate that it will be completed before Carnival 2023.
Okay. One more question with regards to the renovation and refurbishment of the National Museum and Art Gallery. I see it's a new project. If the minister could just give us a scope as to what we can expect. You could do so in writing if it's not.
No, I can give you now. So the National Museum and Art Gallery, also known as the Victorian Institute, was built in 1892, and it has gone through a number of renovations, refurbishments, repairs, but it has not been significantly refurbished for, I would say, 2 or 3 decades. They suffer a leaky roof. They suffer from an infestation of termites, and the project is for a total refurbishment of that building as well as the interior, so that they will become a more modern museum, more modern art gallery. So that is what this project is for. The project is a $20 million project. We expect that it will be completed over the next financial year. We have an allocation of $5 million, but we expect that it will be completed over the next financial year.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Member for Caroni East.
Thank you. Yeah. Minister, line item 005 and 006, both of them, the Naparima Bowl and the Queen's Park Savannah Grandstand Upgrade Project. In both these cases, there were no funds spent in 2022 and the same amount allocated as in 2022 for 2023. Could you give us the status of these projects and what works will be completed in 2023?
With respect to the Naparima Bowl redevelopment project, the RFP went out late in the last quarter of fiscal 2022. So we expect that the works will be completed over the next fiscal. The areas of planned work is refurbishment of the amphitheater and auditorium to incorporate seating for persons with disabilities, and some external works which include drainage upgrades, some internal and external cleaning and painting. So that is what is expected in 2023.
Thank you.
Oh, and with respect to the Queen's Park Savannah Grandstand upgrade, similarly, the conceptual drawings and the technical drawings were not done to standard, so we expect to have those done, and for this grandstand upgrade project to be done sometime in fiscal 2023. So what this project is for, what this project is, it is the creation of 2 floors behind the grandstand, a ground floor and a mezzanine floor. And the intention is to move the NCC's head office there, as well as the head offices to the special interest groups, CHUCO, Pantrinbago, and the TTCBA, as well as to create some small other spaces that can host museum exhibitions, carnival costume exhibitions, and so on. So with this project, once completed, we expect to save a considerable amount of money on rent. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $376,836,250 for head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $376,836,250 for head 80, Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you very much, Minister, PS, and other officers of the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts. Have a good evening. Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry. Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, $245,319,640. I will now invite the Minister of Trade and Industry to make a brief opening statement for a maximum of 5 minutes. Minister.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and it's an honor to appear before the Standing Finance Committee. The Ministry of Trade and Industry has its core responsibility leading and overseeing implementation of government policy for trade, business, development, investment, and consumer empowerment. The key development priorities, programs, and policies of the Ministry are anchored in the country's National Development Strategy, Vision 2030, also their National Trade Policy, and with the specific objectives and initiatives highlighted in Phase 2 report of the Roadmap to Recovery, Transforming to a New Society and a New Economy. Our main priorities during fiscal 2022, and which will continue to guide our work in fiscal 2023, are extensive, including deepening and expanding Trinidad and Tobago's trading relationship by improving market access with existing and new trading partners, building the competitiveness of the private sector, in particular the SME sector, creating an enabling environment for economic diversification to further grow and expand the manufacturing and services sectors, creating jobs by facilitating increased local and foreign direct investment and expanding local business opportunities, improving the ease of doing business in the areas which fall under the responsibility of the Ministry of Trade and Industry, for example, trading across borders, and engaging in more aggressive consumer outreach and improving the policy and legislative environment for consumer protection. So I thank you, and I look forward to the questions from the Standing Finance Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $245,319,640 for Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $245,319,640 for Head 48, Ministry of Trade and Industry, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We start at page 276. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration, Member for Miaru.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. Minister, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Minister, can you identify the numbers of staff that you currently have based on this heading and how many vacancies you intend to fill during this next fiscal?
Good, thank you. And so the number of number of positions in the establishment will amount to 268, but the number of occupied positions would amount to 190. And on the contract positions, the total number of positions are 93, but there are 60 warm bodies in occupation. We hope to look at it, putting on at least another 10 persons, but it's subject to the subject to collaboration with service commissions and so on.
Item 002, Weights and Measures in Inspectorate, Member for Miaru.
Minister, I noticed there is no allocation for it. What has happened to the Weights and Measurement Inspectorate?
Thank you very much. That's no longer under Consumer Affairs. It's now under Metrology in the Bureau of Standards.
Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. Member Femiaro.
Minister, line item 01, salaries and cost of living allowance. Again, can you identify the number of persons in this establishment and the vacant posts that you plan to fill this fiscal year?
So this is the Consumer Affairs Division. Yes?
Yes.
And so let me give you the details. Okay. There are two areas in the Consumer Affairs Division, the Consumer Protection Services Unit and the Research Unit. There are 7 members currently in the Consumer Protection Services Unit, and we have 9 in the research unit as well.
Item 004, Research and Planning. Item 005, Consumer Outreach and Protection Unit. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Member Femiaro.
Minister, line item 16, Contract Employment. I see there's a $10 million allocation. Can you give us the number of current contract employees and whether you plan to bring on any additional contracted employees in that division in this fiscal year?
Yeah, this is the general administration, and as I've said to you, that we do have some vacant positions. We do have 35 vacant positions as it is at this time, but we're looking to bring on at least another 5 to 10 positions again. But the terms and conditions are to be finalized and in line with the service commissions.
Member Femiaro.
Line item 66, hosting of conferences, seminars, and other functions. Minister, I see there's a massive jump of $1.582 million in that vote. Can you just give us a little idea of what plans you have in store for this fiscal year that's going to require that huge leap in terms of the allocations?
This is hosting of conferences. Right. So we are soon to have, and you may have seen it published, the Caribbean Investment Forum, which will be held in Trinidad November 8th to 10th, and that is a substantial amount of the increase that you're seeing. We have committed to contributing, but the rest of the program would be sponsored by CEDA, which is a Caribbean Export Development Agency, and CAIPA, the regional agency for investments. There are also other local and international supporters as well, sponsors, and therefore this is primarily for this. Also, it is to include funding for TIC, and which is where the Ministry of Trade and Industry would have a booth. That's to also outfit the booth space within that 3-day exhibition.
Item 002, Weights and Measures Inspectorate. Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. Item 004, Research and Planning. Item 005, Consumer Outreach and Protection Unit. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. We're at page 281. Item 001, General Administration. Item 003, Consumer Affairs Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 007, Households. Item 008, Subsidies. Item 009, Other Transfers. Member Femiaro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 16, there is an allocation, an increase in allocation of $541,000 to the Fair Trading Commission. Can you just give us an update on what the additional allocation is for?
The additional amount will be for the payment of salaries, because we intend to fill the 2 new positions, one of investigator and also another of administrative secretary. And within that vote as well, we do have to pay contract gratuities and some audit fees as well.
Subhead item 010, other transfers abroad. Subhead 06, current transfers to statutory boards and similar bodies. Honorable members, we will now move on to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. We are at page 439. 44, Trinidad and Tobago Bureau of Standards, subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001. Subhead 02, goods and services. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases. Item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies. Item 007, households. Item 010, other transfers abroad. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund. This is on page 111. Item 03, economic infrastructure. F, financial services. R, support to industrial development initiatives. Item, member for Miaro.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, under the line item, establishment of research and development facility, there is a...
Are you under R?
It's 007?
Yeah,
establishment of research and development facility. There's a $400,000 in terms of the estimate for that. Can you explain exactly what that facility was, the objective of the facility and the expected outcome?
So the research and development, the project is really aimed at stimulating exports by supporting investment in new and advanced technology and innovation and export-related product modification to enhance competitiveness as well, and so that businesses would really succeed. And this is more along the lines of the non-oil manufacturing and services sectors. And you would notice that there's a decrease because we intend to capture this in the new trade and investment agency. So the $400,000 is a smaller amount allocated just to take us for the first 6 months.
Okay.
And it will cover all aspects of it: feasibility, prototype, and commercialization.
Member for Miaro.
Yes, Minister, line item 030, development of the eco-friendly business sector, scrap iron. See, there's a $600,000 allocation for it. What's the plan of the ministry to deal with this particular item under scrap iron?
Good. So, as you know, I can inform that the ministry has recently done a new policy for the scrap iron moving forward in the face of what has happened globally and also in Trinidad and Tobago. So that we intend to use this money to actually do a feasibility study to see what opportunities there are in terms of metal recycling value chain in Trinidad and Tobago. In other words, to take it beyond this grabbing and giving it to an exporter. So we really want to see what the industry holds in terms of the entire value chain. And of course, having done the feasibility, then we would want to implement the recommendations as well. We foresee also having to create an online registry for scrap metal. And of course, we want to allocate some monies for the enhancement of the inspection process as well. especially of the shipments, the equipment. So we have to ensure that that persons are trained and have the technical capacity to do the necessary enforcement and scrutiny of items being shipped and so on.
Minister, do you expect this to be online or enforced in time for when the restrictions are lifted in the new year in terms of the current restriction on the scrap iron?
No, because maybe a month, 18, maybe 6 weeks ago, the Honourable AG would have given the undertaking that we would do this within 6 months. This is to bring the new recommendations, and but he did say we would try to do it under that period, as maybe even 3 months. But apart from that, we're saying that we are looking at the overall policy. So some of this will kick in after.
Minister, if I could draw your attention to line item 36, capacity building for the TNT Fair Trade Commission. Again, $500,000 in terms of capacity building. What specific area you think that that commission may be lacking in, that you're trying to improve or expand their boundaries?
Right. So this 500,000. So I'm not talking about. Remember, we would have dealt with it under the recurrent. So this 500,000 really now is for training staff and abroad, particularly in this in competition policy, in particular, and regulatory policy. And then we want them. We want staff members also to be engaged in workshops and overseas fora, like for example the OECD Global Forum on Competition. And of course, there is also a sum in here to revamp the Fair Trading Commission's website and so on. And there's also some room to do market studies, and in terms of a competitiveness market study as well. And it includes also subscriptions to global FTC, similar type organizations, and so on, so that we can learn from them.
Sorry, Member for Kuvasaw.
I wanted to find out, Minister, with respect to the Fair Trading Commission at this point, how many matters are before the Commission for determination?
Under what item are you?
Capacity building, because we are building.
I'm sorry, I can't allow that under capacity. Okay, so item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. B, Bureau of Standards. A, administrative services. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, which is at page 221. Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. At page 212, I'm sorry. Item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. Q, Evolving Technologies and Enterprise Development Company Limited. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $245,319,640 for head 48, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $245,319,640 for head 48, the Ministry of Trade and Industry, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Pierce. Thank you, other officers of the Ministry of Trade and Industry. Ministry of Public Administration.
Good Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members.
Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, $911,700,000. I will now invite the Minister of Public Administration to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good day to members present and to the listening and viewing public. Madam Chair, the Ministry of Public Administration's mandate is to enable high-quality public service delivery of government services. To this end, the Ministry is in the process of devising and implementing a program of modernization of admin systems, business processes, legislation, facilities, and human resource management, including the upgrading of skills. Our services are provided to other government ministries, departments, and agencies, and to government employees. We are, in essence, the ministry to build and strengthen the public service capacity to implement and deliver the government's policies and programs for national development. In accordance with the Honourable Prime Minister's mandate, the Ministry of Public Admin is employing digital technology in our programs. We are seeking to transform culture and mindsets for continuous service and operations improvement in this digital age. In closing, I give the public my assurance that in fiscal 2023, the Ministry of Public Admin will continue to pursue and deliver public service modernization activities to achieve fit-for-purpose government institutions, a transformative workforce, and a digitally mature public service. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $911,700,000 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $911,700,000 for Head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We're at page 210. Subhead 01, Personnel Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services. Item 006, Public Management Consulting Division, member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, with respect to the PMCD salaries and cost of living, you are projected to spend $8 million in fiscal 2023 and an increase of by $1.2 million. Could you advise this meeting how many vacant positions are there within that division of the ministry, and how much staff do you intend to recruit?
The increase that we have been given for 2023, or that is proposed for 2023, is anticipated to cover acting allowance and increments during 2023. There are 12 vacant posts that we are hoping to fill. We currently have 70 posts in the organization and 58 are filled.
And of that 12 vacant posts, you
Yes.
could break down the classifications or the job titles?
Not at the moment, but we can provide that if you require.
Please do, because this is an important division in the context of the operations of your ministry.
If I can just respond to your question, public management, 1. Public management consultant, 1.
All 12?
Yes.
All 12?
Correct.
Okay.
Item 007, Public Service Academy. Subhead 02, Goods and Services. Item 001, General Administration. Item 003, National Information and Communication Technology Center Secretariat. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services Division. Item 006, Public Management Consultant Division. Item 007, Public Service Academy, member for Couva South.
Thank you very much, Minister. Line item 17. In 2021, the ministry spent $7,500. In 2022, it was projected to spend $2,273,000, and you spent $40,000. In 2023, you are aiming to spend $10 million. Could you indicate to this meeting what is the intended training under this Public Service Academy that will see you spend $9,960,000?
What transpired in 2022 was that we undertook our training needs assessment, which was sponsored by the IDB, which is why our expenditure is so low, because we didn't have to incur the cost. So we communicated with members of staff throughout the public service to ascertain what their needs are, with the intention of revamping the training to make it more effective, more efficient, more fit for purpose. So in 2023, we are planning to redesign the Public Service Academy, which will require the addition of resources. We are planning to redesign the curriculum, and we are planning to roll out more robust training throughout the public service.
Is there one specific initiative you could identify from a training point of view that will be rolled out?
Digitalization.
Digitization.
All the members of the public sector have to be, their digital skills have to be upgraded.
Okay. Item 015, Strategic Services Division. Item 020, Modernization and Service Improvement Division. Item 021, Information and Communication Technology Services Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 005, Property and Real Estate Management Services. Item 007, Public Service Academy. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 004, International Bodies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Honorable members, we shall now move to the draft estimates of the Development Program Consolidated Fund. Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services. We are at page 79. A, Administrative Services. Member for Point Appeal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 071, development of a work for home policy for the public service, $1 million. Could you just enlighten us, really and truly? Because I understand the government really didn't have a work for home policy. Is it going to be developed?
We do not have a work from home policy, so the plan is to engage a service provider to investigate the situation and advise us on what the work from home policy is, craft one for the purpose of the Trinidad and Tobago public service, and then roll it out as the circumstances allow us to, as the public service becomes ready to handle work from home.
Do you have a service provider in mind already?
No. An RFP was supposed to have been issued by another ministry. That did not happen, so we are currently in the process of drafting one. Sorry, the RFP is drafted. It will be issued shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Minister, taking into consideration the Prime Minister berated public servants for not having the work ethic to comply with a work from home policy and so on, do you or could you envisage when this home from work policy will be completed in terms of the development?
Any public servant for not having the right attitude. I think what the Prime Minister's view is, which I share, is that the public service is not quite ready for work from home because we need to ascertain what needs to be put in place to allow for that in a seamless manner. So there are rules, there are KPIs to be drafted, there are different methods of equipment, different kinds of equipment to be secured to allow for work from home. We have to assess those jobs that can allow for work from home and those that are not. So what we are saying is that we are not quite ready, but this exercise that MPA is about to launch should tell us what we need to do to get ready, and then we can put those things in place.
And taking into consideration that the former Minister of Planning, Minister Robinson Regis, had promised a work from home policy in the middle of the COVID-19 pandemic. Could you indicate whether, when this is completed, that policy will be laid in the House of Representatives?
I would think so.
I think so.
But we will certainly advise the House of where we are and determine how we treat with the report once it's prepared.
And in addition to that, taking into consideration that the majority of public servants are represented by the recognized majority union, the Public Services Association, have you all, when I say, has the ministry engaged the recognized majority union as it proceeds with the development of this policy?
It is premature.
Remember, you're really stretching my goodwill.
And I always know you have goodwill. That's why.
I think you just came to the limit. Okay, member for point of view.
Thank you. Minister, line item 067, Human Resource Management for the government. $2 million was budgeted, estimated in 2022. Nothing was utilized, and $2 million again for 2023. Now, I would have thought that the human resource aspect is a very critical project. Why nothing happened in 2022, if I may?
One of the main issues was where the ownership of the system should be housed. So we were doing investigation not only in terms of what has been happening since the system has been in place, but doing an assessment of where it should be housed. That has been resolved. Cabinet has agreed, and therefore we are ready to roll it out now.
F, public buildings. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Minister, line item 68, digitalization of the Ministry of Public Administration. In this financial year, there's an allocation of $2 million.
Okay, just 1 minute. You are at Administrative Services. Yes? So I apologize, I didn't see your hand up at that time. So we go back to A, Administrative Services. Member for Princestown. It's most probably because you're too close to Couva South.
Thank you, Madam. Honourable Minister, line item 68, digitalization of the Ministry of Public Service with an allocation of $2 million. I know at one point that the Ministry of Public Administration was joined with the Ministry of Digitization, but with respect to the digitalization of the Ministry of Public Administration, can you indicate whether or not this allocation, at what stage is the ministry in terms of its preparedness for full implementation of digitalization of the Ministry of Public Administration?
Digitalizing the ministry by division. We have more or less completed the property and real estate division, and we are moving on now to PMCD and HR.
So you envisage within this financial year you should be completed?
Within this financial, we should be complete. We should be completed with those two.
South?
Thank you. And very quickly, Madam Chair, based on your response to where you have reached with this digitalization of the ministry, in that whole process, is there any fallout in terms of a reduction in jobs and so on?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
What we are doing is retraining the staff that are on hand to be able to deal with the digitalization.
Thank you.
F, public buildings. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, multi-sectoral and other services. We are at page 194. F, public buildings. Member for Point Appear.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line item 004, development of the Arima Administrative Complex, $10 million. And the word development, is it a new, could you enlighten us what's supposed to happen in?
Public admin has been doing is looking at our rental properties throughout Trinidad and Tobago to determine where it would be prudent to have government-owned admin building. We have determined that Arima is one of those locations, and so we have identified a site where that we think would be ideal for location. So it's what we propose to do during 2023: survey the site, get plans drawn up, start the process of constructing a building.
It's a new complex that you will
new.
design.
Yes.
Thank you.
Member for Princess Town.
Minister, line item 004, development of the Arima Administrative Complex. Now, listed here is an allocation of $10 million. Can you indicate at this point what is the state of play in terms of the development of the Arima Administrative Complex? Has a tender gone out? Is it at design stage?
I thought we did.
If I'm not mistaken, I think Member for Point Appear asked substantively that same question. I think actually it has something to do with where
I think
you
it might have to
sit
be Cooper's out.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $911,700,000 for head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $911,700,000 for head 31, Ministry of Public Administration, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, PS, and other representatives from the Ministry of Public Administration. Head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation. At 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, $333,682,200. I will now invite the Minister of Digital Transformation to make a brief opening statement, not exceeding 5 minutes. Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to present to you today the estimates of expenditure for the Ministry of Digital Transformation for fiscal 2023. The ministry established just over a year ago, July 12th to be exact, as one of the main mechanisms to enable Trinidad and Tobago to imagine the potential and to create the impetus and accelerate the growth towards the future. We often use the term digital age, and when we reflect on the current uptake of technology, it's really a digital era that we're dealing in. The mandate of the ministry is well known. I've stated it many times. A new way to address end-to-end consumption and delivery of goods and services to customers using appropriate digital technology. And so, Madam Chair, this can only be achieved through partnerships and through the enablement and through the presence of a unified and cohesive trust to achieve a digitally transformed Trinidad and Tobago. So the work of the Ministry of Digital Transformation is the work of all of the ministry's divisions and agencies. In this fiscal year, the allocation of about $264 million in recurrent and about $71 million across the PSIP and infrastructure development programs. The Minister of Finance, however, has devoted approximately close to $500 million across all the MDAs and the public services for PSIP and ICT projects. And that sum, of course, includes what we have within the ministry. Madam Chair, this demonstrates that the MDT is not a journey alone, but something that we really have to embrace as an all-encompassing thing, and we are prepared to assist and have been doing so, all the MDAs, in realizing this year's theme of tenacity and stability in the face of global challenges. With this in mind, I just happy to explore the budget estimates of expenditure that is laid before you, and I'll explain it in greater detail. Thank you.
Very much, Minister. Honourable members, the question is that the sum of $333,682,220, per head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, stand part of the schedule. Honourable members, the sum of $333,682,220, per head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure, the draft estimates of the revenue and expenditure of the statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly, and the draft estimates of the development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 387. Subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, Item 001, General Administration. Member for Princestown.
Thank you, Madam. Minister, line item 16, Contract Employment. There's an allocation of there's an allocation of $4.5 million. It's a huge leap from what the revised estimates show for the year 2022, the former financial year. Can the Honourable Minister indicate to us how many contract employees there are at this ministry?
Yes, just a sec. Right. Have it. Let's just get the last of it. Yeah. Okay. Right, 43.
Minister, I'm not sure if you have the information at your fingertips, but if you can give us the undertaking to supply the information with respect to the positions in terms of the job titles and the job titles and the duration of these contracts for these 43 persons under this line item, I shall be grateful.
Certainly, I can do that. Yes. It's quite voluminous because it's a number of people.
In this particular line item, Minister, does it cater for any consultants and so on to the ministry?
No, this is not for consulting.
No, absolutely none. No. And how many, you said to my colleague 43.
Yes.
Yes, and this 43 supplements your permanent establishment in the ministry. How large is your permanent establishment?
31.
31. Okay.
Item 002, National Information and Communication Technology. Item 003 Access centers, member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, line under Access Center, and just from my appreciation, line item 43, security services, estimate for 2023, $6 million, a $4 million increase. Could you help, from my own appreciation, what is the access centers that require this heavy amount of security?
It's not which, it's the fact that the number of access centers is going to increase significantly. Before the end of the year, I suspect we should have as many as 41. When we started the year, we started with 8. So the security requirements for a number of them obviously will increase. Not that all will, but a number of them will increase, and that's why we have that allocation change.
Just, Madam Chair, just a follow-up. Thank you, Madam Chair. As a follow-up, Minister.
If one getting road traffic management sign from member of Hoover South, I'm not sure if he's trying to get the attention of his whip. Okay, sure. Member for Point of Peer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Minister, you said there are 41 access centers by the end of the year.
Approximately that by the end of the year.
What is an access center?
An ICT access center, it's a facility that is created under our Digital Society program that allows for any citizen, or anybody, as a matter of fact, to go to whether they have a device, internet or otherwise, who wants to do anything that is digital. It is staffed by people from the community in which the access center is, and it has all of the technology that you would want, which includes computers. There's a training center. There is free Wi-Fi access inside of it, TVs, printers, scanners. It's basically a hub in the community for everything ICT.
Yes?
Just a follow-up. I'm very interested, but what is the name of it? Access Center? Or there's another name?
We call it the ICT Access Centers.
Okay.
That's a global term we use for it.
Thank you.
Member for Hoover South.
Madam Chair, you was moving with such digital speed. I don't know if you will allow me to go back
No,
to
because we are in the digital age.
National Information and Communication Technology.
No, we are at Access Center.
On 388, pleading with you.
I am really coming to the conclusion that you don't want us to finish this thing.
Yes, we will finish.
In a very efficient time.
We will finish.
Well, let's see if my good will allow. Let's see what your other members who are in this section. Member for Princestown.
Minister. With respect to these access centers and the answer you provided to the member for Point of Peer, I just wanted some clarification whether or not these access centers are actually separate and apart from the community centers under the Ministry of Community Development.
That are. So traditionally, you would have found that they were standalone items within communities. What we've found is by partnering with various ministries, now the Ministry of Communication with NALIS and the Ministry of Sport, for example, where they are building facilities or renovating facilities that will allow us to put our infrastructure inside of it. And those places are normally built in communal areas where people tend to congregate. So some are placed within those things. Some of the new ones we've done, member for Hoover South would know I opened one with him not too distant past. And that was within a brand new facility. So some will be built standalone and single purpose. Many are combined within infrastructure that exists from other ministries, divisions, and agencies.
Again, can you share with us how many of those would be standalone? Even if you don't have the information, you can share it with us subsequently.
Sure.
Yes?
And that number will change over time as we add more and more to it.
And is there a criteria to determine the combined centers in terms of those that fall under the Ministry of Community Development, where you are inserting the technology to make them into access centers? Is there a criteria in terms of across the board, all these access centers having the same hardware and software?
Yes, we've standardized on the gear for purposes, obviously, of economies of scale, sparing, etc., etc. And of course, we could bulk purchase where that is concerned. So we've done that. And of course, the dimensioning of the facilities remain fairly constant. So we know how many to buy, we know how many laptops we need to purchase for the training room, etc., etc. So the answer to that is also yes.
For Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm just curious. I know that the minister had said that they were supposed to be, you were working towards 41 of these access centers. Is it that the intention is to have one in every constituency?
So the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago undertook to do what they call a digital inclusion survey. In that survey, what they did is look at the entire landscape of Trinidad and Tobago, and using very specific criteria, was able to identify areas that are well-served, underserved, not served, etc., etc. And so we would prioritize the areas that fall into the less fortunate categories in some cases. And in other cases, the readiness of the infrastructure is also key. If the infrastructure is there, and in every area there will be a need for people to utilize this type of service, we will go ahead and do that. But that's the combination.
Minister, can I implore you to provide to the committee a listing of the proposed locations for these centers?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Again, that will change and increase over time. But sure. We have a listing of what we should complete now and what we have for the next year.
For Cuba South, we had item 003, access centers.
You're not allowing me to go back to national information. And
you see, member for Cuba South, as you know, the chair is supposed to be impartial. Okay, you hold every chair when you sit, particularly as whip, to that standard. If I open that Pandora box for Cuba South, we're in trouble. Item member for Oropouche West. So if you're on item 003, I'll take you. Member for Cuba Oropouche West.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I refer to item 43, security services. I note that we had an estimate of $5 million in 2022 and we only spent 1.9. But you have a $6 million, which means if you increased from your spend last year by $4 million. Is it because you are only now rolling out the access centers?
That is exactly it. The security requirements, one for the previous set of centers were predominantly standalone centers, so the emphasis on security there was a bit different. In the combined centers, obviously you have security for the compound, and then we add electronic type security to protect the assets that we have inside of it. But you're absolutely right. The rollout is actually now happening at the pace that we want it to go at. So that's where the difference will be.
Minister, I just note that the cost of security services is almost parallel to the cost of the salaries and cost of living allowances for the entire ministry. Just making note of that.
Security is one of the major costs associated with the establishment of businesses in Trinidad and Tobago, as you are well aware.
Thank you.
So yes.
Item 004, Information Communication Technology Division. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases. Item 001, General Administration. Item 003, Access Centers. Item 004, Information Communication Technology Division. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 001, Regional Bodies. Item 002, Commonwealth Bodies. Item 003, United Nations Organizations. Item 009, Other Transfers. Item 011, Transfers to State Enterprises. Honorable members, we now move to the draft estimates of revenue and expenditure of statutory boards and similar bodies and of the Tobago House of Assembly. We are at page 559. 03, Trinidad and Tobago Telecommunications Authority, subhead 01, Personal Expenditure, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 02, Goods and Services, item 001, General Administration. Subhead 03, Minor Equipment Purchases, Item 001, General Administration. Subhead 04, Current Transfers and Subsidies. Item 007, Households. Item 009, Other Transfers. Honorable members, we now move to the Draft Estimates of Development Program, Consolidated Fund, Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services. We are at page 163. Item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. F, Public Buildings. Honorable members, we will now move on to the Infrastructure Development Fund, item 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services. We are at page 240. 005, Multi-Sectoral and Other Services. A, Administrative Services. Member for Oropouche West.
Madam Chair, I'm just curious. I noticed we're looking at line item 001, establishment of the Digital Government Program. I know that the minister had an estimate of 60 million in 2022, but he only spent 7.4 million, and he's now estimating 30 million, which would not even come close to what you had estimated in 2022. But my question is whether this proposes to replace the existing government, which would be a benefit. If this establishment of a digital government program is a proposal to replace the existing government.
We don't
moving on, Madam Chair. Moving on, Madam Chair.
Oh, okay. Okay. Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $333,682,220 for head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $333,682,220 for head 82, Ministry of Digital Transformation, now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Piers. Thank you, other officers of the Ministry of Digital Transformation. President, $17,884,670.
I will try and find the minister before I take on that responsibility.
Which one of you local these places?
We using the current? Okay, so all right, so we shall proceed. I now invite the Minister in the Ministry of Finance to make a brief opening statement not exceeding 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so I ask we have some order to proceed with the business.
The Office of the President is a department in the public service responsible for providing support services to His Excellency the President in executing his functions and duties as enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. This group of public service professionals, headed by the Secretary to Her Excellency, to the President, the Accounting Officer, is responsible for the management of the public funds at the Office of the President. The Office of the President is a quasi-ceremonial in nature. Many, but not all, of the roles and functions of the President are enshrined in the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Honorable members, the question is that a sum of $17,884,000 So are we ready to proceed? Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $17,884,670 for head 01, President, stand part of the schedule. Honorable members, the sum of $17,884,670 for head 01, President, is comprised of monies proposed for expenditure under the following subheads and items to be found in the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure and the draft estimates of development program. We shall now consider the draft estimates of recurrent expenditure. We are at page 1. Subhead 01, personal expenditure, item 001, general administration. Subhead 02, goods and services, item 001, general administration. Item 002, Tobago services. Subhead 03, minor equipment purchases, item 001, general administration. Subhead 04, current transfers and subsidies, item 007, households. Honorable members, we shall now move on to the draft estimates of development program, consolidated fund, item 004, social infrastructure, and we're at page 2. Item 004, social infrastructure, A, administrative services. Member for Samoa, Abaratari Samoa.
Thank you. Madam Chair, can the Minister just give us an indication of what this public education program will entail? I saw as a new project for this fiscal.
001?
001.
At H2?
Yes.
At A, Administrative Services.
It's a public awareness program to enhance the knowledge and appreciation by the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago of the roles and functions of the Office of the President.
Will this be a program being rolled out in schools or for the general public?
Could you just speak?
Will it be a program rolled out in schools or would it be for the general public?
Both.
Both? Okay, thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the sum of $17,884,670 for head 01, President stand part of the schedule. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The sum of $17,884,670 for head 01, President now stands part of the schedule. Thank you, ministers. Thank you to the Secretary to Excellency. Thank you to the other representative from the Office of the President. Honorable members, this Standing Finance Committee is suspended to Tuesday, October the 11th, 2022 at 10 a.m.